In Tianhai City, inside Liu Corporation's CEO office, an ice-cold rejection lands like a verdict. Liu Ruyan tells Huang Yu that they cannot be together in this life, the next, or the one after that. Across from her, Huang Yu stands frozen in a sharp suit, still holding the flowers and gifts he brought to court her. Memories crash through Huang Yu's mind in a painful torrent. The office, the furious woman, even the body he is standing in suddenly acquire another meaning. He has not merely fainted or forgotten an appointment. He has transmigrated into the kind of melodramatic novel world he used to read for days and nights. Worse, this is not a story with only one chosen hero. Huang Yu remembers a world crowded with soldier kings, security guards, medicine saints, dragon emperors, usuras, and every familiar cycle of arrogant display and crushing retaliation. Yet he has received none of their favored roles. In this story, he is a rich second-generation villain. Body is also named Huang Yu. It belongs to the only son of the Huang family's head, heir to one of Tianhai's 4 major families. He is handsome, wealthy, and educated at an Ivy League school. Under ordinary circumstances, he could choose almost any life he wanted. Unfortunately, the original Huang Yu chose obsession. Liu Ruyan is no stranger. She is Tianhai's famous Ice Queen CEO, leader of Liu Corporation, and the betrothed her grandfather arranged for her in childhood. After meeting her, the original Huang Yu stopped chasing other women and drinking. For 3 years he followed her everywhere, pouring family connections and resources into a pursuit she never welcomed. Remembered plot supplies the consequence. Xiao Zhan, a young security guard at Liu Corporation, is no ordinary employee. He is skilled enough that he nearly beat Huang Yu when they first crossed paths, and Huang Yu knows the man wants to break his legs. Waiting for the story to proceed is suicide. Today, he decides those legs must be saved. Seeing him stand there without answering, Liu Ruyan's beautiful face hardens. She says this is the last time. He must stop bothering her. Even if both sets of parents support the alliance, she will neither become engaged to him nor marry him. She asks him to leave before she has him thrown out. Huang Yu answers with a simple, immediate agreement. Liu Ruyan's prepared rebuke dies halfway out of her mouth. She looks up in shock and asks what he said, certain she must have misheard. Huang Yu repeats it. Okay, he will stop. After 3 years of shameless pursuit, surrender comes so easily that she cannot believe him. Privately, Huang Yu sees no reason to cling to one woman. He is the prestigious Huang family's eldest son, handsome and highly educated. What woman could be his only option? More importantly, remaining beside Liu Ruyan means standing in the path of a protagonist who can cripple him. Calling off the engagement is not heartbreak. It is common sense. An impossible voice reaches Liu Ruyan. Huang Yu's lips are still, yet she hears his impatient wish to end the engagement and escape before the plot turns against him. His spoken politeness and private urgency do not match. She does not understand how it is happening, but the thoughts are too immediate and specific to dismiss as imagination. Liu Ruyan knows the name Xiao Zhan, but barely knows the man. The young security guard is skilled and nearly beat Huang Yu when Huang came to bother her. Beyond that, their positions are worlds apart and they have never truly interacted. She chiefly remembers his crooked, wicked smile whenever she passed the gate, a greeting that gave her goosebumps, not affection. Huang Yu notices Liu Ruyan staring and cautiously waves a hand before her face. He asks whether President Liu is all right and says that, if nothing else is wrong, he will leave and explain the annulment to her parents. The changed address catches her. After years of calling her Ruyan, his sudden formality feels unexpectedly uncomfortable. Liu Ruyan says she is fine. She should be happy to end the engagement, yet she warns Huang Yu not to go back on his word. He answers without hesitation. That very night, he will make everything clear to both families. No delay, no lingering connection. From today onward, they will take separate paths and cut their ties completely. Huang Yu checks the expensive Patek Philippe on his wrist. His urgency is not theatrical. According to the original plot, Xiao Zhan wants his legs broken, and every extra moment in Liu Corporation risks being cornered by the man. He has secured Liu Ruyan's agreement. Now he needs to escape before the story's favored protagonist arrives to punish him. Liu Ruyan keeps staring, caught between the man before her and the private voice only she can hear. When Huang Yu raises his hand near her again, she sharply bats it away. His bewildered reaction settles the final doubt. He did not knowingly share those thoughts. Somehow she can hear what Huang Yu is thinking, and Huang Yu has no idea. The encounter continues without a break in Liu Ruyan's office. She stares at Huang Yu, while the voice in his head calls her a brainless, love-struck idiot and laments the years he wasted pursuing her. Outwardly, he only gives an awkward chuckle, waves before her eyes, and politely asks whether he may leave. Huang Yu assures President Liu that he will explain the cancelled engagement to his family later. The promise is calm, the panic beneath it is not. His lips never form the insults Liu hears. After watching him carefully, she becomes certain. The thoughts are real, and he has no idea she is listening. Huang Yu's thoughts leave Liu with larger questions. What is this absurd dragon novel? Why does he keep insisting that Xiao Zhan will collect her into a harem? She searches her memory and finds no secret romance, only a security department interview and a crooked, wicked smile she found lewd rather than charming. Liu is the eldest young lady of a prestigious family and a formidable CEO. If even Huang Yu's wealth never impressed her, a lewd smile certainly will not. Before she can examine the contradiction further, an angry voice erupts outside. Someone is cursing the bastards blocking his way. Huang Yu recognizes it instantly. Outside stands Xiao Zhan, a young security guard wearing the uniform and an air of nonchalant disdain. Huang Yu's black-suited entourage bars him from the CEO's office and orders him back to the gate. Xiao Zhan does not retreat. He is trying to force his way through them. A wild-looking leader with dyed white hair steps forward in his black suit. He calls Xiao Zhan a stinking security guard and threatens to break his legs. Xiao Zhan answers with that same crooked smile. The expression only disgusts the white-haired man, who advances to make good on the threat. Stop! Huang Yu's heart sinks as he shouts. His men see only an arrogant guard. Huang knows the genuine Dragon King behind the uniform. A few lackeys could never defeat Xiao Zhan. Even adding Huang himself would change nothing. Letting this fight begin would be volunteering for the punishment he came here to avoid. Yang Wei, Huang Yu's #1 lackey, hurries over with an obsequious smile. He assumes his young master is annoyed that the nuisance has not been handled. Promising to solve the little matter, Yang Wei signals the others and orders them to break the crooked-mouthed guard's legs. Every henchman prepares to obey. Black lines might as well cross Huang Yu's face. He has just prevented disaster, and his own men are rebuilding it around him. This time he roars, "I told you to stop! Are you deaf?" The force of the reprimand finally checks the entourage and gives him room to defuse Xiao Zhan himself. Huang's solution is to step aside and let the expected couple meet. To Liu, that is another insult. He chased her for 3 years, called her an idiot where he thought she could not hear, and now discards or hands her over whenever it suits him. Is her entire worth really less than one of his legs? Xiao Zhan enters and calls her Ruyan as though intimacy is already his. With a crooked smile, he promises that even thousands of troops could not keep him from saving her. A greedy, doting glint betrays the claim beneath the rescue. In his mind, Liu Ruyan is already his possession. Huang Yu sees none of Liu's rejection. To him, the two are already trading romantic lines, and Xiao Zhan's performance proves the child is teachable. Relief floods in. The heroine has met her destined Dragon King. Huang can finally return to the carefree life of a rich heir. For the moment, his legs are safe. Let's go. Huang Yu turns away with Bai Mao leading the gang of lackeys. One more step should carry him out of the plot's immediate reach. Behind him, Xiao Zhan still expects Liu Ruyan's gratitude. Liu, however, has watched Huang try to discard her, and has decided she will not give him the victory so easily. Huang Yu, I agree. Liu Ruyan's cool voice cuts across the office. Huang jolts so violently that he nearly loses his footing. He turns back in disbelief and demands to know what she said. Liu allows herself the hint of a victorious smile. After 3 years of pursuit, her answer has arrived at the worst possible moment for him. Liu Ruyan's acceptance hits Huang Yu like a bolt of lightning. He turns back, eyes wide, his escape forgotten. This was supposed to be an annulment. Instead, the woman he was desperately trying to surrender has chosen the worst possible moment to say yes. And Huang sees Xiao Zhan turning toward him. The crooked smile is gone, murderous intent has taken its place. Huang swallows. It is not a question of courage. He is a disposable minor villain with no system, no golden finger, and no realistic chance of beating the favored protagonist. Liu hears every frantic insult in Huang's head. Instead of recoiling, she looks almost smug. He called her an idiot, tried to hand her to a man she finds disgusting, and now looks betrayed because she refused to cooperate. After 3 years of relentless public pursuit, his sudden rejection feels shameless. Huang cannot make the scene fit the story he knows. Once he withdrew, Liu and Xiao were supposed to come together. That was the safe route. Instead, Liu confessed to him and dragged him back between them. Inwardly, he curses the supposedly perfect heroine and Dragon King pairing for refusing to follow its script. Xiao Zhan's anger is simpler. He is the hidden Dragon King, a man accustomed to holding life and death in his hands. In his mind, the woman who caught his eye is already his. Huang's presence is not a romantic complication to discuss. It is an offense to erase. Huang coughs twice, straightens his back like a man reporting for duty, and addresses the dangerous security guard with forced confidence. President Liu already agreed to annul their engagement, he declares. She has nothing to do with him now, and he certainly will not obstruct Xiao from being with her. Xiao is pleased by the surrender. Liu is not. She still cannot explain why she hears Huang's thoughts or why he seems to know the future, but she understands his intention perfectly. He wants to dispose of her and flee. After chasing her for 3 years, he will not escape with a polite sentence. Liu pushes past the smirking Xiao, leans against Huang's shoulder and links her arm through his. Then she asks, with the wounded air of an abandoned lover, why he wants to end their engagement. He pursued her for 3 years and swore he would marry no one else. Now she has agreed. Huang can only stare. Outwardly, Liu asks him to stop sabotaging their relationship. Inwardly, he rejects the entire premise and fixates on the future he is trying to avoid, especially Xiao breaking his legs. Liu hears that warning too. Her irritation gives way to a sharper question. How much does Huang know? Liu deliberately moves closer until her orchid-soft breath brushes Huang's ear. Quietly, she asks, "So what do you want them to do?" The intimacy embarrasses her. She has never treated a man this way before. Yet besides Xiao's revolting possessiveness, the spoiled young master in her arms suddenly seems far less annoying. Behind that faintly smug smile, Liu weighs what she has learned. Huang believes Xiao is a hidden war god and predicts that Xiao will break his legs. She does not yet know why he knows any of this. For now, she keeps him close, curious to see whether his future can be changed or provoked. Xiao finally explodes. "Huang Yu, let go of Ruyan." He rushes forward as though rescuing her from coercion. In his mind, any woman noticed by the Dragon King can belong only to him, and Huang has committed blasphemy by touching what Xiao already claimed. The office confrontation is one step from violence. Xiao Zhan keeps coming. His face darkens, his crooked smile hardens, and he warns Huang not to blame him when courtesy ends. To Huang, the slow advance looks less like real life than the grand entrance of a hero in a television drama. Before Huang can answer, an arrogant shout slices through the office. By Mao, white hair, Huang's chief lackey, strides in with the black-suited entourage. He loosens his tie, cracks his knuckles, plants himself between the two men, and asks whether the grinning security guard thinks this is a television drama. Mao demands to know who gave a mere security guard permission to address young Master Huang and President Liu that way. "Leave now," he snarls, "or lose your legs." Behind him, fists tight. These men remember Huang's generosity and every humiliating effort he made for Liu over 3 years. Mao starts to lead the men forward. Huang stops them with a sharp command. "Step back." His lackeys think they are saving his romance and his dignity. Huang sees only a pack of loyal fools volunteering to provoke the hidden Dragon King and dragging his endangered legs closer to disaster. At such close range, Liu's irritation sharpens. Huang pursued her for 3 years, made their affairs known across the city, and then tried to discard the entire relationship the moment she stepped toward him. If he dislikes her so much now, she demands, what was all that relentless devotion supposed to mean? Huang answers with shameless simplicity. She was just unlucky. Liu presses him. What does that even mean? He repeats it. Inwardly, he sees no reason to apologize to someone who ignored the original Huang's devotion for years. Outwardly, he swallows the argument. Winning this exchange matters far less than keeping his legs. Liu decides that if Huang is so desperate to escape both her and this security guard, she will make sure he gets neither wish. She releases the arm she had around his neck, tucks her hair behind one ear, and turns toward Xiao with the full frost of President Liu restored. Liu says Xiao's name. That is all the encouragement he needs. His anger gives way to excitement. Surely his domineering rescue has finally made her feel safe. The crooked grin returns. He opens his arms, already expecting the cold CEO to abandon Huang and fall gratefully into his embrace. Liu does not take a single step toward him. "You're fired." The anticipated embrace collapses into stunned silence. Then she adds the order with unmistakable authority. "Get out right now." Xiao came forward as a conquering hero. President Liu answers him as an employee whose services are no longer wanted. Xiao's eyes suddenly open with renewed certainty. "With me here, no one will dare touch you." His voice rings across the office. Somehow he has transformed a firing into proof that Liu is sacrificing her own wishes to protect him from Huang. Her rejection only makes his imagined devotion feel more heroic. Mao and the others stare. Even these professional lackeys can understand the sentence Xiao somehow missed. She fired him. She did not confess to him. Their aggression briefly gives way to shared disbelief. The hidden Dragon King may terrify Huang, but to everyone else in the room, he currently looks like an idiot. Huang suddenly believes he understands everything. Liu never spared him a kind glance during 3 years of pursuit, so this impossible intimacy must be a sacrifice to protect Xiao. Inwardly, he calls her brain-dead and begs her to join the Dragon King's harem without dragging him into it. Liu hears every word. Loud, Huang is painfully courteous. President Liu need not do this, he says. Their engagement is already cancelled. The calm words conceal a frantic wish to push her away and flee. Liu cannot miss the contradiction. The man who once chased her now finds her terrifying, and against all expectation, his helpless insincerity looks inexplicably cute. Her cold lips curve. Huang Yu is still dejected when Liu Ruyan lifts her eyes and smiles. The hint of provocation is aimed past him, at Xiao Zhan, but she keeps Huang close enough that they resemble a young couple flirting. To everyone watching, the affection looks almost real. Huang feels the answer before he looks up. Every hair on his back rises. Xiao's eyes have gone dark, and the murderous glare is fixed entirely on him. Huang can only rage inwardly. He has done nothing, yet somehow he is the man standing on the Dragon King's forbidden scale. Huang's distress only pleases Liu. A sly light enters her eyes before she faces Xiao with renewed frost. She tells him to get lost. He is no longer a company employee, and before leaving, he is to surrender the Liu Corporation security uniform still on his back. Instead of accepting the rejection, Xiao looks moved. In his mind, Ruyan is only driving him away to protect him. His love intensifies, then swings into possessive menace. No one touches Xiao Zhan's woman, he warns Huang. Huang will be the first and the last. Huang nearly chokes on the injustice. Liu is the one clinging to him, Xiao is the one inventing a claim, and yet both choices seem designed to get the minor villain killed. He came here wanting only to survive the plot. Now even standing still is being treated as a capital offense. Imao is already bristling on his young master's behalf. To Huang, the posture is more frightening than reassuring. In the original story, this same white-haired subordinate stood between Huang and a storm of bullets, buying his escape with his own life. His aggression hides loyalty strong enough to die for. Huang grabs Bai Mao around the neck and yanks him close enough to whisper, "Brother, let us talk this out." Maybe Huang raised his voice at him before, but Bai Mao does not need to be so eager to help his young master die. The baffled henchman cannot understand the fear. Bai Mao gestures toward the brothers filling the office. Why should so many of them fear one mere security guard? Give the word, he boasts, and he can kill Xiao by himself. Huang's face darkens. A henchman this eager to walk into the hero's line of fire is every villain's death sentence. If Huang escapes Liu Corporation alive, he decides, he will move his entire family to Siberia. He will buy land, build a doomsday bunker, and seal it behind a dozen titanium alley doors strong enough to resist a nuclear bomb. Then he can hide comfortably until the finale. Liu rolls her eyes at the fantasy. He still wants to run. Without explaining how she knows, she closes her hand more firmly around his arm. Huang's secret plan has already failed its first test. The woman he is trying to escape can hear every detail before he makes a move. Across the office, Xiao is no longer merely jealous. Liu's behavior has left him genuinely doubtful. Silently he calls, "System." A synthesized electronic voice answers inside his mind. "I am here." No one else can hear it as Xiao begins questioning why the scene has departed from what he expected. Huang tries to pull his arm free, but Liu's grip feels superhuman today. His thoughts give her something more important than insults. There is a script behind these events. Was everything planned? Liu decides she must keep him close and draw out whatever else he knows about their supposed future. Huang begs her inwardly not to come closer. Liu ignores the silent plea, pries his hand away, and deliberately takes his arm again. Xiao's face grows darker with every inch she closes. Huang, unable to escape either of them, feels like crying while Liu preserves a pleasant smile. Huang cannot understand the reversal. Liu ignored him for 3 years, yet now, with Xiao ready to kill him, she practically throws herself onto his arm. Inwardly, he calls her a brainless heroine, tells her to join Xiao's harem with all the Liu assets, and wants nothing to do with her. Liu keeps smiling, but inside she seethes. For 3 years, one smile from her could leave Huang too excited to sleep. Now that he has shown this strange new side, he treats her like dirt and dreams only of escape. Men, she concludes furiously, are all enormous pigs. Imao finally loses patience with Xiao's provocative stare. One of Tianhai's 4 young masters should not endure contempt from a mere security guard, and the black-suited brothers tense behind him. Liu, meanwhile, presses desperately against Huang. The office becomes a physical tug-of-war with Huang trapped at its center. Before anyone can strike, the office door is shoved open from outside. Every pull and threat freezes beneath a soft, sweet, almost cute young woman's voice. Its words are anything but gentle. "Huang Yu, we suspect you are involved in a murder case. You are now under arrest." Every eye follows the voice to the open doorway. Several uniformed officers push into Liu Ruyan's office, and a petite policewoman strides at their head. Huang Yu recognizes that deceptively sweet voice. His skin prickles before he even sees her face. And Yuya looks more like an adorable girl next door than a fearsome officer, petite, delicate-faced, and round-cheeked, with her full figure straining the front of her uniform. The contrast fools Xiao Zhan at once. It does not fool Huang. Xiao's eyes burn as he follows Han's swaying steps, and he visibly swallows. Huang alone moves the other way, taking a conditioned half-step back. Cute face or not, he knows exactly who has entered and what those small hands can do. Her name is Han Yuya. The Han and Huang families are old friends, and she attended school beside Huang from kindergarten through high school. She was always the finest student in the room. The original Huang was an authentic academic disaster. Han family carries a 1,000-year ancient martial legacy, and Yuya herself has already reached the transcendent level. She began beating Huang when he bullied girls as a child. After that, disciplining him became almost routine. His retreat is muscle memory. Liu Ruyan watches this unfamiliar woman frighten Huang with a single entrance, and an inexplicable sense of crisis stirs in her. Before Liu can question anything, Han cuts across the room. Huang is a family-backed scumbag, and he had better cooperate. Before Huang can answer, Xiao Zhan strolls forward wearing that crooked sneer. With both heroines watching, he deliberately makes himself conspicuous. Huang starts to curse him, then stops. This arrogant little entrance is much too familiar. The original story is trying to resume. Huang remembers how this scene was supposed to work. The original villain fails to win Liu, tries to force her, and Xiao makes a glorious rescue. Liu falls for her savior. Huang becomes the defeated obstacle who exists only to make the Dragon King shine. Rescue is only the beginning. In the book, misfortune piles onto Huang until his legs are broken. Then a major case shocks Tianhai, destroys his reputation, and drags the Huang family down with him. The officer who arrests him is standing here now. And has another assigned role. Every god of war harem needs a policewoman heroine. Xiao's misunderstandings eventually sever her bond with Huang. Yet when Xiao destroys the Huang family, she still comes to help, only after she has lost her final hope in her oldest friend. And Han hears Huang's voice as clearly as if he spoke beside her. It grudgingly praises her natural beauty and immediately complains about her terrible temper and constant hitting. Her irritation ignites. Is that scumbag privately calling her a tomboy? And whirls on him. Try saying that again? Huang freezes. He did not say anything, and every witness can see his mouth never moved. As she glares, he only wonders whether going to the station will somehow end with his leg broken anyway. And scans the room. Everyone looks confused. Maybe she misheard. Maybe she has missed Huang so much that she imagined his voice. She rejects that thought at once, but cannot erase the memory of him leaving for another country without a word and making her cry. Just as Han decides she imagined everything, Huang's unmistakable voice rings inside her again. What a pity, it laments. Such a stunning policewoman is destined to join crooked-mouthed Xiao Zhan's harem. Han stares at Huang's motionless lips. This time, the impossible message is unmistakable. No, Han Yuyo is certain now. The voice is Huang Yu's, yet his lips never moved. She did not imagine it, and she definitely did not hallucinate that shameless prediction about her becoming Xiao Zhan's woman. Her face heating, Han punches Huang and orders him to behave. Huang throws both hands up. If she wants to hit him, she should admit it. Everyone can testify that he never opened his mouth. His perfect innocence only makes the impossible more convincing. And whispers one word to herself, telepathy. Then she tells Huang to lower his hands. When uncertainty makes him hesitate, her voice turns stern and he obeys at once. She watches every movement, testing the connection while making sure no one realizes what she heard. One question now burns through Han's mind. Who is Xiao Zhan? Huang privately staring at her figure is infuriating enough. Hearing that she is destined for some stranger's harem is worse. Before she knows anything else about him, Huang's warning has already made her dislike the man. Huang can barely contain his anticipation. Arrest means free food and lodging, and perhaps several protected days behind bars. For a minor villain who expects Xiao's absurd protagonist plot to kill him at any moment, prison sounds like the safest place in Tianhai. There's only one problem. Huang did not kill anyone. He would gladly confess to some lesser offense if it bought him time, but murder can mean death. Even he will not trade one execution route for another. He needs a safer crime and a longer sentence. Looking at Han's cute, full figure, Huang gets a bold idea. What if he flirts with the police captain again? Perhaps she will keep him for days or even years. Xiao cannot chase him into prison and break his legs there. Han hears every word and her patience starts to crack. And Huang reconsiders. Han is violent, huge in his imagination, and stronger than an ox. He even wonders whether that strength is why crooked-mouthed Xiao wants her in his harem, and how strong she might be in bed. Han finally snaps and slaps the back of his head. Huang does not retreat. The slap gives him exactly the opening he wants. If he provokes Han again, pulls a few strings, and adds an assault charge, perhaps he can remain locked away in peace. Under her furious glare, he shifts his weight and prepares to move. Han has reached her limit, and she knows the attack is coming. Before Huang can lift a hand, her palm crashes into him. The blow nearly tears his body apart. Dizzy and struggling for breath, he hits the floor, and Han locks one hand over his shoulder to pin him down. And orders the brigade to cuff this scoundrel and every accomplice. No officer dares hesitate while their captain is this furious. Two hold Huang from either side as the others restrain his black-suited underlings. It is the angriest the team has ever seen Han since she joined them. As Han escorts Huang toward the station, she catches Xiao still staring at her with a secretive, disgusting gaze. Xiao mistakes her attention for admiration, and his smile grows even more crooked. Han answers in a soft, cold voice. The security guard may be Huang's accomplice. Arrest him too. And looks at the newly handcuffed Xiao Zhan and shudders. Huang's claim that she will become this crooked-mouthed man's concubine feels impossible. Huang is another matter. He has avoided her since returning from abroad, and Han vows that the interrogation room will finally make him confess everything. Xiao is startled only for a moment. Then excitement replaces surprise. Staying beside Liu might make her jealous, but custody will put him near this attractive police captain. With that calculation made, the Dragon King offers no resistance as the officers secure his cuffs. Before leaving, Han remembers Liu embracing Huang and shoots the businesswoman a jealous glare. She addresses her formally as President Liu, then advises Tianhai's famous executive to stay away from scum like Huang. Liu bristles at being ordered around by a police officer and prepares to answer. Huang watches the two women square off and silently cheers them on. Yes, he is scum and a disgrace, so these idiots should stay away. The quarrel dies instantly. Han and Liu turn together and spear him with identical killing glares. Huang freezes, unable to understand what changed. Soon the entire arrested party is packed into the rear of the moving police assault vehicle. Xiao sits handcuffed at the back, watching Han sway with each turn. The confinement puts Huang, his loyal men, Xiao, and the officers within arm's reach of one another. Huang's frustration spills through his thoughts. Xiao may be called a righteous dragon king, but everyone around him dies for the smallest offense, coveting his woman, blocking his performance, or looking down on him. Huang knows the plot's reward, his family assets, and Han Yuya requires Xiao to kill him. Huang gives up on defeating destiny head-on. At the station, he will assault an officer, earn several more years, and disappear into prison. Once Xiao has finished showing off across Tianhai and moved to a new territory, Huang can emerge under his family's protection and resume his privileged life. And cannot suppress a laugh. Hearing Huang complain like this is strangely satisfying, and his fear that Xiao will take him away from her sounds almost like an admission. Has Huang always liked her? The thought warms her, until Xiao's hostile stare and disgusting attention confirm that Huang's warning may be real. And Huang is dismissed as a useless playboy. Bai Mao bristles at once. Handcuffs and police supervision prevent an immediate brawl, but the white-haired chief lackey makes his loyalty unmistakable. Xiao answers with the same superior contempt, leaving the two men ready to erupt inside the cramped vehicle. And turns just in time to catch Huang stealing a glance at her chest. He jerks his eyes away. She curses him as a filthy scoundrel, yet the usual anger never arrives. Instead, she feels an inexplicable little thrill. That pleasure reminds her how furious she was when her brother reported Huang's engagement to Liu. For 3 years, Huang has deliberately avoided Han while continuing to speak with her younger brother. She knows he spent that time pursuing Liu, even after Liu's family declined. Remembering their school days, Han also recalls that Huang loved gaming and often suffered with his lower back. Now he is forced upright against the vehicle wall, hands pinned behind him. Faint metallic click sounds behind Huang. His cuffs open. Before he can react, Han leans close and whispers, softly enough for him alone not to speak. Her breath brushes his ear. Huang goes rigid and breaks into a cold sweat. After years of being disciplined by her, this sudden gentleness feels far more dangerous than anger. Inside the moving police transport, Han is still close enough for her breath to reach Huang. His cuffs are secretly open, but relief never comes. He sees Xiao Zhan staring across the compartment with clenched teeth and mentally begs Han to move away before that possessive glare becomes murder. Xiao, the wealthy playboy, is trespassing beside a woman who should belong to him. His anger spreads beyond Huang himself. He silently marks the entire Tianhai Huang family for punishment and imagines forcing Huang to kneel and beg. Gust of motion breaks the standoff. Despite his own handcuffs, Bai Mao springs up, twists around, and slaps Xiao across the head. He keeps striking while shouting that Xiao should look out the window instead of interrupting young Master Huang's attempt to pick up a girl. The officers wrench Bai Mao away, but not before Xiao takes several blows in front of the entire vehicle. Xiao's face darkens. His crooked smile returns as he delivers a cold warning. Bai Mao is playing with fire. The compartment feels one breath away from a battle. Huang does not intervene as he once would have. A synthesized voice has just announced something far more important. He successfully avoided the scripted outcome in which Dragon King Xiao breaks his legs. For the first time, the doomed minor villain has proof that the plot can be escaped. Huang weighs the selection with brutal practicality. Xiao is terrifying to an ordinary minor villain, but other favored protagonists stand on an entirely different level. One can supposedly withstand a nuclear warhead with one hand. Trading Xiao for such monsters would be suicide. Huang rejects option 1 and chooses survival. System confirms his selection and grants an initial rare card, the Chuangxi card. Its rule is precise and viciously simple. Once used, the target suffers an irresistible urge to defecate, followed by forced expulsion within 10 seconds. Huang studies Xiao's gloomy face and feels his fear ignite into anger. Xiao has tried to kill him several times today without provocation. Huang may be a lazy, useless rich kid, but even villains have dignity, and in his view, revenge should not be delayed overnight. Without hesitation, Huang activates the Chuangxi card against Xiao's crooked mouth. Nothing obvious leaves Huang's hands, yet the supernatural effect reaches its target. Inwardly, Huang challenges the Dragon King to endure this lesson in how a proper villain takes revenge. Beside him, Han hears the private word diarrhea and freezes. Her eyes move from Huang to Xiao. She cannot yet see the method, but she knows Huang is planning something, and fury rises because he is exploiting the very moment of freedom she gave him. The card's 10-second promise closes around Xiao. His hostile expression falters, tension seizes his body, and the feared Dragon King can no longer maintain his composure. In the sealed rear compartment, there is nowhere to retreat and no way to preserve his dignity. Forced expulsion arrives exactly as promised. A foul odor spreads through the brigade's brand-new transport, and Xiao's terrifying aura collapses into public bodily humiliation. Bai Mao, seated nearest and already hostile to him, is the first to cry out and draw everyone's attention. Witnesses look from Xiao to Bai Mao. He was the only person who had just made contact, so the conclusion seems obvious. Bai Mao answers with complete innocence. He barely used any force, yet apparently he still managed to beat the filth straight out of that bastard. Han's anger surges. This is the Criminal Investigation Brigade's brand-new vehicle, fouled on its very first use. The others may blame Bai Mao, but Huang's thoughts already exposed the real culprit to her. She seizes Huang by the ear, twists hard, and warns the grimacing bastard not to try another trick. Still trapped in the moving police transport, Huang Yu asks what he did. Han Yuya only snaps that he knows perfectly well. Then she looks at the wretched Xiao Zhan, shudders at the idea of ever joining his harem, and instinctively edges closer to Huang. Stench reaches the two officers driving up front. Over the radio, they ask whether a batch of tear gas has leaked. Han grabs her walkie-talkie, orders them to stop talking and drive, then glares at Xiao and warns him to hold it in. Humiliation finally overwhelms Xiao. He roars, strains against his handcuffs, and tries to force his way out of the van. But the instant he puts his whole body into the effort, his abdomen spasms and the disaster erupts again with even greater force. Xiao collapses with empty, lifeless eyes. Unfortunately, Bai Mao is sitting directly beside him. The white-haired chief lackey, who treats a smart new suit as sacred, looks down and discovers that his carefully maintained Armani has taken the worst of the mess. Bai Mao loses control. Shouting that Xiao dared to spray filth on his Armani, he grabs the exhausted Dragon King by the hair. Then, with furious dedication, he rubs Xiao's face against the fouled patch until the one surrogate security guard is thoroughly smeared. The officers should intervene, but the spectacle leaves everyone momentarily stunned. Han recovers first. She urgently orders the vehicle stopped, and the new transport lurches to a halt while Bai Mao continues raging over the remains of his suit. Two brigade officers finally seize Bai Mao by the back of his collar and drag him away. Still swearing, he throws one last kick toward Xiao, but the officers hold him out of range. Xiao can no longer answer or even lift himself. The Dragon King has been reduced to a foul-smelling, yellow-smeared wreck, too exhausted to resist even Bai Mao. His pride cannot survive the public humiliation. Xiao's eyes roll back, and he faints in the middle of the ruined police transport. Huang privately marvels at the absurd aftermath. Xiao has disgraced himself. The brigade's first-day vehicle is filthy, and Han becoming part of this man's harem now seems impossible. Unfortunately for Huang, Han hears every mocking thought, and each one gives her anger a new target. From Han's perspective, Huang caused every part of this disaster and then dared to joke about her future. Her restraint breaks. She lunges, grabs the cowering scoundrel, and tries to slam him down and grind him against the floor of the very vehicle he helped ruin. Huang never intends to strike back. His new super divine rank fighting style simply answers for him. The moment Han catches his arm, his body turns through a flawless reverse grapple. Before either of them understands what happened, the feared police captain is pinned beneath her suspect. Only after the reversal does Huang realize how the cramped space and his constrained hands have positioned them. His arms tighten near Han's neck, their bodies are far too close, and the entire compartment can see. Han goes rigid, her face turns scarlet, and she cries, "You pervert! Let go of me." Filthy transport falls silent around the accidental pin. Scarlet-faced beneath Huang, Han repeats, "Let go." This time her voice is barely audible, nothing like the violent captain everyone knows. Even she is distracted by one question, since when did Huang become strong enough to reverse her grapple? Brigade officers rub their eyes. Their excessive force captain has apparently lost all authority beneath a notorious playboy. Bai Mao alone looks delighted. To him, this is not an accident at all. Young Master Huang has somehow conquered the violent little captain, and his henchmen can barely contain his admiration. Cold sweat beads across Huang's forehead. Han's girlish embarrassment only convinces him that a larger attack is coming. He scrambles up and carefully helps her rise, but the cramped movement produces one more mortifying touch. Han cries out. Her retaliation crashes into his chest, and Huang's world goes dark. Huang awakens in a hospital bed aching from head to toe. Metal restraints are within reach, and beside him a familiar figure rests with her head lowered. He cannot see her face, but after years of being bullied and beaten by the same person, he recognizes Han Yuya from her back alone. Huang silently curses the childhood tyrant who nearly shattered him. His resentment swells into an indecent fantasy about pinning Han down in revenge. She is not asleep. She hears every word, remembers his earlier touch, and burns with outrage at the proof that this shameless man has designs on her. And Huang remembers the future he knows. However brutal Han has been, she is supposed to save him from Xiao Zhan at least once. That debt settles the matter. Even if Xiao breaks his legs, Huang will not let the so-called hero touch Han or claim her as another member of his harem. Han's anger falters. She should be disgusted, yet she is not. Hearing Huang accept danger to protect her leaves an unexpected warmth in her chest. More importantly, his thoughts describe events that have not happened. Still pretending to sleep, Han begins assembling the impossible answer. Huang Yu may be able to foresee the future. The interruption brings Huang's attending doctor into view, Mo Linglong. She is not merely another future member of Xiao Zhan's harem. She is Huang's ex-girlfriend. Recognition hits him harder than Han's punch, because this relationship is one of the original villain's most dangerous loose ends. The absurdity is unbearable. Huang and Mo only held hands a few times, they never even kissed, yet being her ex-boyfriend was enough to mark the original owner for death once Xiao Zhan entered her story. Huang can only rage inwardly. Wherever he turns, another thread leads to that crooked-mouthed hero, and another reason he must die. The hospital ward remains exactly as tense as Huang left it. Han Yuyao merely pretends to have awakened, then steps aside in her fitted police uniform. Huang is still injured, handcuffed beside the bed, and his attending doctor, his ex-girlfriend Mo Linglong, is now close enough to treat him. Without warmth or hesitation, Mo tells Huang to lift his shirt. The injury is centered on his chest where Han struck him, so there is no medical reason to delay. Mo puts on gloves, takes up the ointment, and bends over the bed with practiced control. Medicine touches Huang's skin with a cool sting and the faint bitterness of Chinese herbs. Beneath that scent is Mo's own subtle fragrance. Her slender hand moves gently over his chest, and at this distance, her beautiful eyes seem to inspect every inch of the injury. Huang has known beautiful women, but Mo still leaves him speechless. She loses nothing even beside Liu Ruyan. He cannot understand how the original Huang Yu discarded this perfect ex-girlfriend, then wasted 3 years chasing Liu. As for comparing Han, he values survival too much to think recklessly in her direction. And Huang remembers the version of Mo described in the novel. Her distance is only the surface. Beneath it, she is reserved, intense, and more passionate than anyone would expect. That contradiction made her one of the most formidable women destined for Xiao Zhan's orbit. In the original plot, an enemy drugs Mo with a low-grade aphrodisiac. Xiao Zhan reaches her in that vulnerable state and presents physical dual cultivation as the noble path to saving her. The rescue earns her gratitude, and that gratitude eventually draws her into his harem. Huang's outrage sharpens because the excuse is medically absurd. By his recollection, that weak poison has at least 800, perhaps 1,000, other cures. Xiao Zhan is not choosing dual cultivation because no alternative exists. He is choosing it because the destiny-protected Dragon King wants Mo. Huang never notices what happens next. Mo's gloved hand pauses for the smallest fraction of a second, and a strange light passes through her eyes. Then she resumes applying the medicine as though nothing happened, hiding the reaction so cleanly that Huang remains certain his thoughts belong to him alone. And does notice. Already accustomed to hearing Huang's inner voice, she studies Mo with open curiosity. Each impossible detail strengthens the same conclusion. Something mysterious happened during Huang's years abroad. He knows far too much about people and events that have not occurred, and he is hiding a tremendous secret. Huang catches Han staring and guiltily looks away. His gaze lands on Mo again, which only makes matters worse. Her beautiful face, striking figure, and long legs leave him cursing the original owner anew. How could anyone reject her for Liu Ruyan and surrender her future to Xiao Zhan? Mo's face turns colder the moment Huang looks at her. Beneath that frost lies a furious answer he never hears. Now he regrets it. Why not sooner? She gives away nothing else, but the old wound is obvious in the sudden drop of temperature as she finishes applying the medicine. And Huang sees Mo preparing to leave, and Han waiting behind her with clenched teeth. Survival becomes more important than dignity. He catches Mo by the slender arm, lets his voice go weak, and asks whether he is dying. His whole body hurts, he insists, as if he might expire at any moment. Mo calmly agrees that the problem is indeed very serious. Her voice stays cool, but her gaze carries an emotion Huang cannot read. Han immediately joins the performance, sweetly reminding Sister Linglong that even a scoundrel deserves a compassionate doctor's mercy. Huang mistakes their cooperation for rescue. It has not worked. Mo converts Huang's invented crisis into a prescription, and Han offers no escape. The treatment she orders is a number 7 needle. Huang does not yet understand what that means, but the women's unnerving calm makes the name land like a sentence. The real panic will begin when the syringe arrives. At first, the words number 7 needle mean almost nothing to Huang Yu. Then the ward door opens. A nurse returns carrying the prepared syringe and places it in Mo Linglong's hand. One look at the needle, thick as a toothpick, wipes every trace of confidence from his face. Huang recoils. An intramuscular injection should not need something that looks fit for an animal. He immediately announces a miraculous recovery and suggests they forget the whole thing. Mo keeps approaching. His awkward chuckle collapses into a swallow. He turns to Han Yuyao and begs her to process his discharge immediately. Anything, as long as she takes him with her. He repeats that he is completely recovered and tries to rise. Mo plants a hand against him and presses him back down before he can escape. In a voice meant only for him, Mo asks what happened to the man who called her Linglong when they watched the moon and stars. Why is she suddenly Dr. Mo? Is he truly that eager to get away from her? The cold precision in every word leaves Huang shrinking farther back. The original Huang Yu had once been a king among scumbags. Before he devoted himself to Liu Ruyan, he refused to tie himself to one woman and discarded Mo without hesitation. Even when she left school and returned to China, he made no effort to stop her. Now that abandoned first love is his attending physician. Huang surrenders all dignity. He corrects Dr. Mo to Linglong, calls their breakup peaceful youthful impulsiveness, and appeals to medical ethics. A compassionate doctor cannot use her position to settle old scores. The argument is desperate, but it is the only defense his restraints leave him. His fear reaches beyond one injection. In this kind of dragon god of war melodrama, a heroine's former boyfriend cannot remain alive while Xiao Zhan builds his harem. The readers must be reassured. The romantic flaw must be erased. Simply being Mo's ex is another death flag stamped onto Huang's role. Mo appears indifferent to every word, though a tiny smile hides deep in her eyes. Then she looks toward Han, Huang's childhood sweetheart, with a flicker of displeasure. Officer Han has gone too far, she says. These symptoms clearly indicate brain damage, a textbook episode of paranoia and mania. Inside, Huang's panic becomes prophecy. Mo Linglong is not merely cold. She's a madwoman skilled at pretending to be normal. Even Xiao Zhan looks innocent beside the future killer Huang remembers. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, will die miserably by her hand. Facing her now, his certain death buff feels fully stacked. Huang tests the only option left and gets nowhere. His enhanced physique cannot overpower the police station's titanium handcuffs. The bed, the restraints, and Mo's steady approach leave him with no physical answer to the needle. And here's every frantic thought. She covers her mouth and stares at Mo, shocked first by Huang's forecast of a hidden monster. Then the second revelation lands harder. Mo truly is his ex-girlfriend. The bastard had dated someone behind his childhood sweetheart's back. Surprise curdles into jealousy. Mo calls his terror more delusional nonsense, but his panicked eyes pull her back to the nights she spent alone abroad, crying over the heartless man who abandoned her. Now their positions are reversed. A barely visible smile touches her lips. It is all right, she tells him softly. One shot will cure him. Mo turns to the still-stunned officer and asks her to come hold this scumbag suspect down. For Huang, the worst possible alliance forms at his bedside. The first love he abandoned with the needle, and the jealous childhood sweetheart with legal custody. Restrained and outnumbered, he can only watch them close in. Just as Huang's predicament reaches its breaking point, an angry young woman's voice rings from the ward entrance. The injection pauses. Huang's eyes open at the sound, and for one desperate instant he believes rescue has finally arrived. Huang Yu's eyes fly open. Rescue, finally. But the plea dies in his throat when he sees the girl in the doorway, slightly curly hair, a stylish sweatshirt and short skirt, hands planted angrily on her hips. His supposed savior is his younger sister, Huang Yuhan. To anyone else, Yuhan looks pure, gentle, even a little childish. Huang knows better. Beneath that harmless face is a brilliant academic mind and an attachment to her brother that has never fit comfortably inside the word sibling. In the book Huang remembers, his murder is what breaks her. Yuhan turns ruthless, plots with terrifying precision, and becomes the story's foremost female villain. Again and again, she drives Xiao Zhan to the brink. Without the protagonist's protection, she might have ended the entire plot herself. Back in the ward, Yuhan's arrival has broken the immediate threat of the injection. Mo Linglong leaves without a trace of remorse. To Yuhan, that retreat is no apology at all. It is proof that this wicked woman has mistreated her brother. Yuhan yanks the ward door open and shouts after Mo she will burn this lousy hospital down and take her brother away herself. The threat sounds wildly disproportionate, until Han Yuyao steps into her path as though she knows Yuhan means every word. Han's headache has history behind it. In middle school, a teacher gave Huang a minor punishment. That same night, Yuhan burned down the school for revenge. Only the Huang family's influence kept her out of juvenile detention, so no, this is not an idle threat. This hospital belongs to the Mo family, one of Tianhai's 4 great families. If Yuhan touches it, the Huang and Mo families could become permanent enemies. Han orders her to stop. Huang is still a criminal suspect, and reckless violence will harm both brother and sister. Han's rank and threats cannot move Yuhan. Huang's intervention can. The fire in Yuhan's posture vanishes, and she returns to his bedside as an obedient younger sister, leaving Han to confront the unsettling truth. All that violence answers to one person. Up close, Yuhan's anger collapses into worry. She asks whether his wound is all right. Huang tells her he is fine, and the simplicity of her concern lifts his mood. In this room of dangerous heroines and legal restraints, she feels like the only person wholly on his side. Huang remembers that even after learning they shared no blood, the original Yuhan still devoted herself to avenging him at any cost. They may not be biological siblings, but her loyalty runs deeper than blood. This time, he vows to protect her and let her live happily instead of becoming a monster for his sake. Yuhan's eyes widen. She asks what he just said. Huang looks genuinely confused and insists he said nothing. His mouth never even moved. That leaves one impossible answer. The voice she heard was not spoken at all. She has heard her brother's thoughts. The impossible voice matters less than what it revealed. She and Huang are not related by blood. For years, the title of sister has made her feelings seem hopeless and forbidden. Now that weight breaks apart, a future with him is no longer impossible. Yuhan nearly cries, but forces the emotion down before Huang can notice. Footsteps approach, and Han's voice gently assures her that her brother will recover soon. Yuhan turns toward the childhood friend in uniform. After what she has learned, that familiar woman no longer looks merely like an old family friend. Yuhan keeps her discovery hidden, but the look she gives Han is no longer friendly. Han feels the difference at once. Their families are old friends, and she has known both siblings since childhood, yet the sweet, well-behaved girl before her suddenly feels like a stranger. Huang, trapped in bed and outside the angle of that stare, notices nothing and responds with authority. Huang is still a suspect, so he had better cooperate and forget about escaping. Then she turns the warning on Yuhan. If the girl tries to burn the hospital, Han will stop her without mercy. Arson will not rescue Huang. It will only destroy both their lives. After seeing that unfamiliar gaze, Han no longer dismisses the threat as empty bluster. Inside, Yuhan is already wondering how to drive this curvaceous policewoman away from her brother. Outside, she offers a sweet smile, 2 dimples appearing in her cheeks, and promises she will not be so impulsive. The performance is nearly perfect. Nearly. Han watches her with open skepticism, unable to reconcile that adorable face with the menace she sensed a moment ago. A shared childhood makes the moment even stranger. When Yuhan was very young, she once used the title sister-in-law without understanding what it meant. She only thought it sounded impressive if Han could make her brother listen. Once she learned the implication, she never said it again. That embarrassing innocence belongs to the past. The rivalry behind today's smile is entirely real. And finally leaves the ward. The instant the door closes, Yuhan turns back toward the bed and the sweetness drains from her gaze. She lists everything that feels wrong. Huang used to fight Han whenever they met. He hated her enough to go abroad and avoid her. Yet today he submitted to arrest, never resisted, and never called the Huang family for help. Her resentment sharpens into one direct question. Does he have feelings for Han? Of course not, Huang answers without hesitation. But his private reason is not flattering to his own courage. Han is one of the story's leading women, while Xiao Zhan remains its chosen one despite today's humiliating defeat. A villain who touches the hero's destined heroine invites disaster. Worse, Huang cannot know whether Dragon King Palace already has eyes on him. So his safest rule is simple: avoid women like Han as if they carry the plague. His thoughts betray a second truth. Aside from her explosive temper, Han is exceptional. Their childhood clashes left bruising memories, but no genuine hatred, and there were sweeter moments too. Huang cannot help imagining how appealing the formidable policewoman might be if she were not marked for Xiao Zhan. He is tempted, even by the idea of her uniform, but survival wins. To him, she is a wonderful possibility that the plot has forbidden him to touch. Yuhan hears every word. One name matters more than Huang's embarrassing fantasies: Xiao Zhan. Yuhan quietly keeps track of nearly everyone and everything around her brother, even the games he plays, yet this man is unfamiliar. Huang's thoughts make 2 facts clear. Xiao Zhan has already dared to act against him, and he is an enemy Huang genuinely fears. Yuhan's jealousy cools into focused hostility. Yuhan looks at Huang's face and remembers the revelation that changed everything. They are not related by blood. The future she once considered impossible now feels close enough to seize. Huang is not merely the brother she protects. He is everything to her, the meaning around which she has built her life. No rival, hero, or hidden organization will be allowed to take that future away. Her answer is immediate and methodical. Once she returns, she will put people to work investigating Xiao Zhan and uncover every part of his background. Then she will wait for another encounter and find a way to kill him. The sweet girl who promised Han she would not be impulsive has kept the letter of that promise. This is not impulse. It is a plan. A ruthless glint flashes through Yuhan's beautiful eyes as she decides what opposing her brother will cost. While Yuhan quietly plans Xiao Zhan's death, the target of that plan lies far outside Tianhai's center, deep beneath an abandoned factory. In the darkness, Xiao relives the train carriage humiliation in his sleep. His face twists until he bolts upright with a roar, swearing that the Dragon King will kill Huang Yu. Awareness brings a second punishment. Xiao does not recognize the room, but he immediately feels the damp filth clinging to him and gags at the stench. His blue security uniform has dried yellow stains stuck against his skin. His hair is wild, and Bai Mao's unidentified yellow smear still marks his mouth. Trembling, Xiao renews his oath of revenge. Clear, cold voice answers that if he cannot endure one small setback, he should return overseas. The lights snap on. Not far away stands Yun Yun, Xiao's master, graceful, untouchable, and ethereal in a long black robe. Her stillness makes his filthy, trembling appearance look even more wretched. Yun Yun is no ordinary rescuer. In the boundaries of a single God of War novel, this mysterious master would stand at the ceiling of combat power. Only the wider, fused world, where even immortal kings and emperors may eventually emerge, keeps her from being absolute. For Xiao, however, she is already someone before whom the Dragon King kneels. Xiao bows his head and apologizes for disappointing his master, yet his eyes betray something far beyond ordinary loyalty. His desire for Yun Yun is the deepest secret he keeps, restrained only by his insufficient strength. Yun Yun feels a trace of pity for her disciple, but the smell reaches her. Disgust flickers across her face, and she eases half a step away. Yun Yun points out the contradiction. At Xiao's cultivation level, his meridians and physical body should already be clear, pure, and nearly flawless. How could he have fallen into such a state? Xiao has no answer. He can only admit that unbearable abdominal pain struck without warning, followed by the catastrophe he can barely describe in front of the woman he worships. Xiao thinks of his greatest hidden support. Silently, he calls for the system. Once, again, nothing answers. It used to respond almost whenever summoned, but since Huang Yu forced that dose into him, it has been completely silent. His cultivated body failed, and now the secret power behind the Dragon King will not even acknowledge him. Io's report leaves Yun Yun with Huang Yu's name, but no satisfying mechanism. A supposed sycophant managed to reduce Dragon King Palace's representative to this state and leave his hidden support silent. Yun Yun does not dismiss the contradiction. Whatever Huang intended, defeating Xiao so easily means he cannot safely be treated as an ordinary rich young master. Yun Yun gives Xiao one curt instruction: wash off the smell. Then she turns and leaves, yet Huang remains in her thoughts. Xiao may not be a good man, but he has real strength and represents Dragon King Palace. Anyone who could scheme against him this easily may threaten the palace itself. Unable to identify what feels wrong, Yun Yun chooses the direct answer. She will meet Huang Yu in person. Meanwhile, Huang Yu is still lying in his hospital bed, replaying Xiao Zhan's rescue from earlier that day. The woman who carried the Dragon King away had looked deeply at Huang before leaving. At the time, it was only a fleeting glance. Now, in the quiet ward, that severe and strangely familiar look refuses to leave his mind. The answer hits Huang all at once. He suddenly sits upright, eyes wide, scarcely willing to trust his own judgment. That woman was not a random rescuer, and her appearance here does not fit the story sequence he remembers. With danger arriving far earlier than it should, Huang can find only one verdict for the situation: chaos, utter chaos. A woman from Huang Yu's memory finally has a name: Yun Yun, the Yunlin fairy. She is the one who rescued Xiao Zhan. Worse, she is a supreme figure who should not have appeared until the story's late stage. So why has she entered the board now? In the original story, Xiao Zhan would remove Huang first. Yuhan would then join Xiao's rival school to avenge her brother and nearly end the hero's entire plot. Yun Yun was the answer to that threat. She would appear without warning and kill Yuhan with a single sword strike. Huang nearly coughs blood from frustration. His sister has not even turned evil, yet the enemy's final boss is already here. It feels as if he played the weakest card and the other side answered with a royal flush. One option remains: prison. This time, once he enters, he will never come out. Ward door slams open before Huang can enjoy that plan. Huang Yuhan bursts inside, back after apparently being sent away. Her wet clothes cling from the trip, and in her arms is a plastic bucket more than half a meter tall. Huang stares at it and asks the obvious question: what is inside? Gasoline? Yuhan gives the answer without hesitation and declares that she will burn down the lousy hospital. Huang's safe refuge instantly becomes the center of an arson threat. Before he can contain his sister, Han Yuyao closes in on the confrontation and furiously blames him for leading Yuhan astray. Han is angry but not fooled. She asks whether Yuhan arranged both the fights near the hospital and the medical disputes inside it. Every disturbance had the same purpose: lure the officers away and open a path back to Huang. Yuhan answers with silence, which tells Han enough. Huang finally grasps how thoroughly his sister planned this. Inside his head, Huang cannot resist judging the match. Han, for all her strength, has been outplayed by a little girl. Yuhan is frighteningly capable. In the original plot, she nearly destroyed the main villain alone. Both women hear him. Yuhan's eyes brighten with smug contempt, while Han's hard-won calm gives way to fresh anger. Han swallows her anger and warns Yuhan not to destroy her own future. Her offer is simple: put down the gasoline, behave, and Han will pretend this never happened. She speaks slowly, trying not to provoke either sibling. It is a generous exit from the crisis, but Yuhan hears only an attempt to send her away from Huang. Yuhan refuses. A lighter appears in her hand, turning every claim about the bucket into an immediate threat. Huang is bewildered, then terrified by how quickly the argument has escalated. He pleads with her not to act impulsively and promises that he will be fine. Yuhan steps back and says she needs one answer first. Huang agrees immediately. With 3 lives potentially at risk, refusal is impossible. Han stays rigid beside the bed, eyes fixed on Yuhan and waiting for the smallest chance to snatch the lighter. For one suspended moment, the room becomes utterly still. Whatever Yuhan asks next now carries the weight of the entire standoff. Yuhan finally asks, between her and Han Yuya, whom would Huang choose? The terrifying hostage negotiation reveals itself as a demand for emotional priority. Huang can only stare. Of every question he imagined, this was not one of them. His answer catches in his throat, and the chapter ends on one stunned sound. The impossible question still hangs over Huang Yu's hospital bed. Wet-haired Yuhan keeps the supposed gasoline and lighter in play, while uniformed Han watches for an opening. Huang asks whether he can simply choose neither. Both women reject that escape at once, then turn matching, expectant stares on him. Unable to challenge his volatile sister safely, Huang appeals to the police captain's reason. Han has disliked him for years, he argues, so why join Yuhan's recklessness now? Then he pushes further. Were all those childhood fights and beatings merely her way of hiding a crush and demanding his attention? And spits out that he is shameless and insists no idiot would like him. Her body betrays the denial, color rises into her cheeks, panic flickers through her eyes, and her words stumble. Huang notices only the rejection. To him, that settles the issue and should remove Han from the choice. But Han does not withdraw. Pushed into a corner, she redirects her embarrassment at Yuhan and claims the authority of a sister-in-law. Her police voice returns in full force. Yuhan is to put the gasoline down immediately and stop before she makes another mistake. Yuhan stamps her foot and turns from Han's provocative stare to Huang with an aggrieved expression. She accuses the officer of harboring ulterior motives toward him, then restores the only question that matters to her. Brother or not, Huang must say plainly whether he wants Yuhan or Han. Huang tries one last distinction. Yuhan is his own sister, so the two women cannot be compared. Yuhan's dripping bangs frame a suddenly serious stare. What if she is not? Would he choose her then? Huang freezes. His mind blurts out the secret he never intended Han to learn: they are not related by blood. And had always accepted the Huang family's public claim that the pair were siblings. Now she realizes nothing actually prevents them from becoming a couple. Shock gives way to a strange, immediate sense of crisis. Meanwhile, Huang's gaze travels between both women as he finally considers the question on its real terms. Huang's thoughts are brutally candid. Han is violent but undeniably attractive. Yuhan may be even more dangerous than Mo Linglong, yet her devotion belongs entirely to him. She would truly risk her life for him. Once he admits that, his hesitation looks absurd. Huang gives Yuhan the answer she wanted and chooses her. Yuhan receives Huang's choice as confirmation that she holds first place. Her victory does not entirely exclude Han. Instead, she magnanimously assigns the police captain a humiliating position beneath her. Han may enter the household only as a concubine, and even that requires Yuhan's consent. Han's remaining composure nearly detonates. Before Han can explode, Huang signals for restraint. He has survived the choice and has no desire to provoke the furious officer further. Instead, he turns the outcome into leverage. Since Yuhan got her answer, she should put the gasoline down now. Ending the threat matters more than debating her outrageous terms. Yuhan only chuckles. She shakes the container a couple of times and assures them she was never foolish enough to carry out the disaster she threatened. There is some gasoline inside, but only a little. Most of the liquid is water. The terrifying hostage tactic ends with the reveal that it was a calculated bluff. Yuhan answers Huang's request with a sweet smile and lets the oversized container hit the floor with a thud. The wild menace vanishes as quickly as it appeared. She skips to his bedside, eyes bright, and declares that she knew her beloved brother would choose her. To Huang, she looks less like the book's terrifying female villain than an ordinary girl hopelessly in love. Still, she is soaked. He tells her to change before she catches cold and hands over his coat. Wrapped in her brother's warmth, Yuhan finally leaves satisfied. By the time the ward settles, darkness fills the window. Han Yuya is still planted in her chair. Huang asks whether she plans to become his concubine. She spits back that she is only guarding against his escape. He permits her to stay, provided she neither snores, grinds her teeth, nor farts. Huang turns back to the murder charge. As a minor villain, a few months in jail should not derail the story. Once Xiao Zhan leaves Tianhai and the true murderer is caught, the case can be reopened. He can survive, preserve the plot, and return to his comfortable life. Perfect. And had waited for a clue to the serial murders. Instead, she hears that Huang knows a real culprit, plans to use her silence, and would rather go to jail than explain. The coward's smug sacrifice makes her want to drag him from bed and beat him. She restrains herself and chooses a subtler objective: make him talk. Before Han can shape her approach, Huang blurts that he nearly forgot something. The bed creaks as he abruptly sits up and demands his phone. It is a matter of life and death. Han pretends she has only just awakened, complains about his tone, and hands it over while wondering what could rival the murder case. Huang ignores her complaint and dials at once. Han leans close enough to read the screen. The contact is saved as Xiao Haizi. Recognition turns her curiosity into fury. The life-or-death call is for her brother, Han Kun. She clamps a hand around Huang's wrist before the call can connect. Nickname carries years of shared disgrace. Once, Han Kun offered Huang a surprise and persuaded him to skip class. The destination was a bathhouse, where their demand for a prostate massage earned 3 days in detention. Only afterward did they learn that the business belonged to Han Kun's own family. Han Kun later claimed it was his first visit too. He needed courage, and he expected a free meal. Huang returned home to a family scolding and another beating from Han Yu. Even so, Han Kun kept introducing him to girls and Han kept ruining the attempts. Their exploits made them Tianhai's ridiculous crouching dragon and phoenix chick. For all their absurdity, Huang and Han Kun did share one firm boundary. Neither forced anyone into anything. If money tempted someone into agreeing, they considered that person's own choice. The distinction does not make them respectable, but it matters now, because Huang knows Han Kun is walking willingly into a trap he does not recognize. The call will not go through. Huang frowns, cancels it, and returns the phone to Han. Then he gives her the only actionable warning he can: take her people to Tianhai's biggest club and find Han Kun immediately. If she is too slow, her brother may lose his kidneys, and the Han family its only male line. The threat to Han Kun wipes every trace of feigned sleep from Han Yuyao's face. She sits upright and demands to know what happened. Her useless little brother may waste his life, but he has bodyguards, and even he normally stops short of anything truly outrageous. Suspicion still flickers through Han's mind. This could be another scheme. Yet Huang's overheard thoughts have already shown her that he knows events before they happen. With her brother's safety at stake, she cannot afford to treat his warning as a bluff. Huang has no time for a full explanation. He only just remembered this part of the original plot, and the danger is already imminent. Forcing the details into focus, he gives Han the one lead that matters: Dahao Clubhouse, room 2318. Huang grabs Han's hand and tells her to go now. The force in his voice finally makes her nervous. Whatever questions she has can wait. This is her younger brother, and if Huang is right, every moment spent arguing gives the trap time to close. At the door, Han orders a colleague to keep watch over Huang. Even in a rush, she remembers that he is still her suspect. She throws him one final warning not to try anything funny or even think about escaping, then slams the door and disappears down the corridor. Within moments, Han assembles part of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Police cars surge toward Dahao Clubhouse, the largest establishment of its kind in Tianhai. Huang can do nothing but watch her leave, relieved that she believed him and still afraid they will arrive too late. At Dahao's crowded entrance, another engine announces itself first. A top-of-the-line limited edition Bugatti rolls up and captures every eye. The model was revealed only last month, and perhaps only a handful exist. The spectators wonder what kind of power could put one here so quickly. And Han Kun jumps out. He strikes his ridiculous crow-flying in an airplane pose, greets everyone, and sends the crowd his signature heart-shaped kiss. There all collapses. Of all the people who could own this machine, it belongs to the man Tianhai mocks as the worst of its 4 young masters. Ridicule has a history. Han Kun and his elder sister, Han Yu, are the only son and daughter of an ancient martial family. Han became a formidable police captain. Her brother refused the training, never learned cold jade palm, and spent his time on singing, dancing, and rapping instead. That rejection would be scandal enough under Han family rules. Worse, Han Kun spends his days following Huang Yu into one notorious mess after another. Their reputation makes him easy to dismiss as a fool. Tonight, that same carelessness leaves him smiling at danger he cannot see. Glamorous woman with an eerie, revealing presentation slips into Han Kun's arms. He looks at her with open adoration. After tossing his keys to an underling, he arrogantly heads into Dahao with her, straight toward the room Huang named. Moments later, several police cars sweep into the entrance. Han Yu storms out at the head of more than 20 personnel, cuts through the startled crowd, and reaches Dahao's doors. She raises her credentials. There is no request in her voice: police inspection. At Dahao's entrance, Han Yu's urgent advance finally meets resistance. The doorman hesitates despite the police gathered behind her. Tianhai's largest clubhouse has connections strong enough to brush aside ordinary inspections, but Han is no ordinary officer, and he recognizes the eldest daughter of the Han family on sight. Before the confrontation erupts, a seductive voice floats from inside. Zhu Jingsu walks out with measured grace, tall, curvaceous, dressed in an exquisite cheongsam, her red lips and smiling peach blossom eyes commanding every gaze. The doorman immediately steps aside and addresses her with respect: General Manager Zhu. Zhu calls her the Han family's little sister, reducing the raid to a social visit. Han answers with a scoff and uses her name like a warning. Does Zhu Jingsu think she can stop her too? The smiling welcome freezes into a public contest, and the watching crowd senses that Dahao may not escape unscathed. Zhu flicks her folding fan and forces a light laugh, though anger glints behind her smile. She suggests there must be a misunderstanding. Dahao, she insists, operates legally and pays Tianhai tens of millions in taxes every year. Then she approaches softly and reaches for Han's hand, trying to turn enforcement into a private reconciliation. And flings Zhu's hand aside. Who is her sister? Her brother Han Kun and Huang Yu have already been corrupted by this place, she says, and that score remains unpaid. She orders Zhu out of the way. The rebuff makes clear that Dahao's size only deepens Han's suspicion. She simply has not secured its evidence yet. Zhu's lips twitch. Behind the gracious facade, she thinks Han has the accusation backward. With Han Kun and Huang Yu's behavior, they are lucky not to ruin her business. Still, their family backgrounds make open refusal dangerous. Feigning difficulty, Zhuo gives a covert signal for someone to summon her family before Han's raid cripples the club's business, and has no intention of waiting for Dahao's political machinery to move. She cuts through the stalled exchange with one order. They are going in. Her officers follow as she pushes the inspection past the entrance and into the clubhouse, carrying the search toward the private room where her younger brother is supposed to be. Inside the private room, Han Kun remains absorbed in showing off his dance skills. The alluring woman beside him watches without sharing his enthusiasm. Beneath her glamorous presentation, disdain and coldness linger in her eyes. To her, everything is still proceeding according to plan, and Han Kun has no idea that either danger or his sister is approaching. Bang, the private room door is kicked open so violently that Han Kun jolts out of his performance. His first reaction is outrage, not fear. He wheels around and curses the blind fool who dared destroy his door, already preparing to teach the intruder a lesson, until a familiar, somber face resolves in the doorway. The instant Han Kun recognizes his older sister, his fury disappears. He stammers her title twice, gives an awkward dry laugh, and retreats 2 steps as sweat beads across his forehead. Faced with Han Yuyao's gloomy stare, the would-be tough man offers the weakest defense imaginable. No, he was insulting someone else. Han Kun's weak denial does nothing to soften his sister. Cold sweat runs down his forehead as he asks why she came, then insists he was only relaxing. He has feared Han Yuyao since childhood. Though a head taller, he shrinks back like a mouse before a cat. Even Han Kun's friends understand the danger. Under the officer's watch, the music dies and nobody volunteers to help him. Han Kun knows his sister has the martial skill and police authority to lock him away for 10 miserable days if he pushes her too far. And Yuyao had rushed here afraid something had happened to her younger brother. Instead, she finds the Han heir perfectly safe, wasting his time and presenting himself absurdly yet again. Relief flashes through her, then hardens into anger as she steps straight toward him. And Yuyao seizes a fistful of Han Kun's fluffy white hair. His scalp feels as though it is being torn off. He instantly yelps that it hurts and apologizes, but with all his friends watching, complete surrender would destroy what remains of his image. For the sake of his future with women, Han Kun forces himself upright and declares, "I'm a rapper." Han Yuyao answers with a slap. Challenged to say it again, he repeats the claim, and another slap nearly knocks him down, leaving matching red prints across his face. And Kun backs away and tries to explain that he only dyed his hair, but Han Yuyao cuts him off with another slap. Now genuinely annoyed, he proclaims that a rapper is forged through trials, throws out a defiant, "Yo, check it out," and attempts freestyle. And Yuyao finally snaps. She grabs his hair again and produces clippers as if from nowhere. Buzzing blades run from his forehead toward the back of his head, carving a hideous path through the fluffy white hair. Released at last, Han Kun panics and renounces rapping for life. With Han Kun dealt with, Han Yuyao leaves him clutching his ruined hair and approaches the strange woman beside him. Her tone loses its sibling exasperation and becomes the voice of an investigator. She fixes Lily with a hard stare and demands a simple answer. "Who are you?" Even after everything, Han Kun cannot watch his girlfriend face trouble alone. He quietly urges Lily to beg for mercy. A strange glint crosses her eyes. She seems genuinely caught off guard that a young master from the prestigious Han family can live in such humiliating fear of his sister. And Yuyao decides that Lily is coming back for interrogation. She's just preparing to make the arrest when the private room door opens again. A mocking male voice drifts in from the threshold, stopping the moment cold. "Commander Han, what a magnificent sight." Still inside Han Kun's private room at Dahao, Han Yuyao lets Lily's arrest hang unfinished. She knows the mocking voice behind her. Disgust flashes across her face as she turns and asks how young Master Zhu escaped prison so quickly after intentionally injuring someone. The Zhu family's connections must be impressive. Zhu looks more like a cultivated scholar than a nightclub power broker. He is handsome, refined, and smiling gently behind gold-rimmed glasses. Then the light catches his eyes. Their contempt is cold and poisonous, turning the elegant gentleman into exactly what Han Yuyao sees, a refined scoundrel. His public reputation may be the opposite of Han Kun's and Huang Yu's, but Han Yuyao knows better than to trust appearances. The Zhu family rose out of Tianhai's underground and became its dragon head family. It later moved into legitimate business, yet its methods never acquired a bottom line. Their eyes meet without either side hiding its aggression. Zhu slowly looks Han Yuyao up and down as though her police uniform were transparent. He does not touch her. He merely adjusts his glasses and thanks Commander Han for arranging several months of further training in prison. And Zhu plays the victim. He says he was wronged and asks whether Commander Han has become too domineering. Perhaps, he suggests, this is simply how the Han family suppresses rival families. The accusation is chosen carefully, respectable language delivered where police officers and witnesses can hear it. And Yu tells him to stop spouting nonsense. His crime is an undeniable fact. If he truly refuses to admit guilt, he is welcome to accompany her back to the police station. Her cold smile makes the promise unmistakable. Next time, a few months behind bars will seem merciful. Yu answers with theatrical helplessness. He calls her Yu Yao, blames everything on a deep misunderstanding, and claims he will work to repair their relationship. He is not Huang Yu's follower, he says. Then he smiles and adds the real provocation. In a few months, perhaps he and Han Yuya will be family. And Kun may hate how often his sister ruins his plans, but that quarrel belongs to the two of them. No outsider gets to bully Han Yuya. He marches straight up to Zhu Yi, calls him incapable of learning a lesson, and begins poking one finger against the young master's forehead. And Kun digs into the wound that Zhu Yi cannot hide. Last time, Huang Yu forced him to kneel in public, call Han Kun dad, and bark like a dog. Did he not get enough humiliation then? Each poke strips away another layer of refinement until killing intent flashes through Zhu Yi's eyes. And Yu Yao ends the escalation before either man can act. She forces Han Kun back despite his resentful stare, then gives Zhu Yi the same cold warning. Her petite, unexpectedly cute appearance vanishes beneath the pressure of an ancient martial aura. Zhu Yi begins to tremble. Sweat gathers on his forehead, and he no longer dares to move. And Yu Yao does not waste another blow on Zhu Yi. She turns and walks toward the strange woman Han Kun brought with him. Lily looks pitiful, almost ready to cry, but Han Yu Yao's gaze only grows fiercer. Her patience is gone, and she genuinely wants to hit someone today. She will count to 3. Who sent Lily? And Yu Yao closes the last 2 meters. Lily crumples backward, tears gathering as she calls Han Kun's name and silently begs him to protect her. Han Kun knows exactly how angry his sister is, but his feelings win. He nervously asks whether this could all be a misunderstanding. And Kun barely gets the word sister out before Han Yu Yao orders him to shut up. Her glare carries more disappointment than surprise. He wastes every day fooling around, she says, and is so gullible he would not notice someone selling him out. Han Kun immediately shrinks beneath the familiar authority of her bloodline. And Yu Yao stops only 2 meters from Lily. Her aura surges. Air rolls through the room, lifting her hair as the temperature plunges toward freezing. When she raises one hand, its delicate skin pales into the color of frozen white jade. Han Kun's face changes. He recognizes the Han family's inherited cold jade palm. And Kun abandoned martial training, but he knows enough to understand the danger. Forgetting that his warning will enrage Han Yu Yao, he shouts for Lily to run. That is the opening Lily needs. Her helpless pose disappears, and she launches toward the French windows and out into the night from the 28th floor. For an instant, everyone expects a fatal fall. Instead, Lily catches the wind and glides toward a luxury car below. She lands squarely on its roof. Metal collapses beneath the force, leaving a deep crater, yet she remains upright. Zhu Yi and every other witness in the room can only stare. Lily does not pause to explain. She bounds away in several enormous leaps, each one carrying her farther through the darkness until she disappears. The room remains silent. A person has just treated a 28th floor drop like level ground, and no one there can reconcile the sight with anything humanly possible. And Kun breaks first. Pale and dry-heaving, he finally understands that he was deliberately set up. This was the first time the notorious womanizer had taken a romance seriously, and now the deception has humiliated both him and his title as one of Tianhai's 4 young masters. He charges the window, roaring that he will kill Lily. Sharp slap cuts off Han Kun's next threat and sends him flying back into the private room. Han Yu Yao has no patience for a brother who fools around constantly, falls into an obvious trap, and then talks about killing someone the moment his pride is hurt. To her, that reflex makes him no better than a street gangster. And Yu Yao is finished with the entire group. She catches Han Kun by the ear and starts toward the exit while he begs his sister to be gentle. The police officers follow. Only when their captain turns away do Han Kun's shaken underlings finally relax after spending the confrontation on tenterhooks. Departure is almost complete when Zhu Yi's voice comes from behind them. He calls Han Yu Yao, Officer Han, and asks whether she is truly leaving in such a hurry. Han Yu Yao stops with her brother still in hand. The private room crisis may be over, but the Hao's young master clearly has no intention of letting her walk away. And Yu Yao has barely started leading her brother away when Zhu Yi challenges her from behind. Does she truly believe she can enter the Hao clubhouse and leave whenever she pleases? Confident in his position as the Zhu family's favored heir, he shows no fear of a criminal investigation captain. And Yu Yao releases Han Kun and asks what young Master Zhu expects her to do. Zhu Yi calmly wipes his gold-rimmed glasses, replaces them, and suggests dinner with him. His greedy stare makes the real price of leaving unmistakable, and Han Kun sees exactly where that stare is aimed. Already furious from the day's humiliations, Han Kun snatches up the basketball and hurls it. Zhu Yi is still staring at Han Yuya when it smashes into him. He staggers backward and falls, his glasses break, and a shard opens a superficial cut across his forehead. And Kun reminds Zhu Yi of the time he knelt before Yuji and called him father, then warns him never to target his sister. Zhu rises with blood on his forehead. He swallows his anger and retaliates with words, sneering that the Han family behaves like the Huang family's dogs. And Zhu Yi changes roles. Clutching his head, he claims dizziness and demands a reasonable explanation for being beaten. The act is transparent. The faint smile never leaves his mouth, but his threat is serious. If Officer Han Bull is an ordinary citizen, he will sue and take the story to the press. Zhu Yi claps twice. On cue, reporters carrying cameras and microphones pour into the private room. Flashes erupt before Han Yuya can reposition her officers. This was never an improvised threat. Zhu arranged an audience in advance, and every lens arrives pointed at the police captain and her brother. Questions strike from every direction. Did Han Yuya enable Han Kun's riot? Is the Han family using a surprise inspection to suppress the Zhu family? What punishment will Han Kun receive? The reporters crowd closer until the police cannot leave, while Zhu's bloody forehead supplies the image their accusations need. And Kun finally understands what Zhu was waiting for, and rage wins again. Declaring that jail means nothing to him, he slips free of two distracted officers and lunges to finish the fight. He gets only one step. Han Yuya catches him with a decisive grappling move, pins him down, and locks handcuffs around his wrists. And Yuya has stopped her brother, but that only completes Zhu's picture of events. With so many witnesses present, the criminal investigation captain cannot strike a famous entrepreneur in public. One blow from her would become the night's biggest headline. For the first time in the room, strength and authority offer her no clean move. Just as Han Yuya runs out of options, motion flashes beyond the shattered glass. A blue-clad figure dressed like a security guard leaps in through the broken floor-to-ceiling window on the 28th floor. He lands wearing a crooked smile, as if entering from open sky were the most ordinary thing in the world. Newcomer does not explain himself. With a furious curse, the blue shadow crosses the room and drives a punch into Zhu Yi. Zhu has no time to react. The blow launches him 5 or 6 meters into the gathered reporters. As bodies and cameras scatter, Han Yuya studies the crooked smile in cold surprise. Is this Xiao Zhan's dead crooked mouth? As the blue-clad attacker closes on the fallen Zhu Yi, Han Yuya's surprise sharpens into recognition. The crooked mouth and unfamiliar face suggest Xiao Zhan, but the furious cursing belongs to someone she knows far too well. That is not Xiao Zhan. It is Huang Yu. Zhu Yi's bodyguards shout for their young master and surge forward. They never reach Huang Yu in force. In a few brutal exchanges, every guard hits the floor. The reporters retreat with their cameras, suddenly unwilling to draw attention from the stranger who dismantled the entire security detail. Still playing Xiao Zhan, Huang Yu grabs the stunned Zhu Yi by the head. He declares that Zhu dared to touch Xiao Zhan's woman, then delivers the Dragon King's classic warning: whoever touches the dragon's scales will die. With the witnesses listening, every word points blame at Xiao Zhan. Huang Yu's fists descend like a storm. Zhu Yi manages one cry before the barrage leaves him unable to speak. His handsome, refined face swells beneath spreading bruises, and the last lens in his gold-rimmed glasses shatters. The twisted frame soon looks as ruined as its owner. Beating becomes a ridiculous interrogation. In Xiao Zhan's voice, Huang Yu accuses Zhu of peeping at his mother at 3, forcing women to watch him bathe at 4, harassing respectable women, neglecting hygiene, and somehow reaching 30 without getting his wallet cut. Each new charge arrives with another punch. Inside, Huang Yu congratulates himself for once helping an old woman cross the street and fumes that trash like Zhu was ranked beside him among Tianhai's 4 young masters. Han Yuya knows the missing detail. He only helped because the woman had a pretty granddaughter. Her lips twitch, and she finally chuckles. Huang Yu coldly asks whether Zhu admits he was wrong. Zhu can barely form a sound. His mouth feels as though it no longer exists. Huang Yu treats that silence as defiance and drives one more punch into his eye socket. Humiliation and pain finally win. Zhu's eyes roll back and he faints. With Zhu unconscious and the room too stunned to stop him, the blue-clad imposter makes his escape through the broken 28th floor window. His figure vanishes into the darkness, and impossibly, he emerges unharmed. This is now the second person in one night to survive such a fall. And Kun is the first to recover. The stranger's face was unfamiliar, but the posture and mannerisms were not. If tonight's killer could disguise himself, then Huang Yu could do the same. Excitement breaks through his uncertainty. He murmurs, "Yuji?" then blurts that Yuji is incredibly handsome. And Yuya mutters, "Handsome my foot." Yet the insult cannot flatten the slight curve of her mouth. Huang Yu appeared at the exact moment she needed help, crushed Zhu's trap, and disappeared without demanding thanks. However shameless he is, the rescue leaves warmth in her eyes. Han Yuya remembers. Huang Yu is supposed to be under guard at the hospital. Her expression hardens. She lightly kicks the still handcuffed Han Kun and orders him home to accept the old man's punishment and to stop following that bastard. Then she commands the detectives back to the hospital and storms out, furious at Huang Yu's brazen escape. The moment Han Yuyo confirms that the crooked-mouthed man was Huang Yu, her warmth turns to alarm. He is supposed to be detained at the hospital. If he escaped to rescue her, what happened to the officers guarding him? With sirens screaming, she drives the Criminal Investigation Brigade back at full speed. And Yuyo strides into the hospital at the head of more than 20 elite officers. Patients and visitors recoil, convinced that some disaster has occurred. She leaves one team member to control the commotion and takes the rest straight toward Huang Yu's ward. Outside the ward, the two posted policemen spring from their chairs and greet their captain. Han Yuyo asks the only question that matters. Has anyone inside gone out? Both guards answer no. Their confusion is genuine, and their answer makes Huang Yu's appearance at Dahao impossible. And Yuyo does not waste time arguing. She kicks the door open with a crash, but there is no wrecked room and no broken window. Huang Yu lies asleep, breathing evenly, dressed exactly as before. His handcuffs are still fastened to the hospital bed. The evidence says he never left. And Yuyo approaches the bed and studies Huang Yu for some flaw in the performance. She cannot explain how he escaped, changed identities, and returned before her. Yet she is certain. The crooked-mouthed man who defeated Xiao Yu was Huang Yu, no matter what this perfect room claims. In a deceptively soft voice, Han Yuyo asks, "You really haven't gone out?" Huang Yu meets her calm gaze and feels an inexplicable stab of unease. Still, he commits to the lie. No," she only answers, "I understand." She knows he is lying and chooses not to expose him. Instead of arresting him again or demanding a confession, Han Yuyo lies down on the family bed beside his. Huang Yu immediately tries to dislodge her. Isn't she going home? What if Han Kun faces danger again? Does she plan to live at the hospital? Han Yuyo ignores every question. Huang Yu finally gives up, yawns, and falls asleep. Soon he is snoring. Han Yuyo's irritation sharpens into hurt. She recognized his lie and still protected it. She raced back because she was truly worried about him. Could he not trust her with even one explanation? Huang Yu in Han Yuyo's memory was merely a playboy who ate, drank, and chased amusement. That man should not possess flawless disguise, survive a descent from the 28th floor, or counter grapples with terrifying precision. As an ancient martial artist, she knows what she witnessed, what happened to him during those years abroad. And Yuyo may not know how Huang Yu performed the impossible, but she knows enough not to leave him alone. So the perfect alibi becomes its own punishment. He remains cuffed to the bed, she remains beside him, and there is now simply no way for him to slip out of the ward again. But the impossible alibi began 2 hours earlier. After Han Yuyo left the guarded hospital ward, Huang Yu lay cuffed to the bed, wondering whether anyone could save Han Kun and both of his kidneys from the danger waiting at the club. At exactly midnight, a familiar synthesized voice sounds inside his mind. The system congratulates its host. Huang Yu has survived his first full day without being killed by any of the chosen ones. In comes exactly the help he needs. One transformation card, one substitute card, and a Grandmaster-level lightness skill. To Huang Yu, it feels like a pillow delivered at the precise moment he was ready to fall. The transformation card lasts 2 hours. It can make him anyone he chooses, not merely copying a face, but breath, voice, expression, and even imagined clothing. It is a complete identity, limited only by time. Substitute card also lasts 2 hours. It creates a perfect double with no consciousness of its own, only enough obedience to perform simple actions and expressions on command. A sleeping prisoner is about as simple as instructions get. Final reward lets him cross cliffs, mud, lakes, and swamps as if they were level ground, swift as wind and leaving no trace. His fighting art never made him bulletproof. This movement skill gives him the wiser option, never offer the armed police a target. Huang Yu knows something Han Yuyo does not. The androgynous companion beside Han Kun is the real serial murderer and a major achievement ancient martial artist besides. Whatever he tells himself, he cannot simply wait in bed and hope Han Yuyo can handle that monster. He leaves a consciousness-free substitute in his place, dressed exactly as he is and capable of little more than sleeping on command. With Huang Yu's cuffed shape preserved in the bed and his own appearance concealed, he slips out without giving the guards an obstacle to notice. The journey gives Huang Yu no trouble. At the club, however, the target room's floor-to-ceiling window has been smashed open. One look at the gaping hole tells him the situation has moved faster than expected. This is bad. Huang Yu takes only a few steps. Using the clubhouse wall itself as a chain of footholds, he races upward with astonishing speed. The new lightness skill turns a sheer vertical ascent into open ground and carries him straight to the broken window. Inside, the immediate obstruction is not the killer, but Xiao Yi, maliciously blocking Han Yuyo's way. Huang Yu remembers him from the original novel, a fiercely loyal future lackey of Xiao Zhan, and part of the Xiao family pressure that once helped destroy the Han family. If Xiao Yi intends to spend the future flattering Xiao Zhan, Huang Yu decides to make that loyalty hurt early. He activates the transformation card, takes Xiao Zhan's face, breath, voice, expression, and clothing, then barges through the broken opening with a crooked smirk. The intervention does more than stop Zhu Ye. The Zhu family begins frantically investigating Xiao Zhan, turning Tianhai support he should have gained into a future collision. Huang Yu's disguise changes the plot exactly as intended, except Han Yuyao still sees through him. Next morning, Huang Yu slowly opens his eyes and finds another pair staring back. Han Yuyao's large, watery eyes are only a centimeter or two from his own, close enough that he can see his reflection and far too watchful for his comfort. Huang Yu still wants prison as a shelter from Xiao Zhan. Han Yuyao already knows that from the thoughts she overheard, and she despises the cowardice of it. For all his hidden strength, he keeps trying to flee responsibility, and she refuses to let him disappear behind bars. And Yuyao forbids Huang Yu from ever taking Han Kun to another club. More importantly, he is not allowed to hide from her. She has decided that someone this strong, reckless, and evasive cannot be managed without her supervision. Huang Yu feels his chances of safely reaching jail vanish. Linglong enters in a white coat, wearing a half-smile instead of yesterday's indifference. Her unreadable look toward Han Yuyao feels like a provocation. Han Yuyao grips Huang Yu's shoulder and declares that they are now boyfriend and girlfriend, and that Mo may no longer bully her man over old grudges. Linglong raises one eyebrow at Han Yuyao's declaration that Huang Yu is her boyfriend. Her answer is cool and cutting. Huang Yu has always been restless, she says. Whether he is at school or lying in a hospital, he never seems to forget how to flirt with another woman. And has already learned through Huang Yu's audible inner voice that he and Mo spent time together abroad. She understands every layer of the insult. Her expression turns cold, and her gaze slides toward the man beside her. In her mind, all these romantic complications are entirely his fault. Huang Yu feels like crying. He never asked this violent childhood sweetheart to become his girlfriend. Worse, he does not actually want either woman. The protest never leaves his mouth, but both Han and Mo hear it anyway. Their tense faces freeze over, and the danger in the ward suddenly doubles. Huang Yu swallows and insists that he said nothing. If the two women want to fight, they should leave him out of it. That only makes matters worse. His childhood sweetheart and his ex-girlfriend both expected him to stand up for their side. Instead, he abandons them both. Inside, Huang Yu complains that his current strength could send both women flying all the way to Siberia with one punch. He could escape if he truly wanted. But they are women, and force is no solution to this mess. For all his power, the cuffed villain remains helpless before a romantic argument. And freezes before trying to pin him down. Not long ago, when she moved to punish him, Huang Yu twisted her arm and subdued her with ease. The memory rearranges years of experience. He had not been incapable of resisting her. He had deliberately allowed her to win. From there, Han's reasoning races ahead. Why would someone so strong endure her beatings since childhood? Why was he always conveniently caught when he went out with other women? Perhaps he wanted her attention. Perhaps every humiliating defeat was simply Huang Yu making sure he never hurt her. The more Han thinks, the more certain she becomes. This scumbag never lacked courage. He has simply gone to absurd lengths to win her without hurting her. Sadness and warmth enter her eyes. Fool, she thinks. You never needed to do all that. At last, Han Yuyao understands her own feelings. There's only one problem. None of Han's beautiful theory is true. Huang Yu never staged those encounters to gain her attention, and he never endured her attacks as a grand confession. If he could hear the feelings hidden behind her softened gaze, he would probably spit blood on the spot. Newly certain of herself, Han turns back to her rival. She begins gently but directly. Sister Linglong, I know you still cannot forget him, but you also, Mo interrupts before the challenge can be completed. Who said that? Her denial arrives too quickly to erase the question. Mo withdraws her gaze from Huang Yu and gathers the loose hair beside her ear. With a cold laugh, she says she forgot this bastard long ago. He merely resembles a scumbag she once loved. From now on, they will go their separate ways. She tells him to take care and turns to leave. Huang Yu stares after her. That farewell sounds painfully familiar. It is almost exactly what he told Liu Ruyan at Liu Corporation yesterday. Mo Linglong even speaks like him now. The symmetry leaves him speechless, and with the unfamiliar realization that, for the first time, a woman has dumped him. And sees Huang Yu's frustration and mutters that it serves him right. Yet the apparent victory is not as clean as it looks. Huang fails to notice that, after turning her back on them, Mo Linglong's lips curve into a subtle smile. Her words announce an ending. Her hidden expression suggests something far less settled. Not long after Mo Linglong's ambiguous farewell, Huang Yu is still in the hospital ward with one hand cuffed to the bed. The colleague who has been waiting outside finally enters, gives the restrained young master a sympathetic glance, and hurries to whisper new bureau orders to Han Yuyao. And follows the order carefully rather than rushing. She gives Huang a thorough examination and confirms that nothing is wrong. Only then does she detach him from the bed and escort him, still in custody, into a police car bound for Tianhai Police Station and the questioning that awaits him there. They have barely arrived when a loud voice calls for team leader Han. A policeman runs over with a document and a grave expression. Something bad has happened again. Han frowns. Her criminal investigation team has only one active case, the recent chain of serial murders across Tianhai, and takes the file and reads with furrowed brows. Huang catches enough over her shoulder to understand. The killer has struck again. The Bureau wants Han back in the field immediately, the relevant personnel handed over, and the next investigative step begun before the increasingly brazen murderer can seize more momentum. And orders the rest of the team assembled immediately. Then she looks at Huang. His interrogation will wait. Another officer can lock the bastard up until she returns. She starts away, remembers exactly how restless his thoughts can become, doubles back and quietly warns him that one more stunt will be the death of him. And makes the restriction absolute. Nobody may contact Huang until she comes back. He is stunned. He has not even done anything yet, and a private room leaves him no way to cause the trouble he needs. Han hears every aggrieved complaint in his head and enjoys his defeat before gently telling him to stay put and wait for her. Watching Han walk away, Huang suddenly remembers what this case may contain. He calls, "Yu Yao, wait." She turns with a slight frown. Huang takes a breath and makes a dangerous choice. Even if the warning disrupts the original book's plot, withholding it could send her into an investigation she does not understand. Huang tells Han that Tianhai's murders are unusual. The methods may look identical, but there is a strong chance more than one killer is operating. Then he gives her the most precise warning he can without exposing the truth. During the investigation, be especially careful around beautiful women and children who seem innocent. And nods almost before she realizes it, warmth spreading through her at the thought that this bastard genuinely cares about her. Huang can say no more without exposing the book's secrets. Unfortunately, his private concern immediately tangles with another stream of irreverent insults, and Han can hear those too. At last, she leaves for the investigation. Huang breathes easier once Han is finally gone and jokes with his guard that she behaves as though she is on steroids all day. The officer can only agree with a wry smile, but halfway into the station, the escort stops and calls out, "Team Leader Feng." A strangely familiar voice orders him to leave Huang behind. Huang turns. The figure is familiar after all, though the police uniform is new to him. The man looks reasonably decent, but recognition strips away any uncertainty. Huang raises an eyebrow, makes no effort to disguise his hostility, and sneers at the new custodian. What a small world. Huang Yu stands handcuffed inside Tianhai Police Station, facing the familiar officer who has just taken custody of him. A crooked sneer almost reaches his face. Then he catches himself. Xiao Zhan's ridiculous signature expression is apparently contagious, and Huang refuses to learn it. The officer is Xiao Feng, about Huang's age and now deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. He comes from only a fourth-rate Tianhai family, but Huang remembers his grand obsession from their student days. Xiao Feng pursued Han Yuyao with a devotion that looked romantic and never was. The answer begins with the Han family. One of Tianhai's 4 great families, it claims more than 17 centuries of lineage from the military genius Han Xin, with later luminaries such as Han Yu and Han Shizhang. Each succeeding family head inherits a supreme military treasure guarded across generations. According to the novel's legend, Han Xin obtained that treasure after defeating Xiang Yu at Gexia. Even Liu Bang later feared Han Xin and what he possessed. Stranger still, the inheritance is tied to the pursuit of immortality from before the Qin era. This is no decorative heirloom. In this generation, Han Yuyao stands at the heart of the direct family succession. Winning her could give Xiao Feng a path to the Han family itself, and therefore its treasure. That is why he pursued her so relentlessly. Her beauty mattered, but control of the inheritance mattered far more. The plan had one infuriating flaw. Han Yuyao never gave Xiao Feng the response he wanted. Instead, she followed Huang around day after day. Huang and her younger brother Han Kun were happy to let another admirer distract the violent young woman, but Xiao Feng decided Huang was sabotaging him. One day in high school, Huang and Han Kun finished smoking in the restroom and headed out. Xiao Feng and 2 lackeys blocked the exit. He ordered Huang to stop bothering Yu Yao and warned that next time he would be ruthless. Han Kun answered before Huang even needed to. And Kun demands to know who gave Xiao Feng permission to call his elder sister by name. Huang merely laughs, treating the threat as beneath notice. Xiao Feng's face darkens. Unable to tolerate their contempt, he brings his men forward and discovers too late that he chose the wrong pair. And Kun may dislike martial arts, but the Han family forced him to train for years, making him terrifying beside ordinary students. Huang was hardly helpless after surviving Han Yuyao's habitual beatings. Xiao Feng's ambush collapses into a humiliating defeat, followed by an indignity he will never forget, the infamous Oli J incident. Back in the station, Huang greets Xiao Feng with an amused half-smile. Xiao Feng approaches as though offering earnest advice. One hand settles on Huang's shoulder, the other grips his handcuffed hand. Yes, they were classmates, he says, but Huang has broken the law, so he should expect no mercy. Huang answers with a careless whatever. Then he sweetly advises Xiao Feng not to cling to old feelings. Otherwise, people might suspect he is using the arrest to avenge the time Huang forced him to eat Oli Jie. The officers within earshot freeze. Xiao Feng's grip no longer looks impartial. Everyone knows Huang is an arrogant playboy capable of such cruelty. A female officer who had liked Xiao Feng takes 2 alarmed steps back with her coffee. Others already resented his promotion, and whispers become pointing fingers. Huang stays perfectly calm. In the original story, anyone contesting Han Yuya with Xiao Zhan is courting destruction anyway. Xiao Feng blurts that Huang is talking nonsense. He insists he has never eaten Oli Jie. Yet every stammer is broken by a reflexive gag. His panicked eyes and awkward movements betray memories his mouth is desperate to deny. Xiao Feng attacks Huang's character, calling him a privileged bully who cannot be trusted. But these are trained investigators. They notice the tells, remember Xiao Feng's poor private reputation, and watch his righteous station persona begin to crack. Very good, Xiao Feng sneers. He calls Huang a master of framing people, then reaches for the murder accusation as a weapon. This time, he claims, even the Huang family's power and Huang's father cannot pull him free. And Xiao Feng gives the order, put Huang Yu in detention cell number 3. The escorting officer visibly falters. That cell is not routine confinement, and Xiao Feng's cold command lands like a sentence hidden inside a sentence. The officer reminds him that the standing instruction was solitary confinement. Cell 3 holds people who could cause a major incident with an ordinary detainee. His warning trails off, but his glance says enough. Everyone can see how personal this order is. Huang merely raises an eyebrow. Jail time is not a threat to him. It is something he has wanted. He even wonders how many extra years he might earn by assaulting another prisoner. The thought leaves a faint, unmistakably excited smile. Huang's excitement gives way to pity. In the original story, Xiao Feng competes with Dragon King Xiao Zhan over a woman and provokes absolute wrath. The Xiao family is wiped out, all to provide another cruel triumph for the favored protagonist. Xiao Feng's own fate is worse. Xiao Zhan mutilates him, thwarts his revenge, subjects him to further forced alteration and humiliation, then engineers his destruction. Even the Xiao family's twin sisters become trophies in Xiao Zhan's harem. Back in the station, Xiao Feng catches Huang looking at him with unmistakable pity. He demands to know what that look means. Huang only chuckles, keeps the original plot secret, and says, "I suddenly feel a little sorry for you." Unable to make Huang beg for himself, Xiao Feng settles on a different humiliation. Liu Ruyan already dislikes Huang. If she sees the proud young master reduced to a prisoner, Xiao Feng believes that image will destroy whatever hope Huang still has with her. Huang finally sounds desperate. He curses Xiao Feng and demands that if he is a man, he attack Huang directly. Xiao Feng only sneers. The urgency confirms his guess, so he ignores the bait. The more Huang provokes him, the more determined he becomes. Xiao Feng presses the weakness he thinks he has found. Huang supposedly forced Liu Ruyan into an engagement through their families, and now he has even hired someone to kill for her. Xiao savors one question: how moved will President Liu be when she learns the truth? Huang wants to ram the smug officer's head into a toilet, but he forces out a warning instead. He has nothing to do with Liu Ruyan, and Xiao should think carefully. The urgency only delights Xiao. To him, this sounds like the proud young master finally cracking. Xiao tells him that this is no way to ask for a favor. Huang pursued Liu for 3 years, so Xiao cannot imagine that she means nothing to him. Better still, destroying that pursuit feels like repayment for the school days when Huang kept interfering between Xiao and Han Yuya. Huang explodes. If Xiao has a problem, he should come at Huang instead of dragging a woman over. Then Huang reaches for the ugliest weapon available. Perhaps Xiao was not fed enough Oli Jie when Huang and Han Kun shoved his head into a toilet. Whether Xiao truly swallowed anything is almost beside the point. Huang's accusation is far too specific, and the officers begin exchanging strange looks. Xiao's panic confirms that the toilet incident is his deepest secret and psychological wound. His carefully protected standing inside the police force starts collapsing around him. Xiao snaps at the escort to take Huang away. Then he turns to his colleagues and insists he has never eaten Oli Jie, gagging between denials. He says Huang cannot be trusted. Every wretch undermines him, and the officer's solemn assurances sound far more knowing than comforting. From farther down the station, Huang helpfully declares that he is only a spoiled liar. Naturally, Xiao was never forced to eat anything, and Huang and Han Kun certainly never shoved his head into a toilet. Officers who already dislike Xiao burst out laughing. The sarcastic retraction seals the story as truth. Xiao's fists clench hard enough to crack, but a deputy captain cannot beat a detainee in front of the whole brigade. He settles for a threat. Young Master Huang should understand his position, stop causing trouble, and get along with his fellow inmates in the detention cell. Privately, Huang almost welcomes whatever trick Xiao has arranged. If it adds a few years to his prison term, excellent. Just not the death penalty. His real concern is whether Xiao can handle the consequences if Xiao Zhan comes looking for him. If not, Xiao should stop obstructing Huang's plan to go to jail. Led by the officers, Huang strides out of the police station. The next destination is not far away, Tianhai's detention center. He remains visibly handcuffed and in the same hospital clothing as the escort carries him from Xiao's office humiliation towards cell number 3. Simple gate looks so dilapidated that Huang immediately finds fault with it. He wonders whether the prison is just as bad and decides his family should donate money to reinforce both facilities. After all, weak construction will never be enough to block Xiao Zhan's crooked mouth and relentless swearing. Inside, the escort leads Huang directly to detention cell number 3, exactly as Xiao ordered. Huang thinks he is prepared until the door opens. His expression turns strange at once. The man already inside is someone he recognizes. No wonder Xiao Feng insisted on this cell. Nai Xiao is waiting beyond the door. The door finishes opening, and Huang Yu finally sees all of detention cell number 3. The shared room is dominated by a large communal sleeping platform. Beneath it, where ordinary prisoners should be milling around or resting, a row of burly men is kneeling in perfect order. These are not harmless men. Outside, they were notorious villains accustomed to running wild. Here, none dare speak or shift an inch. Two tremble so violently that sweat runs down their foreheads. Whatever occupies the communal bed has frightened the entire room into obedience. And Huang recognizes a shock of dyed white hair. Bai Mao, his chief lackey, is kneeling with the rest. The man who entered custody dreaming of dealing with Xiao Zhan now hangs his head, listless and sleepless. Huang's eye twitches. One night in this cell has broken his swagger. The escort announces that this is cell number 3, then quickly adds that he was only following orders. His helpless look says the rest. Punishment has barely affected the man controlling this room, and guards have suffered at his hands. Since he does not ordinarily attack people without cause, the staff has tolerated the arrangement. Huang knows the thin man on the communal bed, Nai Xiao. In the original novel, Nai becomes Xiao Zhan's deputy, the blood-handed butcher, a name that terrifies Dragon King Palace's enemies. He has the makings of an old-fashioned protagonist, complete with a cruel history and overwhelming ability. Nai's story began with isolation, not bloodshed. He and his younger sister had no one but each other. Their life was poor but ordinary, and he routinely collected garbage to pay for her schooling. The one tenderness he never lost was reserved entirely for her. Nai's sister falls seriously ill. Desperate for treatment money, he notices a roadside advertisement promising a large reward to help find a son. Still naive, he contacts the people behind it and goes to their chosen meeting place. They coax him into drinking water. He loses consciousness. When Nai wakes, he is already in Southeast Asia. He endures countless hardships around an industrial park and survives by taking work that can send money home. Chance later carries him into a security company, where he accepts perilous assignments from Southeast Asian warlords and rapidly makes his name among mercenaries. Mission after mission changes him. Nai becomes calm, indifferent, and violent. A hard-chi technique he acquires by chance makes him even more formidable, and his ruthless efficiency earns him the name Blood-Handed Butcher. Yet all the money and brutality still point back to one person, his younger sister. In the original plot, Nai finally returns with enough money only to find his sister pushed into a hospital corridor, penniless and near death. That crisis is supposed to lead him into Xiao Zhan's orbit as his future deputy. So why is the blood-handed butcher already in this detention cell? To Huang, the plot feels as if it has fallen apart. Mao glances toward the open door and recognizes Huang. His panic disappears. Hope floods in so quickly that he looks like a drowning man grabbing a rope. He rises under the horrified stares beside him, pan-eyed after a sleepless night, and nearly cries with relief. His young master has finally come to save him. Mao points at Nai and erupts. He orders the bastard off the bed, demands that he kneel and surrender the bunk, then boasts that young Master Huang has arrived and threatens to break Nai's legs. The cell freezes. Inmates tremble and close their eyes. Huang nearly coughs blood. Is this idiot determined to get his own master beaten to death? Bai Mao's challenge is still hanging in the frozen cell when his battered companions finally look up. They recognize the handcuffed man at the doorway, forget their bruised and swollen faces, and scramble upright. Young Master Huang is here. To them, that means Nai Xiao's time has run out. Kneeling inmates stare at Huang in disbelief. This is the eldest son of the Huang family, one of Tianhai's infamous young masters. In their world, the family is said to take anything it wants. Fear of Nai does not vanish, but the promise of stronger protection suddenly looks irresistible. Mao proudly names Huang the head of Tianhai's young masters. That is enough. Nearly every prisoner springs up to swear that he will go through fire and water for Huang, then declares him the new boss of Cell 3. Only the few men already traumatized by Nai remain down. Borrowing courage from sheer numbers and Huang's reputation, the new followers turn on Nai. They order him to kneel before young Master Huang. Huang says nothing. Handcuffed at the doorway and suddenly surrounded by men he has never recruited, he feels less like their boss than the victim of an elaborate setup. Among Tianhai's petty criminals, the Huang family has become a legend. Men have been beaten, had their legs broken, or been driven from the city under Huang's name. Rumor has inflated those stories until the family seems like a lawless king, able to seize anything and kill as casually as crushing an insect. Huang knows the legend is nonsense. He was arrogant, extravagant, and violent, but not an untouchable murderer. His assaults escaped serious punishment because they remained containable and other people cleaned up afterward. If he had crossed the true line, the Huang patriarch would have dealt with him before the police could. Distinction becomes even more ridiculous when Huang studies his new admirers. They are sweaty, slovenly, tattooed protection racket thugs who bully the weak and fear the strong. His real entourage may not be virtuous, but he recruited presentable men from martial arts and bodyguard schools. They wore suits and looked respectable. These strangers do not meet his standards. Source of the deeper misunderstanding is Lin Kong. The Lin family ranks among Tianhai's 8 super first-class families, powerful but still below the 4 great families. Lin Kong compensates with noise. He courts headlines, appears beside female celebrities, and attaches himself to Han Kun's trending topics so outsiders will treat him as top tier. That publicity worked too well. Outsiders bundle Lin Kong with Huang Yu, Han Kun, and Zhu Yi as the 4 young masters of Tianhai. Most prefer the harsher name, the 4 scoundrels, nearly the 4 evils. Huang is called their leader, even though the true top families barely pay Lin Kong any attention. Nai's hostility finally makes sense. Whatever Lin Kong attempted with someone's sister, whether he succeeded or not, Nai has connected Huang to him through that infamous public grouping. Huang curses Lin Kong for thinking with anything but his head. The idiot has created the scandal, and Huang is the one standing within reach of its consequences. Understanding the grievance does not make Huang retreat. He has a new source of information. The system recently unlocked a function that detects the combat strength of everyone nearby, and Huang has kept it unused while lying low. Now he silently asks the only question that matters: how strong are Nai and I? System answers: Huang Yu's current combat power is 8,500. The number confirms that he is no longer helpless before the dangerous man across the cell. Then the display turns to Nai. The system begins to report his combat strength and stops the chapter before the decisive number appears. System finishes the answer it began moments ago. Nai's combat power is 10,000. Huang Yu stands at 8,500. The gap is dangerous, but it is not the hopeless gulf Huang feared. For now, the system will keep displaying nearby combat values in real time. Huang scans the room. Bai Mao, the strongest of his followers, measures only 250. Everyone else barely reaches a few dozen. The numbers confirm 2 things at once. His white-haired chief lackey is suicidally overconfident, and Huang himself should at least be capable of surviving Nai. I repeats his question from the communal bed, demanding an answer. Huang raises a hand as far as the cuffs allow and tries blunt honesty. Yes, he is notorious, but he calls himself a mere simp, not the same kind of predator as the other troublemakers surrounding Lin Kong. Huang tells Nai to take revenge on Lin Kong instead. If Nai really cripples that bastard, Huang will open champagne. The offer is calculated. Huang does not want to provoke a future member of Xiao Zhan's faction, but it is also sincere. He genuinely despises Lin Kong's behavior. Bai Mao immediately objects. Why should young Master Huang fear this bastard? One word, he boasts, and he will cripple Nai himself. Watching Huang stay cautious after their earlier beating, Bai Mao reaches the worst possible conclusion. His young master is pretending to yield only to protect them. The atmosphere turns crushing. Nai releases killing intent forged through years among corpses and blood. The men who remember his torment from the previous night lose their nerve first. Several break into cold sweat and collapse to their knees, unable to bear the pressure filling the cell. Huang does not so much as flinch. Privately, he admits that the blood-handed butcher deserves his reputation. He is also irritated. Nai entered the cell radiating murderous pressure over Lin Kong's offense, while Huang has done nothing to him. Why not take this fury to the actual culprit? Nai studies him in disbelief. If everyone else were not visibly terrified, he might think his years away from bloodshed had dulled his aura. Instead, there is only one conclusion. Huang Yu is no ordinary spoiled brat. The world has misjudged one of Tianhai's infamous 4 evils. This is a hidden master. Recognition does not calm Nai. It gives him a justification to act. If Huang truly hides this much strength behind the reputation of the 4 evils, then Nai cannot let him keep harming innocents. Huang narrows his eyes as Nai rises, understanding that his attempt to look harmless has produced the opposite result. Nai launches from the communal bed and crosses the cramped cell in a burst, taking the distance toward Huang almost instantly. Bai Mao starts to curse him, but the words cannot keep pace. Huang has only a heartbeat to choose between exposing his ability and trusting his reckless chief lackey to intervene. Bai Mao reacts with the fearless logic of a complete lunatic. The detention cell urinal becomes his answer to the charging blood-handed butcher. In the confusion, Nai is drenched to the bone. For one suspended instant, the cell goes still. Bai Mao has not ended the attack. He has transformed it into an unforgivable insult. Nai slowly lifts his drenched head. His eyes become terrifying, and the killing intent now feels almost solid. Bai Mao instantly spreads both arms to shield young Master Huang, ready to fight. Huang can only wonder where his lackeys find this confidence, and calculate how to survive Nai's wrath without revealing the strength he is saving for Xiao Zhan. Frozen cell erupts again. Still planted in front of Huang Yu, Bai Mao glares at the urine-soaked Nai Xiao, raises his fists, and demands that the terrifying man try another hit. He even promises to break Nai's legs. Huang's face darkens. His chief lackey has no idea how close they are to death. Huang knows exactly why this is madness. Nai Xiao is no disposable thug. In the original novel, he becomes Xiao Zhan's right-hand man, the important second male lead with a rich storyline of his own. Bai Mao, by contrast, barely qualifies as an extra, and he has just poured a urinal over a character protected by the plot. Yet Huang cannot stay angry. He remembers Bai Mao's fate in the original story. When Xiao Zhan finally destroys Huang's forces, this foolish lackey takes a bullet for him, then clings to Xiao Zhan's leg with a blood-covered face and screams for young Master Huang to run. Stupid or not, Bai Mao's loyalty is absolute. Before either side can move, police appear at the detention room door with unexpected news. Nai Xiao has been baited out. The interruption ruins team leader Feng's apparent plan. Nai had terrorized fellow inmates since arriving, yet after only minutes with Huang, the officers find their most troublesome detainee drenched and checked rather than victorious. News stuns Nai. He has only just returned from Southeast Asia and has no friends here. Only one person could know where he was and come for him, his younger sister Nai Meng, the frail figure he has missed for years. His killing intent recedes, but he gives Huang a cold, throat-slitting gesture before leaving. Bai Mao cannot let a safe exit remain safe. He shouts after Nai that he will break his legs if he dares leave. Huang snaps at the bastard to shut up. He has been locked inside for less than 5 minutes, done nothing, and nearly become experience points for yet another potential chosen one. Bai Mao does not hear contempt in Huang's rebuke. He hears concern. Looking at young Master Huang, the battered lackey is touched that his master would worry about him. Huang can only stare back, caught between resentment at Bai Mao's suicidal confidence and the loyalty that makes it impossible to abandon him. Guided out of the station, Nai spots her immediately. Nai Meng is beautiful, but her face is sickly pale and haggard, her body visibly frail. The brutality leaves his eyes at once. This is the sister he thought about throughout his years in Southeast Asia. Clenching his fist, he silently vows that this time he will cure her. Nai notices the man beside her. Xiao Feng, the same officer who arrested him, is talking without pause, promising Nai Meng that the police will secure her brother's release and asking whether she has eaten. His greedy gaze keeps traveling over her. Nai's tenderness vanishes. His brow tightens and a killing intent even colder than before floods back. Nai Meng answers Xiao Feng with a pleasant smile. "Officer Xiao, you're really funny." But disdain flickers through her eyes before she hides it. Without making a scene, she eases 2 steps away, keeping the ingratiating policeman safely beyond arm's reach. Her caution was learned young. Orphaned and destitute, the siblings grew up seeing how quickly kindness vanished when money did. Nai Xiao then disappeared for years without a trace. He is Nai Meng's only family, and she is his. Finding him cannot be allowed to go wrong. Nai Meng may still be at university, but poverty forced her to navigate society early. She recognizes Xiao Feng's reassurances, searching looks, and request for her contact details for what they are. She will give him nothing. Instead, Huang Yu enters her thoughts, bringing safety and an embarrassing rush of her heartbeat. Only then does Xiao Feng grasp who Nai Meng's brother is. Nai Xiao, the man his team arrested at the airport days earlier. On the plane, Nai had struck Lin Kong for harassing a flight attendant. The Lin heir's family connections ensured that officers were waiting the moment they landed. Nai Xiao could have resisted. He did not because after returning to China his mind was fixed on his sick sister. Then Lin Kong could not resist boasting. He shouted that he was one of Tianhai's untouchable 4 young masters and named the group that included Huang Yu. From that moment, Huang inherited a stranger's hatred. Tension soon corrected any belief that Nai Xiao had been easy prey. He taught a brutal lesson to every cellmate who offended him. Remembering that display, Xiao Feng looks at the thin, drenched man before him and shifts back almost imperceptibly, preserving a cautious buffer. Fear keeps Xiao Feng away from Nai Xiao, and the overpowering urine smell gives him another reason. Yet his eyes still roam greedily over Nai Meng. Nai Xiao turns. One cold look is enough to stop the performance. "Get lost!" Xiao Feng immediately retreats another 2 steps. Xiao Feng hastily insists there has been a misunderstanding. The investigation, he admits, proved Lin Kong was the one harassing the flight attendant. He apologizes for Nai Xiao's suffering, then asks him to understand the police, as though official procedure rather than family influence explains everything. The apology becomes a speech about Xiao Feng himself. He starts emphasizing his duties and his position as deputy captain of the criminal police brigade, clearly hoping the title will impress Naimeng. Brother and sister exchange one glance. Both look at him as if he has somehow missed the entire point. Seeing no interest in his rank, Xiao Feng changes direction. That brat Huang Yu didn't have a conflict with you, did he? The question is too pointed to be casual. At Huang Yu's name, Naimeng's eyes shift almost imperceptibly, and the conversation ends on that tiny, revealing movement. Xiao did not earn the name blood-handed butcher by being slow. The instant Huang Yu is mentioned, he catches the strange look in Xiao Feng's eyes. The question was never casual. This policeman knows Huang Yu, and Xiao silently begins working backward through everything that happened in Cell 3. Placement makes no sense by ordinary procedure. Huang Yu is one of Tianhai's notorious young masters. Someone of his status should have received a small private cell. Cell 3 was even less plausible. Xiao had already beaten its former inmates, so afterward the authorities sent him little more than drunken troublemakers. The conclusion is ugly and obvious. Someone wanted Xiao to attack Huang Yu. The clash had already begun when Naimeng's bail arrived and pulled him out at the crucial moment. Without her, he would have become a knife in Xiao Feng's hand. Murderous intent rises, controlled, cold, and made personal by the officer's interest in his sister. Xiao Feng starts to speak, but Xiao cuts him off and advances with a grateful smile. If it weren't for Officer Xiao, how could I have corrected myself? Then he forcibly takes Xiao Feng's left hand with his own urine-reeking hand. The distance closes, and the smell hits the officer like a physical blow. Xiao Feng tries to shake him off. Xiao notices the flash of anger, tightens his grip, and yanks the officer forward until they collide. Then he wraps him in an enthusiastic, crushing embrace and deliberately rubs the foul moisture across him. If I get the chance, Officer Xiao, I will definitely repay you. Only after thoroughly sharing the smell does Xiao let go. He thanks Officer Xiao once more, says that he and his sister have matters to handle, and ends the encounter on his own terms. Xiao Feng staggers backward several steps, nearly falls, and finds himself reeking, worst of all around his pants. Xiao Feng is ready to explode, until he notices Naimeng smiling beside her brother. His anger catches in his throat. Even now, he looks at the beautiful, frail woman as a prize too rare to frighten away. Xiao supports his sister as they leave, while Xiao Feng can only watch them go in his ruined uniform. Before Xiao Feng can recover his dignity, another woman enters the police station and draws every line of his attention. It is Liu Ruyan, the celebrated president of Liu Corporation and Huang Yu's fiancée. Cold, elegant, and striking even behind her sunglasses, she crosses the station like she belongs to an entirely different social world. Xiao Feng has wanted this meeting for a long time, but his fourth-rate family never gave him access to someone of Liu Ruyan's standing. In person, he thinks she looks better than in the newspapers. His gaze lingers crudely on her legs, and he suddenly understands why Huang Yu has pursued her for more than 3 years. Ignoring his current condition, Xiao Feng strides over and arranges what he believes is his most handsome smile. "Hello, President Liu. I'm Xiao Feng, the officer in charge of Huang Yu's case." He extends his hand as though the introduction should open every door his family status never could. The closer he gets, the worse the smell becomes. Liu Ruyan takes 2 unmistakable steps backward, refuses the handshake, and covers her nose. Xiao Feng's carefully staged smile dies with his hand still hanging in the air. Maintaining the new distance, she asks coldly, "You're the one who told me Huang Yu was detained." Xiao Feng's carefully rehearsed introduction dies in silence. His hand remains suspended between them, neither accepted nor gracefully withdrawn, while Liu Ruyan regards him with open disdain. Her patience lasts only another second. "My time is limited. Get to the point." Liu already knows Han Yuyao took Huang Yu away in handcuffs yesterday. She is not here to plead for his release. With the Huang family's position in Tianhai, one word from its patriarch could turn an arrest into a polite release the next day. Huang is in no real danger. What drove Liu here was Huang's voice inside her head. He had called her brainless, treated her like poison, and predicted that she would surrender everything to join a crooked-mouthed security guard's harem. The accusation was absurd and infuriatingly sincere. She spent the night jolting upright in anger. Today, she intends to question that bastard properly. Covering from the rejected handshake, Xiao offers to take her to Huang. He immediately begins shaping the journey into a prosecution speech. He presents the murder accusation as practically settled and gravely predicts that Huang faces, at minimum, a suspended death sentence. Xiao does not stop with the original accusation. During detention, he says, Huang formed a gang and fought his cellmates. Then he supposedly tried to frame the police. Xiao stacks each allegation on the last until Huang sounds less like a wealthy heir awaiting an inquiry and more like an incorrigible street thug. Only after exhausting the accusations does Xiao pretend to remember the engagement. He assures President Liu that being Huang's former classmate will not stop him from condemning such a scoundrel. Then comes the real pitch. Everyone knows her family forced her to tolerate Huang, so this is her chance to cut ties and pursue her true feelings. Xiao finishes with a noble sigh and turns for her reaction. The corridor behind him is empty. Liu never followed. She is still standing well back. When he awkwardly asks whether she wants to hear about Huang, she answers without raising her voice. "You're loud enough. I can hear you from here." Liu finally tells him to lead the way, but orders him to stay at least a meter from her. She raises a hand and fans the air before her nose, making no effort to soften the insult. "You smell terrible. You're a police officer. Pay attention to your image and hygiene instead of tarnishing the force's reputation." Io obeys, but the gap between them feels larger than 1 meter. Her contempt drags his own lower status to the surface. Inwardly, he sneers that the Liu family became one of Tianhai's great houses only through Huang family support. Let the Huangs fall, he thinks, and then they will see how long this Ice Queen stays arrogant. As for Huang, Xiao can already imagine the payoff. Liu will stand before the man who worshipped her and sever their engagement. Huang, the wealthy rival who always looked down on him, will finally know helplessness. Smug again, Xiao lengthens his stride and guides Liu to the door marked Detention Cell Number 3. Cell door opens slowly. Inside, Bai Mao and the other inmates are busy cleaning and wiping down the room. Huang Yu is doing neither. He sits comfortably off to one side, apparently lost in thought. Xiao studies Liu's stunning profile, waiting for disgust or fury. Her face remains perfectly calm. Cell door is already open. Liu Ruyan takes in the inmates cleaning around a perfectly relaxed Huang Yu and silently condemns the scumbag for living so leisurely. She gives a cold snort and turns away. Only then does Huang hear the movement and look up at her elegant profile. Xiao Feng cannot resist. With a sneer, he congratulates Huang. His fiancée has come to visit. Xiao's mockery is calculated. He wants Liu to see her fiancé as both a scoundrel and a prisoner, then end the engagement in front of him. Huang's heart jolts. Why are these idiots here again? Inwardly, he begs them not to come closer. Liu's retreat lets him breathe for one precious second, until he sees Xiao's despicable satisfaction and understands exactly who arranged this ambush. Huang asks whether Xiao still has not eaten enough excrement. Xiao refuses to take the bait. He tells Huang to worry about his goddess instead, orders someone to bring the prisoner out, and follows Liu away. Huang's refuge in detention cell number 3 is over. In the meeting room, Liu sits opposite Huang with her arms crossed and her cold eyes fixed on him. Huang's head aches. He had finally found somewhere to hide, only for Xiao to lead her straight to him. He asks bluntly what she wants. Huang reminds Liu that they settled this yesterday. From now on, the bridge is the bridge and the road is the road. Their lives are meant to separate. The disgust in his face is new, and Liu cannot understand how the man who once followed her everywhere can look at her that way. Liu stares into his eyes and asks whether he is treating her this way because he has fallen for Han Yuyo. Whatever happened, she insists he is still her fiancé. Huang's irritation spikes. After everything she ignored, she is invoking the engagement only when he tries to leave it. Huang asks whether he ever looked like her fiancé. For 3 years, every grievance she suffered and every difficulty she faced brought him rushing to help. Every time, he received the same indifference. Why should she believe that he would wait behind her forever? Huang refuses to be treated as endlessly disposable. Even a simp has a temper. Even a simp has dignity. He will not fawn over Liu anymore, and whoever receives his attention from now on is his choice. Liu opens her mouth, but no answer comes. Liu's mind goes blank, then the past floods back. Huang really had always been behind her. She had answered that loyalty with disgust, while the disgust now in his eyes is something she has never seen in 3 years. Her nose stings. Tears gather before she can stop them. And Liu hears what Huang does not say aloud. He calls her brainless despite her beauty, tells her to hand the Liu family's fortune to that crooked-mouthed man, and dismisses the resources he poured into her family as money fed to dogs. She looks aggrieved. For once, Huang does not rise to comfort her. At that moment, Han Yuyo is striding into the station with newly acquired case files. Liu rushes straight into her. The impact knocks Liu back several steps, but Han reacts quickly, catches her, and prevents the already shaken woman from falling. And recognizes the tear-streaked face and asks why Liu Ruyan is at the police station. Is she reporting a crime? Did someone bully her? Liu slowly looks up at the familiar woman Huang just named. She answers only, "I'm fine," then silently steps back twice and frees herself from Han's grasp. 2 steps from Han Yuyo, Liu Ruyan buries every trace of hurt. She turns aside, wipes the corner of her eye, opens a mirror, and calmly repairs her makeup. When she faces Han again, the crying woman is gone. The icy president has returned. Liu passes Han, takes 2 steps, and stops. She puts her sunglasses back on and looks over her shoulder. Her voice is cold and unmistakably challenging. She will not give up so easily. Liu insists that Han cannot understand how deeply Huang loved her for 3 years. He is merely confused by temptation, she claims, and he will come to his senses. Then she snorts, turns away, and disappears through the exit without waiting for an answer. and mutters that the woman is crazy. The suggestion that Huang is merely bewitched irritates her even more. Whatever Liu believes about the past, Han's own possessive answer is immediate. As long as Huang is alive, he is not escaping her grasp either. Files in Han's hand bring back the bizarre crime scene surveillance. She needs answers from Huang now. Instead, she reaches his interrogation room and finds it empty. Frowning, she heads straight to the monitoring area and calls for the officer who had been guarding him. Xiao Li falters under Han's stare. His answer reveals that Huang was handed over and moved into detention cell number 3. Han also demands to know why Liu had just fled after apparently arguing with Huang. Every answer points her toward Xiao Feng. And challenges Xiao Feng in front of the station. What right did he have to hand Huang over like that? Xiao's defensive posturing only draws whispers. Officers snicker that a man already infamous for the excrement incident will apparently lie about anything. Furious that Han is protecting Huang, Xiao demands to know whether she likes that scumbag. He even invokes her police uniform as if affection itself were misconduct. Han does not retreat. Yes, she likes Huang. She has liked him since childhood, and it is none of Xiao's business. Then Han turns sentiment into proof. She pulls the surveillance videotape from the file bag and announces that she reviewed the footage from the day of the incident. The evidence is sufficient. Huang Yu was framed, and he is innocent. No one doubts their criminal investigation captain would fabricate evidence in front of them. The station's suspicion swings toward Xiao instead. If Huang was innocent, then locking him in detention cell number 3 looks deliberate, and Xiao's infamous excrement humiliation suddenly sounds entirely believable. And points at Xiao and gives him one final warning. If he targets Huang with another underhanded move, their history as colleagues will protect him no longer. With that, she turns away and heads downstairs to the affairs hall to process Huang's release herself. The paperwork clears Huang Yu, and he finally emerges from the station without the restraints of a suspect. But Han is still close, still armed with questions, and still the same formidable childhood companion he has spent years learning not to provoke. Before Han can keep him there, a familiar voice cuts across the entrance. Huang Yuhan has arrived by car. She calls for her brother to get in quickly and tells him to ignore the violent woman behind him. Huang does not hesitate. The sight of his cute, obedient younger sister feels like rescue itself. He rushes forward, jumps into the car, and shouts, "Drive!" Yuhan floors the accelerator, carrying him away before Han can reclaim the situation. Safe in the departing car, Huang reaches one final conclusion. Han Yuyao is far too violent. She may be suitable as a brother-like companion, but never as a wife. Han hears every word. Left in the road, she stamps her foot and glares after him. He had better wait. As the car pulls away, Huang Yuhan watches the shrinking figure behind them and gives a satisfied snort. That woman had clung to her brother long enough. Now Yuhan has taken him back, and Huang Yu finally allows himself to breathe. And the streets outside become disturbingly familiar. Huang's eyes widen and one hand edges toward the door. He asks where they are going. Yuhan answers as though nothing could be more obvious: home. Huang panics. The lessons waiting at home are no less painful than anything Han could inflict. Even detention suddenly sounds safer. He starts to demand that Yuhan stop, but the engine roars and acceleration slams him into his seat. At more than 100 miles per hour, Yuhan delivers him home. Inside the Huang family ancestral hall, Old Master Huang waits in the grand chair, stern and motionless behind his cane. Servants stand rigid beneath the retired commander's suffocating authority. The man already kneeling in the center is Huang Yu's father, Huang Tian, burly, refined, and sweating behind gold-rimmed glasses. Whatever authority he commands outside this room has vanished. Before his veteran father, he looks like a nervous child awaiting sentence. Old Master Huang condemns the trouble Huang has caused in Tianhai and blames the father's poor example. Tian cannot resist pointing upward. If his own father had not spoiled him, how did he become this way? If the upper beam is crooked, the fault did not begin with him. Old Master Huang understands perfectly. His anger surges and the dragon-headed cane cracks down again and again. Tian covers himself, yelps, and abandons every argument. A moment later, the dignified, middle-aged family leader is pleading, "Dad, I was wrong." Huang cannot hold back his laughter. The novel barely described these relationships, and reality is nothing like the gloomy villain clan he imagined. Tian may lead the second generation of Tianhai's Huang family, but here he is being spanked by his father and begging for mercy. Tian looks back and finds his own son laughing. The humiliation becomes unbearable. He is being beaten because of Huang, yet Huang is enjoying it. With a furious shout of "You bastard!" Tian springs up and strides straight toward him. The return of their wives overturns the room's hierarchy. Old Master Huang hurries after Tian and greets his own wife with a strained smile. Tian, moments ago charging like an offended patriarch, throws himself into his wife's arms and cries for help. Discipline resumes. Old Master Huang orders Huang Yu to kneel before the ancestral hall and apologize to the ancestors. But Huang is not alone. Still wearing the same gentle student-like appearance, Yuhan has deliberately lowered herself to her knees beside him. Sight fills Tian with guilt. Years ago on the battlefield in Annam, Yuhan's biological father gave his life so Tian could survive. Unable to bear seeing that man's daughter punished for Huang's mistakes, Tian orders his little princess to stand up at once. Tian calls Yuhan his little princess while dismissing Huang as a little brat. Huang's face darkens. If he is the little beast, what does that make his father? And why does his sister receive all the tenderness? Yuhan settles the argument with two stubborn words, I don't. Yuhan does not budge from Huang Yu's side. Still kneeling before the ancestors, she gives Tian a simple ultimatum, either end her brother's punishment or punish her with him. For all her gentle appearance, her loyalty is immovable. Tian barely gets a word out before old Master Huang's cane catches him from behind. The patriarch demands to know, if Huang Yu is a little beast, does that make him the old beast? When Tian dodges the next blow, his father takes that as a second offense. An aged woman's voice cuts through the ancestral hall. Old Madame Huang calls her husband an old bastard and asks who gave him permission to make her precious grandson kneel. Old Master Huang instantly shrinks. Tian retreats toward the doorway and tries to become invisible. Old Madame Huang enters on Tian's wife's arm. She's over 60, with a full crown of silver hair, a straight figure, and a black cheongsam. Age has not softened her aristocratic presence. Her narrowed phoenix eyes sweep the hall like a knife. Watching his father and grandfather fold before one elderly woman, Huang finally understands the household. Old Madame Huang is its true ruler. More importantly, he is her favorite grandson, the one person in the room she has no intention of allowing anyone to mistreat. The original Huang Yu spent 3 years pouring family resources into Liu Ruyan and propping up the Liu family. A military patriarch or an angry father should have stopped him long ago. He survived that recklessness because his grandmother spoiled him, and everyone else ultimately yielded to her. Huang knows almost nothing concrete about his grandmother's birth family, yet whenever the Huangs faced a crisis, she needed only a few words to resolve it. Powerful visitors came ostensibly for old Master Huang, but really to see her. Her backing is a major reason the Huangs remain Tianhai's #1 family. In the original plot, calamity struck grandmother's family before Xiao Zhan moved against the Huangs. That timing now looks decisive. If her relatives had still been able to help, the Dragon King's Tianhai campaign might never have crushed this house, and Huang Yu might have been far more than an early minor villain. Liu Ruyan may have been cleared as a suspect this time, but that does not erase the pattern around her. For 3 years, people acting for her, including the lackey called White Hair, have injured others in jealous fights. Left unchecked, that habit could eventually become murder. Old Madame Huang's eyes soften when she looks at her grandson. She tells him not to worry. This time, she will stand up for him. As for the Liu family, she is openly contemptuous. They rose only because the Huangs supported them, so they have no standing to endanger her grandson. Grandmother does not stop at defending him. If Huang likes the eldest daughter of any other major Tianhai family, she says she can settle the matter today and bring the young woman into the Huang household. To her, replacing Liu Ruyan with a more powerful match is almost trivial. In Tianhai, even Xiao Feng's pursuit of Han Yuyo is partly a bid for Han family influence and its elusive god of war legacy. Yet grandmother speaks as though all 3 rival families together are beneath her. Huang remembers that she was once the eldest daughter of a terrifying reclusive clan, and the hidden plot around that clan suddenly matters more than ever. Grandmother's fierce defense does more than rescue Huang Yu from punishment. Watching the room bend around her, Huang suddenly sees the missing logic in the original novel. The mysterious family behind this silver-haired old woman was never ordinary. It may be a reclusive clan of immortal cultivators. He looks through the window with new eyes. Every plant on the Huang grounds is unnaturally lush, and pale mist gives the estate the stillness of a fairyland. Even Huang's near-perfect health since childhood now looks less like luck and more like evidence that grandmother's lineage has always been protecting this household. That explains Xiao Zhan's restraint. As long as grandmother lives and the family behind her remains secure, neither he nor Dragon King Palace dares touch the Huangs. The enemy's silence was never mercy. It was fear of the force standing behind one fiercely protective old woman. In the original plot, everything changes only after calamity strikes grandmother's family. Dragon King Palace then sweeps into Tianhai with lightning speed, and Xiao Zhan defeats major family after major family. Huang can finally see the chain clearly. First, the hidden shield collapses, then his enemy begins collecting victories. The book had looked like a melodramatic Dragon King story. Xiao Zhan showed off, pursued women, and fought within an intermediate martial arts world. A true immortal cultivation clan does not fit that ceiling. In this hodgepodge of chosen ones, Huang realizes the original protagonist's plot may have exposed only one layer of the world's power. There is little time. Huang was only a minor villain, and grandmother barely registered in the book, so the author dismissed her family's fate in 2 brutal lines. The entire family was dead, and a powerful member of the Xuanyuan family had fallen. That casual wording conceals a catastrophe large enough to remake Tianhai. Clan's destruction was not absolute. Two gravely wounded descendants escaped and sought refuge with the Huang family. By seniority, they were grandmother's nephews, Huang's uncles. More importantly, they were only middle to lower-ranked members. They survived not because they were the clan's strongest, but because the strongest had no chance to flee. After Xiao Zhan devastates the Huang family and kills Huang Yu, Huang Yuhan joins those two wounded relatives in revenge. Together, they nearly kill Xiao Zhan despite the Dragon King Palace behind him. If injured, lower-ranked Xuanyuan descendants can push the chosen protagonist that far, then the intact clan's seniors must be terrifying. Hope rises in Huang's eyes. The Xuanyuan family may be doomed in the book, but right now it is still whole and immensely powerful. With grandmother's fierce loyalty, even two senior relatives would leave Xiao Zhan and his Dragon King Palace no room to perform. Foreknowledge has finally shown Huang a possible way to turn the tide. Grandmother studies Huang and sighs that her precious grandson has suffered too much outside. Then her concern hardens into accusation. She turns an unfriendly gaze on Wang Tianhe and old master Huang. Look at the state Huang is in, she demands, and they still want to punish him. Old master Huang sighs helplessly. She can keep spoiling Huang if she wants, he says, but that indulgence is why the boy has committed so many lawless absurdities. Grandmother asks very quietly what he just said. One glare makes the stern old veteran shrink back 2 full steps. Old master Huang maintains that he is telling the truth, though everyone can see he cannot overpower his wife. Huang Tian quickly takes another route. The Huang business is enormous, he reminds his mother, and its responsibility must eventually fall on Huang Yu. If this continues, their heir could squander the entire family fortune. Yanha asks whether grandmother truly wants her precious grandson to grow into a good-for-nothing. Then he offers a test no one can dismiss. Ask Huang himself how long it has been since he last went to the company. Huang's grand plan to exploit a hidden immortal clan collides with the far more immediate danger of having to go to work. Before Huang Tian can finish pressing the issue, old Madame Huang fixes him with a knife-sharp stare. She asks whether he has said enough, then blames the family's crushing pressure for the way Xiao Yu behaves. Tianhe has no choice but to swallow his reply. Huang Yu secretly enjoys seeing his father rendered speechless. His smile lasts only until grandmother turns her boundless affection on him. She gently proposes that he visit the group company tomorrow, reminding him that all those businesses are meant to become his. Grandmother sweetens the order with wounded family pride. The Liu family's girl looks down on him, she says, so Huang Yu should accomplish something and make her regret it. Her voice is gentle and hopeful, but refusing that expectant gaze feels nearly impossible. Huang Yu stammers out an agreement on the verge of tears. Grandmother affectionately pats his head, delighted by his supposed diligence. Inside, he is miserable. He never wanted to become a business elite. He only wanted a peaceful, uneventful life as a minor villain. Tianhe erupts. Huang Yu will show his face at the company tomorrow, and he had better stop using Huang family assets to curry favor with the Liu girl without permission. Otherwise, his father threatens a slap so severe he will somehow remain 25 forever. When Tian calls him a useless freeloader, Huang Yu fires back. He will accept being called a spendthrift or a simp, but where did those habits come from? He knows how his father won over his mother. How impressive could Tian have been while courting her? Tian's resentful look draws the patriarch into the fight. Old Master Huang angrily denies being anyone's lapdog. Straightening his back and striking his cane against his palm, he declares that he was a battlefield hero and already a division commander in his early 20s. Old Master Huang boasts that he led tens of thousands through bloody battles. More importantly, he insists his wife pursued him. If shameless devotion runs in the family, then Tianhe and Huang Yu inherited it from her bloodline, not his. The solemn veteran's defense becomes another family squabble. Huang Yu still wants to refuse. That hope disappears when both his father and grandfather threat to unleash the dreaded 7 wolves punishment immediately if he resists. Outnumbered and fully aware that they mean it, he can only accept his fate with a defeated, drawn-out agreement. Next morning arrives. Huang Yu has only just awakened when the familiar electronic voice sounds inside his awareness. The system congratulates its host. Against the dangers surrounding his villain role, he has successfully survived another day. And comes the reward, 10 years of cultivation. Huang Yu's sleepiness vanishes. He bolts upright, stunned by the scale of it. The system has already given him a divine rank fighting technique. Adding a decade of cultivation sounds less like ordinary self-defense and more like becoming godlike. A divine rank fighting technique, now backed by 10 years of cultivation. Huang Yu can only stare in exhilaration and wonder what kind of path his system is opening. Is it truly asking a man who wanted to remain a harmless minor villain to cultivate immortality? The instant the system notification ends, the promised cultivation settles into Huang Yu. His mind turns startlingly clear. Fresh vitality surges through his entire body, and muscles that once felt merely strong now answer him with unprecedented precision. He slowly closes one hand into a fist and exclaims in delight. This power feels far greater than the first rush from his super divine rank technique. Xiao Zhan remains dangerous, but for the first time Huang Yu can imagine becoming strong enough to protect himself. A good mood cannot survive the morning. Yesterday, Huang Yu's family ordered him to report to their company. He has no desire to inherit a corporate burden, yet even his doting grandmother pressed him to go. Refusal is no longer a realistic option. Huang Corporation is not an ordinary workplace. It is Tianhai City's largest company, spread across multiple industries and paying tens of billions in taxes each year. Behind it stands the Huang family, whose connections seem capable of reaching anything beneath heaven. An engine roars through that orderly scene. A bright red Ferrari sweeps to a stop at the company gate, and Huang Yu steps out. He looks up at his own family's corporate empire with none of the applicants longing, only the helplessness of a man delivered to work against his will. Still dressed casually, Huang Yu tosses the keys to the gate guard and strolls inside as if the immense building belongs to him, which, effectively, it does. The people outside stare and speculate. Anyone this informal at Huang Corporation must be an extraordinary big shot. Inside, Huang Yu discovers that the woman being considered as his secretary is Yun Yun. Recognition strikes like a blade. The original novel barely explained her background, but it did establish enough. Xiao Zhan's master has lived at least 10,000 years, and her abilities approach immortality. Huang Yu remembers an even uglier measure of that power. When his deranged sister once sought revenge for him, Yun Yun killed her with a single sword. Shock rages inside him, but he produces a calm smile. Across from him, Yun Yun's face shows nothing unusual. Yet Yun Yun is shaken too. Before she has even introduced herself, Huang Yu's inner voice has exposed her. His lips never moved. They exchanged only a glance during her earlier rescue of Xiao Zhan, so ordinary recognition is impossible. Can she actually hear his thoughts? Yun Yun truly is not native to this technological world. She came from a Xuanhuan civilization of immortals and demons, a place of flying swords, magical weapons, ascension, and beings that could move mountains or fill seas in moments. Against that experience, telepathy itself is hardly shocking. Interview moves on, but the hidden contest remains. Huang Yu lowers his eyes to Yun Yun's resume. It claims she graduated from Harvard Business School overseas and once served as a senior executive at a Fortune 100 company. For an ordinary applicant, the credentials would be dazzling. Huang Yu's private verdict is merciless. After tens of thousands of years, has this woman learned nothing except how to brag? Harvard, a Fortune 100 executive post, and now she wants to be his secretary. If she were truly that accomplished, why accept a job beneath him? He grants the paperwork one compliment. The fake certificate is remarkably convincing. Yun Yun's smile does not move, but killing intent surges behind it. A little bastard who knows her age is now dismissing 10 millennia of lived experience as forged employment history. Truth makes Huang Yu's judgment absurd. Yun Yun has spent 10,000 years in this world. Corporate leadership is only one line in an existence that once included being worshipped as a god, even in ancient and prehistoric eras. She keeps smiling, but the interview has become dangerously personal. The interview resumes with Huang Yu still holding Yun Yun's resume, oblivious to what she can hear. Barely a minute passes, yet beneath her calm face, Yun Yun suppresses the urge to kill him 3 or 4 separate times. His complaints explain why Xiao Zhan wants him dead, but Yun Yun has a more immediate reason. Huang Yu knows her secret. If a scoundrel like him ever exposes it, the consequences are unknowable. Her eyes narrow, and she prepares to act. And the unheard voice returns. Huang Yu thinks that, idiot or not, Xiao Zhan has excellent taste, and reveals that the chosen disciple harbors improper feelings for his own master. Yun Yun freezes. Her good-for-nothing apprentice wants her. Huang Yu's thoughts go further. Favored enemies usually survive, while beautiful women gather around the chosen one. Yet the original novel was abandoned before its ending, so even he does not know Yun Yun's fate, or exactly what Xiao Zhan will become. The interview questions end. Old Master Huang considers Yun Yun overqualified for secretarial work, but that only makes her more valuable beside his grandson. He wastes no time. Yun Yun is accepted on the spot. Huang Yu urgently asks his grandfather to reconsider. He had assumed Yun Yun was merely going through the motions. He never expected her to succeed. Xiao Zhan alone is dangerous enough. Keeping a second Xuanhuan powerhouse beside him feels suicidal. Old Master Huang shuts him down. The matter is settled. Yun Yun starts now, and her first duty is keeping a close eye on Huang Yu's laziness. His visible panic only reassures the patriarch that he chose the right person. Huang Yu is forced to accept. Privately, Huang Yu calls her a 10,000-year-old time bomb, perhaps an ancient psychopath who might kill him on a whim. Her kingdom-toppling beauty changes nothing. She is still Xiao Zhan's master. Yun Yun hears every word and answers his fear with a smug smile. Inside the meeting room, Huang Corporation's senior executives trade uneasy glances. The notorious spendthrift has barely visited the company in years, yet he is being installed immediately as president of the strategy department. A few whisper that the promotion is far too high. Someone asks whether they should object. Another executive immediately reminds him whose grandson Huang Yu is and what open resistance would cost. In Huang Corporation, the Huang family's will is treated like heaven's decree. The room waits, and not one person speaks against it. Old Master Huang and Huang Tian nod in satisfaction. The appointment is settled. The patriarch pats Huang Yu's shoulder, tells him to keep it up, and then both elders leave him with the executives. In one clean motion, they have handed him the responsibility and walked away. Core business may stay unchanged, but most of Huang Corporation is now within Huang Yu's control. Silence settles over his new subordinates. Then his gaze stops on a young executive in his early 30s. Recognition surfaces, and Huang Yu's mouth curls into a cold smile. What a small world. Familiar executive is Li Hua. When Huang Tian announced Huang Yu's authority, surprise cracked Li Hua's composure and a cold glint crossed his eyes. The smile and applause returned at once, but Huang Yu had already seen the hostility beneath them. Li Hua was the orphan son of Huang Tian's comrade, killed on the Annam battlefield. Brotherhood made the Huang family raise the boy, and Huang Tian later brought him into the corporation, promoted him, and trusted him almost like family. Patronage opened the door, but it was not the whole story. Li Hua was efficient, meticulous, and thorough, one of the corporation's youngest executives and a recognized Tianhai business talent. Huang Yu had even quarreled with his father over him before. That competence is exactly what turns Li Hua into a disaster. Even the Dragon King Palace could not rapidly crush a united Huang family. The original defeat required weakness from within, and Huang Yu suspects Li Hua has already planted more than one pair of hands throughout the group. With the two Huang elders gone, the executives rise one after another to introduce themselves. Each wants the future leader to remember a name and face. Huang Yu listens, offers little away, and quietly studies a room where genuine ambition and hidden allegiance may look identical. Huang Yu calmly declares the meeting over. He knows the danger, yet investigating it himself would fasten him to Huang Corporation for good and destroy another escape route from his father and grandfather. Better to find a chance to warn the family and let them handle their own empire. Before Huang Yu can leave, Li Hua calls his name. Adjusting gold-rimmed glasses, the executive approaches with an easy laugh. They have not met since Huang Yu returned to China years ago, and now Huang Yu is already leading the group. Huang Yu smiles and offers a handshake. Huang Yu laughs off the promotion. He was forced to come, he claims. Otherwise, he would be out singing for some pretty girl. Li Hua sighs that a group leader cannot behave that way, then steals a sidelong glance. Huang Yu catches the real question: is the lazy act genuine? Once the formal exchange loosens, Yun Yun gives Huang Yu a sincere warning. Li Hua's attitude is wrong, and the executive bears him ill will. Huang Yu already knows she is correct. More importantly, his new secretary has detected a hostility that almost everyone else missed. Instead of feeling reassured, Huang Yu grows warier. Yun Yun is Xiao Zhan's master and stands on his enemy's side. Her warning may be true, but why would an enemy help him? To Huang Yu, even sincere concern looks like another danger demanding greater caution. Unfortunately for Huang Yu, Yun Yun hears the entire inner monologue. Her face pales as his suspicion twists her sincere warning into an insult. She has lived long enough to recognize every kind of person, and grinds her teeth while wondering whether killing this despicable little rascal would be simpler. Yun Yun is still grinding her teeth over Huang Yu's suspicion when he calmly confirms the danger. He already knows Li Hua has malicious intentions. The answer arrests her anger for a beat. She studies him in surprise and asks whether he truly knows what that executive is doing. Huang Yu simply nods. And Huang Yu shrugs off the threat. Even if Li Hua is scheming, he claims he has no interest in ruling this enormous conglomerate. Given the choice, he would rather remain a spoiled young master, do whatever he pleases, and break the legs of anyone he dislikes. His family forced him into this room. Yun Yun is not convinced. To her, this is privileged posturing, another heir declaring that money means nothing until the inheritance is divided. She has seen spoiled children say the same thing, then fight tooth and nail for a larger share. With the Huang family's power in Tianhai, Huang Yu has more reason than most to pretend. That inheritance is no ordinary fortune. Old Master Huang created Tianhai's foremost family himself. He spent half his life in the military, scattered students across 10 great war zones, and once swept through thousands of enemies with a sword. At the height of his influence, he withdrew with dignity and carried that formidable will into business. Huang Yu asks Yun Yun to count the people tied to that empire. Direct employees, upstream and downstream businesses, suppliers, agents, and partners. She cannot. At this scale, the number seems impossible to calculate. Huang Yu looks toward the ceiling and supplies it himself. At least 300 million, and that excludes parts of the overseas network. The country holds only 3 billion people. Huang Yu's calculation means at least 1 person in 10 relies on Huang businesses for a livelihood. This is no private pile of money that an heir can squander without consequence. It is a living network of families, paychecks, contracts, and communities whose stability rests on decisions made at the top. Huang Yu clenches his fists. A leader of this empire, he says, must wake every morning with one command: do not make a mistake. One wrong step could send the Huang family into an abyss. Its annihilation would not end with his bloodline. It would become an unprecedented disaster for the hundreds of millions depending on them. Behind that solemn argument lies an uglier piece of knowledge. Huang Yu remembers the fate written for his family. Xiao Zhan eventually takes their business, gains access to Yangtze's highest executives, and uses Huang influence to repel hostile overseas forces. 3 generations build the kingdom, only for the original story to hand its fruits to their enemy. Yun's expression turns complicated. This is not the ordinary spoiled brat Xiao Zhan described. Huang Yu's apparent compassion awakens a memory from tens of thousands of years ago, a vast, magnificent world that has since been destroyed, and the day her own master entrusted her with its highest position, the mantle of strongest sect Holy Lord. Resemblance feels unmistakable to her. She too inherited power that could not be treated as a personal prize, and she too carried the fate of countless lives. For one fragile moment, Yun believes Huang Yu is the same kind of person, outwardly privileged, inwardly burdened, and forced to protect an inheritance much larger than himself. Huang Yu promptly ruins the solemn atmosphere. He tells Yun to do whatever she needs to do or simply go home and sleep. Her salary will still be paid. He only wants a little peace and quiet. Yun, still caught in the emotion of her memory, stares at him in complete disbelief. Yun hears what Huang Yu never says aloud. He nearly forgot that this old woman is Xiao Zhan's master. He needs to get rid of her because deceiving her forever is not sustainable. The recognition she felt shatters. Every noble word now sounds like bait, and fury surges beneath her controlled face. Yun's expression has changed, but Huang Yu notices nothing. He is still congratulating himself for surviving the conversation. In his mind, the urgent problem is the beautiful secretary beside him. Xiao Zhan's master, an enemy-aligned ticking time bomb he must somehow remove. Firing Yun outright is impossible. His grandfather and father personally arranged this secretary, and offending her might cost him more than his position. Huang Yu settles on a slower method. Strengthen himself first, then gradually make the job so unappealing that the ticking bomb moves away on her own. System has already shown him why caution is mandatory. Yun's combat power is 100,000. Huang Yu's 10-year cultivation reward has only pushed him a little beyond 10,000, roughly the level of Xiao, the blood-handed butcher from detention center number 3. One mistake, and Yun could cripple him instantly. Watching Yun smile, Huang Yu's fear turns into reckless private commentary. He calls her an old woman, admits she is still a stunning beauty, and notices exactly how seductive her office lady styling is. Then he imagines her taking an interest in him, and concludes that with this power gap, he could neither resist nor refuse. For Yun, the performance is becoming unbearable. She hears the insults, the assumptions, and Huang Yu's self-pity as clearly as spoken words, yet she refuses to reveal her advantage. Her face stays calm while she curses him inwardly, and decides that if he wants her gone this badly, she will make certain he does not get his way. Huang Yu tries to escape by claiming he has other business. Yun answers with a faint, smug smile. As his secretary, she must accompany him and compile his schedule into a daily report for old President Huang. Her recommendation is simple: remain in the group and perform his duties as its new leader. Huang Yu fumes at how seriously Yun has embraced the secretary role. Why would the female dragon queen infiltrate his territory and follow him everywhere? Perhaps humiliating Xiao Zhan made him too conspicuous. If Yun has noticed something, then concealment will only grow harder. He resolves to keep a much lower profile. Yun hears him obsess over her age yet again. Her pride bristles. Living longer does not make her inferior to younger women. She still wants to beat the spoiled brat senseless, but watching him struggle to remove her is unexpectedly satisfying. Her private verdict is merciless: stay in the company. Trying to run away? No way. Yun sweetly asks what President Huang plans to do next. Since he has only just taken control, she reminds him that he must manage the group and learn its operations. Huang Yu recognizes the trap, but another thought follows. If idling is no longer possible, he may as well begin by dealing with the corporations entrenched in grates. Huang Yu makes the call. They will inspect the real estate company first. The building materials incident he remembers from the original story is still some time away, but he doubts that one future scandal is the only problem. Real estate creates enormous profit at every step: land acquisition, demolition, and construction alike. The decision made, Huang Yu leads Yun out of the meeting area and downstairs through Huang Corporation's headquarters. She follows at his side in the same immaculate office lady outfit, no longer merely an unwanted observer, but the secretary he cannot shake. Their private contest now moves toward a very public corporate problem. Moment they step out, their inspection finds them first. A furious voice condemns Huang Corporation as utterly without conscience and demands to know what right it had to forcibly demolish his home. Another voice snaps back from the corporate side. The polished headquarters entrance has become the stage for a bitter public confrontation. Defender does not offer an explanation. He calls the protester an old man, demands to know where he thinks he is, and warns that one more accusation against Huang Corporation will earn him broken legs. Huang Yu freezes at the threshold. Of all the voices in the argument, that threatening one is particularly familiar. Familiar threat belongs to Bai Mao, Huang Yu's white-haired chief lackey. Across from him, a middle-aged father kneels outside Huang Corporation headquarters with his terrified child. Blood-red words accuse the company of depravity, while his raised banner demands, "Give me back my house." Bai Mao and his well-dressed men glare at the father and son. Rather than calm the crowd, he calls the complainant scum and declares that a few shouted accusations cannot frame Huang Corporation. His loyalty is unmistakable, so is the damage his temper can cause. Huang Yu grimaces. He has seen this scene before, or at least read its original ending. Yun Yun notices the crooked line of his mouth and asks whether every man enjoys making that expression. It instantly reminds her of her apprentice Xiao Zhan's particularly irritating smile. Huang Yu straightens his expression, offended that he resembled Xiao Zhan at all. Then the comparison catches up with him. He turns a knowing half-smile on Yun Yun and asks which man, besides himself, she has seen smiling that way. Yun Yun realizes she has said too much. The protest is a turning point from the original story. Upright Han Yuya would see the apparent victim and begin misunderstanding Huang Yu. But Huang Yu knows he did not order this outrage. The father was planted here by Li Hua, and Huang Yu has no intention of obediently playing the villain. Bai Mao subjects the complainant to a heated barrage of questions. The man resists, but his public claims cannot survive endless scrutiny at the gate. After a reluctant negotiation, he finally stands and follows Bai Mao inside, bringing the frightened child and the crisis into Huang Yu's office. The moment he enters the CEO's office, the father drops onto the sofa, crosses his legs, and demands to know how Huang Yu will solve his problem. His anger now carries an oddly self-righteous smugness. Huang Yu refuses to be rushed and calmly asks him to explain the grievance first. Li Guocheng erupts. He claims Huang Corporation's real estate company forcibly demolished his home and injured his wife. Unless Huang Yu gives him an explanation and compensation today, he swears he will not let the matter end. Huang Yu listens without surrendering control of the room. And Li Guocheng lifts an ordinary Sprite bottle and pours its contents over his own head. Liquid drenches his hair and clothing. The argument stops. Bai Mao catches the sharp odor before anyone else and shouts the truth. It is gasoline. Bai Mao moves without hesitation. He throws himself between the gasoline-soaked man and Huang Yu, using his own body as a shield while urging young master Huang to leave. The staged grievance has reached its intended form. One spark could turn a corporate dispute into a death blamed on Huang Yu. Man is Li Guocheng, a distant relative of Li Hua. Believing himself terminally ill, he swallowed his pride and asked that younger relative for help, partly to defend his supposed rights, partly to borrow treatment money. He feared leaving his wife and children destitute. Li Hua exploited that fear. Li Guocheng agreed without knowing the cruelest part. Both his terminal diagnosis and the forced demolition were fabricated by his own cousin. Li Hua wanted Huang Yu provoked into losing control. Then Li Guocheng's death could destroy Huang Yu's reputation, provide the excuse for a corporate attack, and force him from office. Huang Yu knows exactly how this scene originally ended. His arrogant former self answered provocation with insults, until Li Guocheng set himself ablaze and jumped from the Huang building. Li Hua's waiting media machine then pinned the death on the newly appointed executive. Before Huang Yu can speak, Bai Mao erupts from behind him. How dare this man behave like a scoundrel in young master Huang's office? The fiercely loyal henchman rushes forward and kicks Li Guocheng off his feet. Li Guocheng curls up in pain and threatens to sue. That only excites Bai Mao further. He kicks again and bellows that if the man truly has the guts, he should ignite himself. The attack shows no sign of stopping. Huang Yu rubs his temples. What a blessing it is to have a lackey like this, one who can transform a trap Huang Yu understands into a catastrophe all over again. He cuts through the chaos with one cold question. Does Li Guocheng want to die? Li Guocheng has already drawn the lighter, but before his thumb can move, a powerful hand locks around his wrist. Huang Yu's cold voice sends a chill through him. The soaked man freezes, unable to bring the flame any closer. Huang Yu shoves Bai Mao aside and pulls Li Guocheng back to his feet. He seems unable to decide whether the man deserves pity or anger. Then he does the last thing anyone expects. He places the lighter back into Li Guocheng's hand. Huang Yu tells him he may die if he wishes, but not cheaply. Every piece of mahogany furniture in this office is worth at least $1 million, and cameras cover the room. Damage even one item, and the Huang legal team will collect from his family. Lighter hits the floor. Li Guocheng had believed his death could at least leave money behind. Huang Yu has made that certainty collapse. Through the haze, he hears his son sobbing, looks around the luxurious office, and slowly returns from the edge of hysteria. Huang Yu smiles and says he still will not prevent a death. Then he orders the French windows opened. Bai Mao obeys at once, hurrying toward the nearest window while Li Guocheng stares after him, no longer certain what Huang Yu intends. Cold wind explodes into the office from dozens of floors above the street. Li Guocheng shivers violently in his soaked clothes. The abstract promise of dying has become a roaring opening, a sheer drop, and winter air pressing against his body. Huang Yu steps to the floor-to-ceiling window and gestures politely toward the void. Since Li Guocheng is supposedly so eager to die, he may proceed. The soaked man hesitates. Even Bai Mao, who had been shouting for fire moments ago, falters at the sight. Bai Mao's confidence finally cracks. A death here would invite official trouble and leave young Master Huang with a haunted office. His thoughts predictably circle back to a simpler solution: disable the man first. Huang Yu hears the familiar urge to break legs and feels another headache coming. Huang Yu yawns, sits on the sofa, and looks over the soaked, disheveled man. Whatever happens, he declares, the Huang family is the law in Tianhai. The old man can speak to the authorities, or they can spend 1 million, then 10 million until the problem disappears. As for a haunted office, Huang Yu says this is a scientific age. Even if ghosts exist, money still wins. He will hire all 10 of the country's best feng shui masters for a proper ritual. Inwardly, he can only wonder why Bai Mao is always so obsessed with breaking legs. Perhaps the fool would visit a shrimp pond and ask whether it has shrimp. Cold wind still pours through the open window. Huang Yu points toward the drop and tells Li Guocheng with open mockery to begin his performance. Then he takes a bottle from the wine cabinet, pours himself a glass, and reclines on the sofa as if nothing here concerns him. Li Guocheng looks from Huang Yu to the drop dozens of floors below. His Adam's apple bobs. Whatever impulse toward death he had summoned immediately retreats, but Huang Yu only urges him to hurry. The supposed martyr remains rooted to the floor. Trying to recover his nerve, Li Guocheng threatens to return as a vengeful ghost and punish the capitalists who exploit ordinary people. Huang Yu laughs. He admits that sounds frightening just long enough to spark hope in the man's face, then interrupts before Li Guocheng can seize it. Huang Yu reminds him that money can hire skilled Taoist priests to perform as many rituals as necessary. Whether vengeful ghosts exist hardly matters. The Huang family can pay people to handle them. Even death, haunting, and revenge are useless threats against wealth this shamelessly confident. Yun, Huang Yu now looks like an irredeemable degenerate, and she nearly acts on her anger. Before she does, he drains his glass and changes completely. Dying is easy, he tells Li Guocheng. Surviving is what is truly difficult. Huang Yu asks whether Li Hua's vague promise, and 500,000 yuan Li Guocheng may never receive, are worth gambling his life. The Huang family can uncover the arrangement. Worse, if Li Guocheng dies, Li Hua cannot protect the wife and child left to face the family's wrath. Yun is stunned along with Li Guocheng. Then she remembers the impossible advantage she almost ignored. Huang Yu seems to know the future course of this world. Her anger becomes complicated attention. Li Guocheng, meanwhile, cannot meet Huang Yu's eyes. Confession could mean years in prison for fraud, so Li Guocheng insists he will jump unless Huang Yu gives him an explanation. The threat sounds weaker now. Huang Yu merely shrugs. He never said Li Guocheng knew Li Hua. By reacting so quickly, the man has answered for him. Rather than drive the frightened man further, Huang Yu turns the confrontation into hospitality. He orders his secretary to pour Li Guocheng a glass of wine. Yun's anger flares again, but she suppresses it and reaches for the bottle. Yun pours the wine with a flawless professional smile. Inside, she is cursing the bastard on the sofa 1,000 times over. The contrast is almost perfect. An obedient secretary on the surface, an ancient powerhouse restraining her fury underneath. Inside, Huang Yu is ecstatic. Yun is a founder of Dragon King Palace, an ancient cultivator, and he actually made her serve wine. His thoughts grow even more reckless. She dressed provocatively to lurk beside him, and perhaps she could help when the secretary work is quiet. Yun hears every word. Yun hears Huang Yu's indecent fantasy, and the words nearly knock her off balance. Questions crash through her mind. Then anger wins. She turns and fixes him with a glare sharp enough to kill. Huang Yu's delighted smile freezes on his face. Huang Yu swallows and shrinks back, cautiously asking what is wrong. Inside, he curses himself for getting cocky and remembers that this ancient woman could kill him as easily as a chicken. Yun hears every word. His fear restores her smile and a distinctly smug light to her eyes. Li Guocheng looks down at the red wine and spits out his contempt. He will not drink the liquor of unscrupulous capitalists. Even if he dies of thirst or jumps from this very height, he swears he will never touch a drop. Huang Yu does not become angry, he laughs. Huang Yu praises Li Guocheng's principles, then casually names the bottle, Romane Conti. A small glass is worth roughly what Li Hua paid him. The righteous performance falters. Suddenly, the capitalist's wine is too valuable to waste, and Li Guocheng's vow collapses as neatly as Huang Yu intended. Bai Mao's eyes light up when his young master lets him take some of the precious wine. He lifts it with both care and reverence, then sets it safely aside. Something this rare cannot be bought with money alone. He will wait for the proper moment to enjoy it. Men's tiny expressions and careful movements make Yun Yun burst out laughing. The room turns toward her and she immediately rebuilds her aloof mask. How can she find this jerk cute? He is her disciple's enemy and he knows her secret. She is only using him, nothing more. With the posturing broken, Huang Yu points toward the sofa. Now that they have had their drinks, it is time for a proper talk. Li Guocheng snorts, but he obeys. He brings his child over and perches at the sofa's very edge, still wary of the smiling young president. Outside the president's office, nearly everyone on the top floor is watching the door. Huang Yu's temper is notorious across Tianhai City, and so is Bai Mao's habit of breaking legs. If the corporation truly wronged this family, the employees fear another beating will make the scandal impossible to contain. Longer they wait, the harsher the whispers become. Why was a spoiled young master allowed to lead the company? They compare Huang Yu unfavorably with the man they call President Li and decide that Huang Corporation cannot thrive under this menace. Many would rather old President Huang return. As the noise inside the office fades, Li Hua decides the operation has reached its next stage. He gives a casual glance to the fat, middle-aged security chief waiting nearby. The uniformed man understands at once, nods, and quietly leads a group of guards away. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Behind the president's closed door, the supposed punishment is already underway. Scrambling, sobbing, and vicious threats spill into the corridor. Inside, however, Huang Yu lounges on the sofa with his wine while Yun Yun watches him with an increasingly peculiar expression. Bai Mao is giving the performance everything he has. He roars that Li Guocheng and his son are shameless extortionists, promises to break their legs, and swings a stone statue into the furniture. Every crash makes the fake beating sound horribly real. Huang Yu's eyelid twitches. Those are not disposable props. They are genuine old rosewood pieces from an office used by his grandfather, his father Huang Tian, and now him. The money hurts less than imagining the family scolding waiting afterward. Huang Yu warns him not to destroy everything. Bai Mao protests that a staged beating needs genuine damage or nobody will believe it, then grabs a stool and keeps hammering. Huang Yu reluctantly allows a limited sacrifice, but invokes the old man. That warning finally makes Bai Mao swallow hard. Bai Mao's screams are so piercing that Yun Yun covers her ears and glares at Huang Yu. Still, irritation gives way to analysis. This devilishly cunning man is deliberately smearing his own name and acting eager to be jailed. She cannot yet see why, but she knows there is a trap. And Huang Yu judges the show sufficient, he drains his red wine and gives one small wave. Bai Mao understands instantly. He releases the furniture, draws a deep breath, and charges for the door, not abandoning the role, but transforming his staged rage into a public exit. Doors fly open. Bai Mao demands to know what everyone is staring at and threatens to fire anyone who remains. The other lackeys spill out behind him, pretending to panic while adding threats of their own. The office workers scatter, yet their fearful glances preserve exactly the impression Huang Yu wants. Li Hua wants to remain close, but he knows Huang Yu's lackeys might beat an executive as readily as anyone else. He yields ground with the employees. Even then, he catches the eye of his trusted security chief and gives a discreet wink, keeping their own operation in motion. In the monitoring room, the security chief prepares to call General Manager Li. The camera system is crucial to their original plan. Before he can report, Bai Mao enters with 2 henchmen. The unexpected intrusion leaves the chief momentarily unable to decide whether to protect the footage or protect his cover. Bai Mao orders every surveillance device in the room shut down. The chief stares at him, genuinely baffled. Monitoring the building is his department's job, and the recordings are central to Li Hua's trap. When he hesitates, Bai Mao repeats the command with a threat: obey now or be fired. The chief slowly lowers his phone and performs a show of helpless reluctance. After several seconds, he orders the equipment turned off. One feed after another goes black. Bai Mao waits until he has confirmed the complete blackout, praises their good sense, and leaves with his 2 men. For half an hour, the building remains unobserved. Then sharp screams rise from far below. People at the base of the Huangxi building point upward and cry that someone has jumped. A second voice shouts for help. Someone is dead, and the cameras that might explain it are already dark. Screams below finally make the security chief understand that the blackout was only the beginning. He snatches up the office walkie-talkie and demands an immediate report. A panicked guard answers that someone has jumped from the building. There is blood everywhere. The chief orders an ambulance and hurries downstairs. Outside, the final piece of Huang Yu's trap is already in motion. Bai Mao carries Li Guocheng's blood-covered, motionless body through the crowd and loads him into the ambulance exactly as planned. Arriving too late to examine him closely, the security chief sees only blood, a departing vehicle, and a man who appears beyond saving. Bai Mao releases a long, convincing breath and leaves. The security chief studies the blood on the pavement, then permits himself a mocking smile. Just as Mr. Li predicted, Huang Yu's thugs appear to have driven someone to death. He dials an unlisted number and quietly confirms that everything is settled. Next morning, Huang Yu faces his first formal duty as the group's newly appointed president, outline the coming plans and meet senior management. He enters the conference room calmly, with Yun carrying a folder behind him. Executives exchange startled looks. Last night's apparent suicide dominates company gossip, yet Huang Yu looks completely untouched by it. Meeting is abruptly interrupted by Han Yuyo and a group of officers. Before the entire senior staff, Huang Yu is placed in handcuffs and taken away over the apparent death. He fights only for show, twisting back toward Yun with exaggerated panic and shouting a final instruction for her to pass on. Yun nearly feels embarrassed for him. His panic is so fake that it could not look less convincing to someone who knows the plan. She dislikes being ordered around by this little brat, but she still needs the future knowledge hidden in his inner voice. So she rises in apparent alarm and loudly promises to deliver his message. Long after the officers leave, the senior executives can do little but trade bewildered looks and sigh. Then Li Hua slowly stands. With the confidence of someone who believes the trap has closed, he remarks that General Manager Huang will not be coming back out anytime soon. Cold female voice cuts Li Hua off. Yun's frightened secretary mask vanishes, her icy gaze and overwhelming presence lock onto him. She tells him that Huang Yu's situation is only a misunderstanding, walks to the main seat, and takes the place he left behind. Then she orders everyone to stop wavering. The meeting will continue. Away from the corporate audience, Huang Yu drops the performance completely. Relaxed in his seat, he raises his cuffed hands toward Han Yuyo and asks why she has not unlocked them. The arrest was only a play, after all. Han Yuyo does not reach for the key. She merely stares at him with gathering resentment. Real source of Han Yuyo's anger emerges. She asks with cutting precision who the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged woman in professional office clothes was, the one standing beside him in the conference room. Huang Yu expected questions about the operation. Instead, Officer Han is interrogating him about Yun. And Yuyo's tone turns openly strange. No wonder Huang Yu finally stopped acting as Liu Ruyan's lapdog. He has simply found a new target, she says. Young Master Huang always chooses beautiful women. Then comes the sharpest barb. If he ever truly kills someone, he can see whether his new lover will come rescue him. Huang Yu recognizes the jealousy beneath Han Yuyo's cutting tone and answers with a smug glint in his dark eyes. Yes, Yun is his new lover, he says, and he trusts her. Then he raises an eyebrow and invites Han to hit him if she dislikes it. Privately, Huang considers Han's anger useful. If she comes to hate him, she may avoid the doomed path that would pull her into the original hero's harem. His apparent arrogance is another attempt to force a heroine away from the fate he remembers. Huang's thoughts immediately betray him. Yun terrifies him, he complains, and before choosing any new target, he would rather keep Han in bed for 3 days. Han hears every unspoken word. Color rises across her face before she spits out an insult at the shameless scoundrel. Rather than linger on the intimate subject, Han mutters under her breath and unlocks Huang's cuffs. She asks what he hopes to achieve with this elaborate performance. Her easy change of subject surprises him, but freedom for his wrists matters more than pressing the question. Huang first asks about yesterday's father and son. Han confirms every safeguard. Li Guocheng is alive in a hospital ward under 24-hour police protection. The official account says he died despite treatment, and his wife and children have been moved into secret protection. Huang finally nods, satisfied. Light sarcastic remark still earns Huang a hard blow from the violent Officer Han. He nurses his cheek and complains inwardly that, without the system strengthening his body, 5 finger marks would be showing. At the station, Han steps out, cuffs him again, and links him firmly to herself. At a corridor water dispenser, Deputy Captain Xiao Feng hears 2 policewomen whispering around the corner. They have confirmed the old-school story. He ate excrement, staggered from the toilet vomiting it, and later failed to win Han Yuyo's hand despite pretending that the 2 of them were already a couple. Policewomen round the corner and find Xiao Feng standing there with an ashen face. Conversation dies instantly. They force out a greeting, exchange a panicked glance, and hurry away together, leaving their humiliated deputy captain alone beside the steadily overflowing cup. Water runs onto the floor. Xiao's hand tightens until he hurls the glass down and shatters it across the corridor. Veins stand out on his enraged face as he growls Huang Yu's name and swears that, if he fails to avenge this disgrace, he is not human. At that exact moment, Han Yuyao enters with Huang Yu handcuffed beside her. Xiao's fresh fury sharpens at the sight of them physically linked. The man blamed for his humiliation has arrived under the personal escort of the woman whose rejection everyone was just discussing. Xiao challenges Han over her personal attention to Huang. She meets him with visible disgust. What does it have to do with him? She's keeping watch on Huang herself, she says, so Xiao should stop indulging his filthy suspicions and get out of their way. Xiao burns with the same question that has tormented him for years. Why is a deputy captain inferior to a spoiled young master who keeps passing through this station? Huang, meanwhile, sees the hatred on Xiao's face and feels helpless. He wants distance from Han, yet she refuses to provide it. Xiao finally steps aside, but his glare never leaves Huang. He warns the young master not to become complacent. The day Huang falls into his hands, Xiao promises, he will make Han Yuyao see what kind of trash Huang truly is. The threat hangs between all three of them. Xiao's threat is still hanging in the station when Huang Yu answers it. Handcuffed beside Han Yuyao, he subtly leans closer to her and looks straight at Xiao. Then he asks, with deliberate innocence, whether Officer Han considers this a police officer threatening a law-abiding citizen. Xiao starts to warn Han about the spoiled young master's true nature. She does not let him finish. With one cold look, Han tells him to get lost or face a charge for obstructing official business. Then she takes Huang straight toward the detention room, leaving Xiao publicly dismissed. Xiao cannot allow this to continue. Watching Huang disappear with Han, he decides there is only one way to recover: force Huang to kneel, admit his mistakes, and clarify everything. Otherwise, the filthy rumor already attached to Xiao may become impossible to erase. Several female officers are whispering and pointing. When Xiao turns, they abruptly pretend to work. He loses control and demands to know what nonsense they are spreading. A male officer who already dislikes him answers loudly. They were discussing a rapist in a case file. Does Xiao think every conversation is about him? The others pile on. Xiao acts as though everyone must look up to him. One officer says, does he think he is the police chief? His earlier flirting with female colleagues and habitual boasting have already offended plenty of people. Now the excrement scandal strips away what little respect remained. Inside his police car, Xiao finally releases the rage he could not master in front of the station. He punches the steering wheel again and again before stopping. His breathing is heavy, his eyes are bloodshot, and his hatred for Huang Yu has reached its highest point. Phone rings beside Xiao. He glances over and sees one name on the screen, Li Hua, a senior executive at Huang Corporation. Xiao answers. The familiar voice wastes no time. Li Hua wants to meet, and he needs Xiao to do him a favor. Li Hua names his price. Once the favor is done, Huang Corporation can choose one of its new real estate projects for the Xiao family. It is blatant bribery, but Xiao does not hesitate, ask for details, or pretend to resist. He simply agrees. Xiao's respectable behavior inside the station was never principle. It was a tool for career advancement. He has no objection to helping seize the Huang family's assets, and after today's humiliation, he would prefer to see Huang Yu's entire family destroyed. Li Hua has called the right man. Meanwhile, Huang is already inside the detention room, but Han still has not left. He asks why she is lingering when a psychopathic killer gang remains loose. If she keeps wasting time watching him, he warns, another murder could happen before the police act, and tells him to put away his clever tricks. She does not believe his sudden concern for public safety is selfless. He plainly wants something from her. Yet Huang has chosen the one argument she cannot casually dismiss. Every minute spent on him is time the killers may use. Huang finally gives Han the lead. The person connected to the serial murders is the current head of the Mo family. The name transforms the conversation. This is not an ordinary suspect, but Mo Linglong's father, a man whose family, influence, and reputation make even an inquiry dangerous. And cannot accept it. The head of the Mo family has saved countless lives, possesses extraordinary connections, and holds immense status. More personally, he is Mo Linglong's father. To Han, someone like that does not fit the image of a serial murder conspirator. Her first answer is absolute disbelief. And Yuyao's resistance is about more than disbelief. Mo Yang is the head of one of Tianhai's 4 great families, a renowned doctor with social influence far beyond an ordinary suspect. Even asking questions on a weak pretext could become a political disaster. Behind Mo Yang stands his still-living father, the former Mo patriarch. The old man is fiercely protective of his family and ranks among the era's 10 greatest medical masters. Powerful officials around the world owe him for treatment, and that network is a major reason the Mo family remains untouchable. If the police seize Mo Yang without proof, the Mo family could declare war on the Han family by tomorrow. A random charge will not do, and a false accusation would ruin everyone involved. Han's glare asks the obvious question, does Huang truly have enough to justify this risk? Huang answers softly, do not rush. Then he strips the issue down to one question, does she still want to catch the real serial killer? Han snaps that of course she does, but calling Mo Yang the mastermind still sounds absurd. and would sooner suspect the Zhu family, and she cannot imagine a family head committing such crimes personally. Huang refuses to debate guesses. Anxiety is useless. He wants a direct answer. Faced with that insistence, Han commits. Yes, she wants to solve it. Inside, Huang sees a rare win-win-win. Drawing Mo Yang into the truth may save the man's life. It also repays the gratitude Huang owes Mo Linglong, while giving Han and her brother a chance to solve the case and earn real merit. And catches one phrase and bristles. Debt to Mo Linglong. Her heart flutters for a different reason. She has told Huang more than once that she likes him, even if she usually disguised it as a joke. So he knew and still dared to push her away. And wants to grill the scumbag on the spot, but the surge passes. Huang's private certainty confirms something more important. Mo Yang truly is connected to the serial killer. She studies Huang's completely innocent face, swallows her personal anger, and chooses to act. And warns Huang to stay put and cause no trouble, or he is dead. She shuts and locks the cell, then takes the dangerous request upstairs. Only after reasoned arguments, repeated assurances, and considerable effort do her superiors permit her to invite the Mo family head to the station. 2 hours later, Huang finally faces Mo Yang. Mo Linglong's father is a middle-aged man in black-rimmed glasses, gentle and refined at first glance, and Tianhai's foremost doctor. Yet the look he fixes on Huang is anything but gentle. Mo Yang's anger is deeply personal. He doted on Mo Linglong, who had never suffered hardship, and supported her decision to study abroad, broaden her Western medical knowledge, and prepare to inherit the family profession. Then she came home in tears after Huang dumped her. A chill runs down Huang's spine. Abroad, he knew Mo Linglong came from doctors, but he never realized she belonged to this Mo family. Now her father, the city's leading physician and head of a great clan, is staring at the man who broke his precious daughter's heart. Huang forces the fear down. He raises his head and meets Mo Yang's gaze with a solemn expression. If ordinary explanations cannot overcome the man's influence or his grudge, Huang will use the buried knowledge that brought him here. And Huang asks very carefully whether Uncle Mo still remembers Ziahe by Damming Lake. The effect is immediate. Mo Yang's refined composure breaks, his expression changes abruptly, and for the first time since entering the room, the powerful family head looks genuinely unsettled. Mo Yang answers the dangerous name with several awkward coughs. Then he turns to Han Yuyo and politely asks the Han family girl to excuse them. Whatever Ziahe means, the refined patriarch clearly does not want a police officer hearing the answer, and feels as though she has uncovered an incredible secret, only to be expelled before she can hear it. She respects Mo Yang's seniority enough to comply, but not quietly. At the doorway, she glares at Huang and raises a small fist. No tricks while she is gone. The moment Han is out of the exchange, Mo Yang turns on Huang. The warmth vanishes from his face. His stare becomes cold enough to feel murderous as he demands to know how Huang learned Ziahe's name and how much more he knows. Mo Yang asks whether Huang has repeated the story to Linglong and slandered his innocence. Then the great doctor makes the warning explicit. Speak now, or he has countless ways to make Huang an idiot in his next life. Huang involuntarily takes a step back. If the display does not fit the Mo Yang Huang remembers, this man has always appeared gentle and refined. Recalling Mo Linglong's later madness in the original story, Huang wonders whether its true root was never Linglong alone, but the frightened father now glaring at him. Huang remembers the force behind Madame Mo. Wrong Momo was absolutely loyal to Madame Mo and Linglong, strong enough to clean up Linglong's future violence against Xiao Zhan's rivals. If Madame Mo learns that Ziahe exists, Wrong Momo alone could make Mo Yang suffer. Huang stops retreating and simply watches him. The silence stretches. Under that strangely knowing gaze, it is Mo Yang who finally coughs twice, withdraws the terrifying expression, and asks again in a far less convincing tone how Huang learned Ziahe's name. Huang slowly opens his mouth beneath Mo Yang's expectant stare. Then he shrugs, gives the faintest half-smile, and says, "You guess." Mo Yang's forehead veins rise at once. The little rascal has played him, and the secret is too important for him simply to walk away. Mo Yang can neither extract the truth nor dismiss the boy. Linglong is involved, and a father can see that his precious daughter still likes Huang. Huang even kept contact with her after returning to China. To Mo Yang, that looks less like avoidance than designs on Linglong. Nearby, Han hears enough to imagine the result. If Mo Linglong takes the place beside Huang, where would that leave her? The thought irritates her before she can examine why. She turns her resentment on Huang and calls him a scumbag, leaving him utterly bewildered. Huang has never mistreated Han, but there is no time to untangle that accusation. He turns back to Mo Yang and insists that everything between him and Mo Linglong ended long ago. Uncle Mo cannot simply match them at random. Huang is trying to hide from that dangerous woman, not marry her. Mo Yang's face darkens. Huang is the heir to a powerful family, and more importantly, Linglong genuinely likes him. In Mo Yang's mind, that settles the matter. He tells Huang that this is an announcement, not a discussion. Agreement is required whether Huang likes it or not. Huang still refuses. He truly cannot accept Mo Linglong or the death flags surrounding her. Mo Yang answers with unshakable pressure, leaving Huang one furious conclusion. So this is how the old man wants to play it. Fine. Huang will answer with something much harder to ignore. Yang has declared Huang's marriage mandatory, but Huang Yu refuses to be cornered. Still handcuffed across from the patriarch at Tianhai police station, he gives the old man one last resentful look and deploys the one subject guaranteed to crush his confidence: the unsolved serial murders. There are 3 suspected perpetrators, Huang says. Then he delivers the blade hidden inside that fact. One of them may be Uncle Mo's beloved eldest daughter, supposedly lost among the common people. The phrase eldest daughter lands with deliberate, almost merciless emphasis. Yang shoots to his feet. He demands to know what Huang just said, then warns him not to spread nonsense. The refined patriarch becomes so flustered that he threatens to sue for defamation twice, as though repetition might force the alleged daughter back out of existence. Murder accusation is horrifying, but Mo Yang's imagination finds something worse: his wife hearing that he might have an illegitimate daughter. The thought of facing the woman he privately calls a tigress sends a chill through him. If the alleged daughter is also a killer, neither spouse could accept it. At last, Mo Yang lowers his voice and admits the dangerous part. He did have a relationship with Ziahe, yet he insists it was purer than Plato, at most 1 kiss. Whatever else Huang knows, Mo argues, a kiss cannot possibly produce a daughter. Nearby, Han Yuyao hears everything. A colder possibility occurs to her. The Mo family's medicine is famous, and making an inconvenient witness disappear might not be difficult. Then she remembers Huang will inherit his own powerful family. If she enters that family too, Mo Yang cannot casually silence her. Anne's imagination promptly betrays her. She pictures herself holding up the Huang household for her husband, only for Huang to return with 3 illegitimate children, declare them his successors, and let their mother drive Han out. By the end of the fantasy, she is furious at a betrayal Huang has not committed. Huang catches Han's furious stare and feels his heart skip. He cannot hear the domestic disaster she just invented. He only wonders what nonsense Duck Mei is thinking now, and whether she plans to hit him again. He swallows and subtly scoots farther inside. Huang turns back to the actual crisis. He asks Uncle Mo to quiet down. Anger will not solve anything. Mo Yang answers coldly, demanding to hear what solution the brat has. With no better option available, however, he finally lets Huang continue. Instead of answering Mo immediately, Huang looks to Han. Does she remember his warning? Of course she does. Beware beautiful women and seemingly innocent children. Her investigation has made that strange advice newly relevant, turning 2 harmless appearances into profiles that cannot be dismissed. One detail still refuses to fit. An ordinary child should not possess the ability or temperament required for these murders. Han voices the doubt, and even Mo Yang agrees. Yet unlike Han, the Mo family's foremost doctor can imagine one medical route by which a child-sized killer might act unseen. Poisoned human could kill silently and leave little trace. But Mo Yang knows enough inside information to reject his own answer. These serial murders are brutally physical. They do not resemble a poisoner's work. He frowns at Huang, puzzled by what explanation the young man is still withholding. Both investigators turn toward Huang. To Mo Yang, the change is suddenly unmistakable. The young man before him no longer carries the temperament of Tianhai's spoiled brat. His eyes sharpen, his frivolity falls away, and for one suspended moment he looks like the only person in the room who understands the case. Huang agrees with the obvious conclusion: a child could not be the serial killer. Then he changes one word in the premise. What if the suspect is not a child at all? What if the investigators have been looking at an adult who merely looks like one? Still in the police station detention room, Han Yuyao tests Huang's theory against what she knows. As a direct descendant of an ancient martial family, she is intimately familiar with the legendary bone shrinking technique. Could the supposed child simply be a shrunken adult? Huang dismisses the idea. Bone shrinking can compress an adult, but it cannot rebuild the body's proportions into those of a real child. The result would still look like a reduced adult, and the suspect would move with a peculiar limp. That does not match this killer. Instead of giving Han the answer, Huang fixes his attention on Mo Yang. The choice is deliberate. If Mo exposes the story himself, Huang may learn more about Tianhai's buried feuds, and preserving every local force capable of opposing Xiao Zhan is one more way to keep himself alive. Mo's face changes. He takes out a cigarette, lights it, and lets a long silence fill the detention room before exhaling smoke. If the person is truly an adult with a child's appearance, he says, there is only one medical possibility: Highland syndrome. And has never heard the term, so Mo explains. It is a recessive genetic disease. Some sufferers grow normally in their early years, only for symptoms to emerge much later. The onset may come suddenly in adulthood, in a person's 30s or 40s, or at some other unpredictable time. Once medicine comes up, Mo cannot resist the history. He cites Joan of Arc, whose symptoms were supposedly mistaken for black magic in medieval Europe. In old Chinese accounts, the same phenomenon became miraculous rejuvenation, like the 8 immortals kept by Liu Ruyan, said to retain a child's appearance until death. Mo abruptly stops. The lecture has led him back to the person Huang wanted him to remember. He raises his head and stares at Huang in shock. "You mean?" Huang gives a quiet nod. Yes, exactly what Mo is thinking. Mo reels as if struck by lightning. And finally loses patience. Huang and Mo are trading half-sentences over a murder case while leaving the investigating officer outside the answer. She demands that the scumbag stop speaking in riddles. Huang only shakes his head. As Mo's junior, he says, this is not his secret to voice. Mo lights another cigarette. Smoke buys him only a few more seconds. When he finally speaks, he first qualifies the conclusion. The serial murders may have been committed by more than one person. If so, then one particular figure from his past belongs among the suspects. Mo gives the answer at last. If several people are behind the Tianhai murders, then one of them should be Zia. The name lands harder than the diagnosis. Huang's medical riddle has become a specific lead, and Mo Yang's long-buried personal history has entered the investigation. Han is stunned. Zia, one of the actual culprits. The serial murder case had already resisted every lead, and now it reaches directly into the Mo family. As that implication settles over the detention room, Han's expression changes. The investigation has just become far more personal. Inside the same police station detention room, Han Yuya works through Huang's clues. The childlike culprit, Highland syndrome, and Mo Yang's shaken reaction all point to one person. She looks directly at Huang. Is the child among the murderers really Zia? Huang smiles, snaps his fingers, and gives her an infuriatingly cheerful bingo. She has the right answer, but apparently there is no reward. Beneath the joke, his confirmation is absolute. Han has correctly connected Zia to the childlike murderer. Huang privately admits that the big bear policewoman really is competent, then ruins the compliment by wondering whether a large chest and a brain can coexist. Han hears every word. Her teeth clench. If he keeps staring while insulting her, she may open his skull herself. Yang suddenly mutters over them. It cannot be Zia, yet the resemblance is too exact. He denies it, recognizes it, and retreats into denial again. The respected family head looks almost bewitched, trapped between the serial murder evidence and someone he has never forgot. Huang knows why Mo is unraveling. In the original book, Highland syndrome truly reduced Zia to a young form. Her return became part of an absurd chain. Mo Yang died unexpectedly, the original Huang vanished, and Xiao Zhan exploited the wreckage to draw Mo Linglong and Madame Mo into his orbit. Huang can only curse the author's nerve. Even readers had condemned this part of the story. But ridicule does not make the threat harmless, and Mo Yang is plainly useless in his current state. Huang stops dwelling on the doomed script and turns to the one officer who can act. Huang tells Han to work backward from Tianhai's first murder. Check every local orphanage for a child adopted shortly before that date. If Zia arrived in a regressed body and needed somewhere to disappear, an orphanage would provide both shelter and a convincing identity. Han's eyes widen. A serial murderer hiding inside an orphanage could turn a refuge full of children into a disaster. The possibility terrifies her, but it also settles the question. If she ignores the lead and anyone is harmed, she will have betrayed the uniform she wears. Her confidence makes Huang uneasy. He warns her to remember that Zia is dangerous. A body that looks young does not make the adult inside harmless, and the innocent appearance is precisely what allows her to hide. Han takes the warning and proceeds with the records check. Search produces the kind of recent orphanage admission Huang predicted. He calmly checks one last condition. Zia's appearance has completely changed by now, correct? Han confirms it. At that answer, Mo Yang turns toward her, every trace of distraction replaced by desperate attention, and gives them the name attached to the new identity, Mo Wangjian. It is not a second suspect, but the name Zia now uses beneath her transformed appearance. Mo Yang murmurs it under his breath, as though repeating the name might restore the woman he remembers. And Han delivers the urgent part. Just today, Mo Wangjian was admitted to Mo's hospital with a persistent high fever. Mo Yang's eyes widen. He surges to his feet with a single shocked question. Zia has not merely returned to Tianhai, she is already inside his family's hospital. Mo Yang is still on his feet when the terrible implication lands. Zia's target is not merely the Mo family, it is Linglong. Han Yuyao confirms that she called the hospital herself. Linglong is on clinic duty today, Han explains, and she is personally responsible for treating Zia. That makes the admission look deliberate. Zia entered Mo's hospital because Mo Linglong would be there. Mo Yang cannot accept it. Linglong is his only child, cherished since birth, and the daughter who inherited the Mo family's medical talent. If Zia reaches her, he could lose both his family and its future. Whatever innocent feeling once existed between Mo Yang and Zia no longer matters. She can come after him if she wishes, but not Linglong. He demands that Han open the iron gate. Han does not move at first. Huang Yu already knows this danger from the original plot. He once cooperated with Lin Kang, and without her help that idiot could never have come so close to getting his hands on Mo Linglong. He originally came to Tianhai for two reasons. She wanted Mo Yang to cure the strange illness that had regressed her body, and she hoped their youthful romance could begin again. Instead, he found the man she remembered grown older, married, and already the father of an adult daughter. The life she imagined had vanished without her. Unable to accept it, she turned her grief toward Mo Yang's family. And Tianhai's first murder gave her an opportunity. He used the confusion to imitate the crimes and became a serial killer herself. The pattern was personal. Several later victims had once been cured by Mo Yang or Mo Linglong. To Huang, the conclusion is simple. Everyone in this world is dangerous. Another Dragon King, another collection of unstable heroines, and Yun Yun may be the worst of them. He must stay imprisoned for years. His ideal timetable is brutally practical. Keep He behind bars until Xiao Zhan finishes the Tianhai conflict and leaves to chase the next stage of his story. Only then might Huang safely enjoy the extravagant future he keeps imagining. Far away, Yun Yun hears Huang call her mentally unstable and an eternally withered old witch. She glances toward the distant detention center and grits her teeth. If he is so capable, she snaps, he can stay there and never return. Meanwhile, inside the emergency building of Mo's hospital, the intended victim knows nothing about the alarm surrounding her. Mo Linglong is simply working her assigned clinic shift, the same shift that placed He under her care. For now, Mo Linglong is exactly what her position requires, a qualified doctor and the chosen future leader of the Mo family. She studies the patient's medical record carefully. Then her brows draw together. Something in this case does not make sense. The anxious orphanage director asks whether Mo Wangjun is seriously ill. Mo Linglong closes the troubling medical record, but she refuses to guess. She asks exactly when the symptoms began and listens for details that might explain a case she still cannot confidently diagnose. The patient finally comes into view. Mo Wangjun appears to be an adorable girl of 7 or 8, with rosy cheeks and delicate features made pallid by illness. Yet when Linglong turns away, the child's lovely eyes harden. This is He, and that cold stare belongs to no innocent little girl. Late that night, He opens her eyes in the dark ward. The weakness is gone from her gaze. She softly calls, "Dean," twice, making each word sound pitiful. The orphanage director does not answer. Only after confirming that the woman is deeply unconscious does He allow herself a small smile. He slips from bed, puts on pink bunny ear slippers, and gathers her teddy bear. The ward door opens without a sound. Then her soft footsteps tap through the deserted corridor, each one unnaturally clear in the late-night silence. A tiny child hugging a toy should look harmless. Here, she looks like an omen. Elsewhere in the emergency department, a car accident crisis has pulled almost every doctor and nurse into surgery. Mo Linglong is the only one left in the office. Unaware of the footsteps coming closer, she finishes organizing the day's patient records and checks the late hour. When He reaches her, Linglong crouches and asks what feels wrong. The director is nowhere in sight. He says the headmistress is asleep and would not stay with her. Then fear floods her small face, and she throws herself into Linglong's arms, crying that she is afraid of the dark. Linglong accepts the story without suspicion. She pats Jun Jun's back, assures her that being afraid is natural, and carries her to the office chair. She promises to return and settle her to sleep after helping with the emergency. He hugs her, nods obediently, and gives the sweetest possible smile. Behind Linglong's back, He's eyes turn glacial. The time has come. Still nestled against her target, she slides one hand toward the compartment on the teddy bear's back. To He, this is not a kind doctor holding a frightened child. This is Mo Yang's daughter, and everyone connected to that scumbag deserves to die. Phone rings before He can take anything out. Linglong nearly ignores it. She has surgery to assist with, few contacts worth interrupting a patient for, and no patience for her usual suitors. Then she sees the displayed number and freezes. Among all those unwanted calls, this one belongs to Huang Yu. Linglong's startled reaction leaves Jun Jun upset, so she hurriedly comforts her with the universal medicine of promised snacks. He means to stay furious. Instead, potato chips, cola, and popcorn parade through her mind until she notices drool at her mouth. She wipes it away and stops crying, then insists internally that Mo Yang's daughter has not comforted her at all. Of course not. Linglong only reacted so strongly because Huang Yu's caller label reads, "Heartless bastard, deadbeat scumbag." There can be no doubt who is calling. Still close to Linglong, He rubs her sore little bottom and silently fumes. Potato chips, popcorn, spicy strips, fried chicken, hamburgers, none of those promises have bought her loyalty. She's an adult killer trapped in a child's shape, and she still intends to murder Mo Yang's daughter. Linglong's panic sends the phone to the floor. She seats Jun Jun safely, crouches to retrieve it, and answers. Beneath her carefully calm hello, hope races ahead. Perhaps Huang finally regrets ignoring her calls abroad. Perhaps he wants her back. She blushes despite herself. Huang Yu manages only the beginning of a greeting. Han Yuyao's furious voice crashes across the connection. Where is he touching, and does he want to die? Two sharp slaps follow. Huang yelps, Han curses him, and every hopeful explanation Linglong imagined dies before it can begin. Linglong knows that voice. It is Han Yuyao, Huang's childhood acquaintance. Her hand begins to tremble, and jealousy overwhelms the composure she fought to maintain. Zia He is still beside her when the sudden outburst comes. The tiny body is sent flying and crashes hard onto the floor. Linglong's anger disappears at once. Heartbroken, she hurries to Zhan Zhan, apologizes again and again, and asks whether she is hurt. She insists that she never saw her and never meant it, then carefully helps the girl's delicate body up. The intended victim is now tending her would-be killer. Across the city, the truth is much less romantic. The police car is speeding toward Mo's hospital when another sudden jolt throws bodies together. Huang pins Han Yuyao's head down at arm's length while her fists churn uselessly through the air. He demands to know whether she has made enough trouble. Huang calls Han unreasonable. Her colleague braked without warning, the contact was accidental, and he certainly does not want her. Han spits back that he is lying. The excuse might fit what happened in the car, but it clashes violently with everything she has secretly heard inside his head. In Huang's hidden thoughts, Han is his big-breasted girl, accompanied by boasts about leaving her unable to get out of bed. She knows his spoken indifference is false, yet exposing the contradiction would expose her impossible ability to hear him. Trapped by that secret, she can only swing harder and curse him as a hypocrite. The more Han misses, the more frantic she becomes. Since Huang stopped deliberately yielding to her, their old childhood fights have changed. She is the one losing now. He holds her off with humiliating ease. From his seat, Mo Yang watches the pair bicker with the exhausted look of a father trapped between disasters. Mo Yang has heard Linglong on the other end. He knows his daughter's voice well enough to catch the anger and hurt immediately, and he understands the mistake. She believes Huang and Han's struggle was something intimate. The problem is obvious. Correcting it while Huang keeps provoking everyone is another matter. Huang answers Mo Yang's concern with outrageous leverage. Keep pressing him, and Linglong may make her father a grandfather before any wedding. Mo Yang nearly chokes. He warns the unruly young man that arrogance will bring trouble, but the rebuke is weak. The Mo family needs Huang's help, so its patriarch must swallow his fury. While the police car races on and Mo Yang smothers his anger, the story returns to Mo's hospital. Beyond the emergency room door, Linglong is dealing with the very different consequence of her jealous outburst. The apparent child she hurt is still Zia He, still dangerous, and now has one more reason to hate her. Inside Mo's hospital, the consequence of Linglong's jealous outburst is impossible to miss. Zia He's right eye is bruised and swollen until half her little face resembles a panda. Her cheeks are flushed, tears crowd her large eyes, and every sniff makes her look ready to break. Linglong applies medicine with painstaking care, apologizing to the child she knows as Zhan Zhan Zia accepts the attention in silence while privately promising that she will never forgive this filthy woman. Linglong promises to buy her snacks when the eye gets better. To Zia, the offer is almost insulting. This shameless woman never keeps her promises, and now tomorrow's snacks are ruined too. Yet Zhan Zhan answers in a brave little voice, thanking her and insisting that she knows sister did not mean it. The act works perfectly. Linglong sees a sensible child trying not to cry and finally begins to relax. Phone on the table is still showing the call screen. Huang Yu and Mo Yang's confrontation has never truly left the room. Huang argues that the Mo family may be powerful, but the Huang family is no easy target either. Then he delivers his most shameless threat. Keep nagging him, and he may make Mo Yang a grandfather before any wedding. Mo Yang can barely answer. While that provocation crackles through the speaker, Linglong keeps examining Zia for other injuries. Linglong's repeated concern only makes Zia's murderous urge harder to contain. Since reaching Tianhai, every part of her plan has gone smoothly except whenever this woman gets involved. The Mo surname already carries an old wound. Not long after Mo Yang broke up with Zia, the strange illness reduced her to this childlike form. She returned hoping that the famous doctor might cure her, only to find the heartless man surrounded by a harmonious family. Now his daughter is tending her injury, as if kindness can erase everything. Zia decides she will kill Linglong tonight. Even then, she does not discard the disguise. She lets a cold glint pass through her wet eyes, cries that it hurts, and wipes at fresh tears. Linglong notices none of the malice. Having never cared for a child before, she panics at the sobbing and quickly lifts Zhan Zhan into her arms. Zia tells her haltingly that she does not blame her. The more reasonable the little girl sounds, the more completely Linglong's defenses collapse. After letting the pain appear to pass, Zia looks up with wide, watery eyes and asks what nights in a big city are like. In the village, she says, people always spoke of how beautiful the lights were, but she has never seen them herself. To Linglong, it is the modest wish of a hurt child she desperately wants to make happy. To Zia, it is the perfect way to draw Mo Yang's daughter away from the treatment room and into a place where no apology can save her. One unguarded instant, Zia no longer looks like a child. A chilling glint crosses her eyes and a strange smile touches her lips. Mo Yang wronged her too deeply. If he values this daughter and the family he chose, then Linglong will be where Zia begins taking everything back. The thought brings sadness as well as rage, but Zia believes both will soon end. What she wants now is to see that heartless man kneeling before her and begging for mercy. Just over 10 minutes later, Huang Yu's group reaches Mo's hospital. Mo Yang throws open the car door and shouts for his daughter before racing inside. Someone is trying to kill Linglong. No father could remain calm. Han Yuyao catches Huang by the arm and pulls him after the desperate family head. Above them, the hospital roof opens into a lush garden built for Tianhai's elite patients. Evening wind stirs the greenery as searchlights sweep beneath hazy clouds and neon billboards color the skyline. It is exactly the beautiful view Zia requested, but she never came here for the scenery. Linglong's eyes seem empty, as though she is no longer fully aware of her surroundings. Zia's sweet mask slips. Imagining Mo Yang grieving over his dead daughter, she prepares to strike. Then a branch snaps. Zia whirls toward the sound with murderous eyes, but the garden answers with silence. Several minutes pass without another sound. Zia finally lowers her guard, recovers her sugary smile, and invites her sister to move closer. Circling behind Linglong, she begins to shove. Again and again, she drives forward, trying to turn murder into an accidental fall. Linglong does not budge. Garden is not empty. Huang Yu is concealed in its darkness, watching with a half-smile. He knows Zia is the killer trying to murder Linglong, yet he still does not intervene. In the original story, Linglong was never naive or defenseless. If she were, the Mo family would have been destroyed long ago. Panting, Zia curses Linglong for being so heavy. If an accident will not work, she will be ruthless. She reaches inside the teddy bear and draws the weapon hidden there, a dagger. The childlike innocence drains from her face as she closes in, aiming the blade straight at Linglong's throat. Before the blade can land, a fair, slender hand locks around Zia's wrist. Her pupils contract. Linglong turns with her usual cold, aloof gaze. The vacancy was an act. In one decisive sequence, she tears the dagger free, throws it aside, twists Zia's hand painfully, and lifts her clear off the ground. For the first time, Zia has no answer. She had trusted her preparations completely, yet Linglong shows no sign of being affected and defeats her with ease. Dangling in Linglong's grip, Zia demands to know what went wrong. If she must lose, she at least wants that mystery answered. Linglong does not even dignify Zia's demand with a reply. Still holding her attacker aloft, she turns toward one dark patch of the rooftop garden. Her beautiful eyes sharpen with cold irritation. "You scumbag, have you watched enough? If you have, get out here." Huang Yu's hiding place is no secret after all. Huang Yu has been watching from the darkness of Mo's hospital's rooftop garden, but Linglong has already exposed him. With Zia still hanging helplessly from her grip, Huang steps out and offers the least convincing rescue line imaginable. "Linglong, I'm here to save you." Outwardly, Huang tries to look helpful. Inwardly, he decides Linglong is completely crazy and thanks his luck that she is merely his ex-girlfriend. Unfortunately for him, Linglong hears every word. To her, he is the scumbag who pursued her abroad, vanished without warning, and now blames her for the damage. The more Linglong thinks about Huang's disappearance, the heavier her breathing becomes. Her hand tightens without her noticing. Zia swings in midair, closes her eyes, and braces for the worst. Even Huang swallows hard. His private insult has placed someone else directly in the line of fire. Huang changes tactics. He asks whether Linglong truly thinks so little of him, forces sorrow into his eyes, and squeezes out tears while invoking the life they once shared. Linglong cuts him off with one cold answer. Yes, whatever sympathy he expected from their history, he receives none. When Huang starts to leave, Linglong's first impulse is to drag him back and demand why he abandoned her abroad. Then his parting barb catches up with her. She looks from the childlike captive in her hand to Huang and calls him back for a different question. What exactly did he mean by stepmother? Huang smiles and points straight at Zia. That, he says, is the stepmother. Linglong explodes. The captive looks 8 or 9 at most, so Huang's claim sounds like an accusation that her father preyed on a child. Huang only shrugs and tells her to ask Mo Yang himself. He will be arriving soon. Linglong studies Zia and still cannot accept that her father would do anything so monstrous. Huang lets the bait sit. Once he is satisfied Linglong is unharmed, a more serious question takes over. Zia has operated in Tianhai for so long without exposing herself, so when did Linglong first realize this apparent child was acting strangely? Linglong's answer strips away the mystery. Zia's disguise did not fail because of one miraculous flash of insight. It failed because her performance kept producing mistakes. Linglong noticed the inconsistencies, concealed her suspicion, and let Zia believe the deception was working while turning the earlier painful incidents into deliberate tests. Humiliation finally breaks Zia's restraint. She curses Linglong, thrashes in her grip, and demands confirmation that every earlier injury was intentional. She wants to strangle the woman who recognized her and still chose to torment her. Linglong offers no clean confession. She only gives Zia a mysterious smile and says, "You guess." Hurried footsteps break across Mo's hospital's rooftop garden. Han Yuyao arrives with accompanying personnel and several police officers, finally bringing authority into the standoff. Mo Yang follows at the rear, looking oddly guilty. The instant he sees his daughter Linglong alive, relief escapes him. "It's all right. She's all right." Mo Yang's gaze reaches Zia and his relief vanishes. The tiny body is wrong, but the face is not. He remembers a playful, fair-skinned girl from his youth and the few innocent days he never forgot. Time has twisted her into a child's form, yet he knows her. This is Zia he. Memory gives way to the present danger. Linglong's hand holds Zia beside the exposed edge, where a loosened grip or passing gust could turn the captive into a falling body. Mo Yang tenses and speaks carefully. He asks his daughter to put Zia down first. Whatever happened, they can talk it through. That concern is precisely what condemns him in Linglong's eyes. She remembers Huang's claim and studies her father's unsettled face, then the apparent little girl in her hand. "Mo Wangjun," she murmurs, testing the alias twice. Her expression changes. She asks whether her father knows this girl and watches his eyes instead of trusting his answer. Ouyang tries to evade the question, but Linglong catches every tell. His eyes are unsettled, and he refuses to give a direct answer. Desperate for an escape, he turns on Huang. "You little bastard, what exactly happened? Explain this properly." He fires meaningful looks at him, begging without saying the words, "Clear this up." Huang sees exactly what Mo Yang wants, and refuses to give it to him. He turns his back, tilts his head toward the sky at a theatrical 45 degrees, and behaves as if no one has spoken. Mo Yang calls again. Huang remains absorbed in a night sky that does not even have stars. Linglong, that silence completes the proof. Her father, the medicine saint she revered as benevolent, skilled, and devoted to saving lives, now appears to be a beast wearing a healer's reputation. Because Zia looks only 7 or 8, Linglong interprets the supposed affair as something even uglier, an adult exploiting a little girl. Linglong explodes. How could he touch someone so young? How could he betray her mother and face the Mo family afterward? He taught Linglong medicine, compassion, and the duty to save the wounded. Was this his idea of leading by example? Her verdict is merciless. Mo Yang is even worse than Huang. Both belong in the same garbage bin. Accusation turns lethal. Linglong extends her hand completely beyond the rooftop, leaving Zia suspended in open air. One wrong movement could send her down. Mo Yang shouts for Linglong to pull her back. He insists that he and Zia are completely innocent, but his panic now has 2 targets. Zia might fall, and his own daughter might become a killer. And Yuyao can tolerate Huang's performance no longer. She steps over and nudges the man who is still pretending to admire the sky. There are no stars tonight, and there is no time left for his joke. She orders him to explain. If Zia dies and the serial murder case remains unsolved, Han swears she will never forgive him. Forced to stop pretending nothing is happening, Huang Yu turns toward the edge. Zia he is still hanging completely beyond the rooftop, swaying with Linglong's extended arm. The cool night breeze feels like a death knell now. Mo Yang and Han Yuyao are terrified, and even Huang's composure begins to crack. His conclusion is immediate and spectacularly unwise. Linglong did not become unstable because blood stained her hands. She must have been a complete lunatic from the beginning. Huang is almost grateful they broke up. Otherwise, he imagines, he might have awakened one morning to discover that his dangerous girlfriend had mutilated him in his sleep. And Yuyao hears every word. To her, Huang is an infuriating scumbag. Even in mortal danger, he is thinking about his former girlfriend while another woman stands beside him. Her gaze slides toward him with unmistakable resentment. The police captain says nothing, but the jealousy in her eyes says enough. Linglong hears him too, and her answer is killing intent. How dare Huang claim she was always crazy? In her memory, she was his sweet little girlfriend before this scumbag helped turn everything bitter. Huang notices both women glaring at him, swallows, and offers his flimsiest defense. He has not actually said anything. The cold snort, Linglong ends the rooftop crisis. She pulls Zia back over the parapet, but there is no gentleness in the rescue. Zia is thrown onto the rooftop and lands hard on her backside. Her pained cry confirms that she is alive, while the brutal landing confirms that Linglong's anger has not softened. Fall has been prevented, yet Huang cannot relax. The more he watches Linglong, the more the scene feels wrong. Her attention is not truly settled, and his instincts keep warning him. Inside his head, the verdict grows louder. This crazy woman is definitely sick. And Yuyao restores official order. She steps forward, handcuffs Zia, and tells her to come make a statement. Only then does Linglong learn the suspect's real name, Zia he. She looks from the childlike woman to her father, whose gaze has never left Zia, and coldly mocks them for being truly in love. And Linglong approaches Huang with a soft chuckle that carries no comfort. She calls him a bastard and asks how she should teach him a lesson. Huang raises both hands and laughs awkwardly, hoping to negotiate his way out with a simple suggestion. Perhaps they should not do that at all. As the officers prepare to take Zia away, Mo Yang finally loses his nerve. He steps forward and asks Han if he may say a few words to Zia. His embarrassment cannot hide the emotion behind the request. Zia raises her head, and hope appears in her eyes, joined by feelings neither of them can cleanly dismiss. Linglong has no patience for her father's weakness. She coolly announces that she will tell her mother everything that happened tonight. Mo Yang's expression changes at once. He retracts his request, repeatedly insists he was only speaking offhand, and refuses to meet Zia's pleading gaze. Hope vanishes before the conversation can even begin, and has another person to remove from the rooftop. She takes hold of Huang's handcuffs, gives Linglong a provocative look, and pushes him toward the exit. Then she lowers her voice and warns him to stay away from Linglong. Whatever else happens, he had better not entertain any further ideas about his former girlfriend. Linglong watches Han lead Huang away and narrows her eyes. Then some new thought occurs to her. She suddenly laughs. The sound is enough to make the already nervous Mo Yang feel a chill run down his spine. Whatever lesson Linglong has imagined for her ex-boyfriend, the rooftop departure has not put him beyond her reach. Later, inside the police station, Huang Yu's arrest has become an unusually comfortable retreat. After making a point of approaching Officer Han Yuyao, he has been placed alone in a private detention cell. Han is occupied by the police work surrounding Zia He's arrest, leaving Huang gloriously undisturbed. Huang stretches across the communal bed, crosses his legs, and hums. Beside him waits a bottle of 1982 Lafite. He pours a glass, swirls it twice, then drinks deeply. With no crooked-mouthed Dragon King and no violent Officer Han bothering him, this is exactly the life he wants. Across the corridor, the other detainees can hardly believe what they are seeing. Their cells are cramped. Huang has a private room, a bedside table, and red wine. The contrast is so absurd that they wonder whether this is truly a detention room or some private guest house. Worst affected are the old drunkards being held for drunk driving or drunken fights. One breath of that expensive wine brings them fully awake. They crowd the railing and stare hungrily at Huang's bottle, while Huang's effortless comfort only deepens the entire cell block's sense of injustice. Burly man with a shaved head and dragon and tiger tattoos has heard enough. He storms to the bars, rips the noisy men away, and throws them onto the floor. One look at his full-back tattoos and criminal bearing kills their courage. The cell falls silent. Tattooed man rebukes them for insulting someone they do not recognize. The pampered prisoner across the corridor is young Master Huang of Tianhai's Huang family. That name changes everything. The family's military, political, and corporate influence is famous, and the detainees immediately understand that Huang is beyond their reach. Tattooed man is not merely afraid. He sees an opportunity. Leading a band of thugs is insignificant beside the prospect of working under young Master Huang. As he looks toward the private cell, his arrest suddenly feels like extraordinary luck. Drunk driving may have been the best decision he made all day. Time passes in the newly quiet detention room. Outside, the clock reaches midnight. At once, the familiar voice returns inside Huang's mind. The system congratulates its host. Another entire day has passed without any chosen one trampling him. Hiding in jail has worked exactly as intended. System follows with the reward. Huang now possesses a personal space measuring 10 meters by 10 meters. Better still, it is upgradable. In the silence of his private cell, a successful day spent avoiding destiny has produced a durable new resource, and the chapter closes on the possibilities hidden inside it. After the system's midnight reward, Huang Yu sleeps for a while in the same detention room. He eventually opens heavy eyes, yawns, and sits up. His conclusion is almost smug. Prison really is the safest place for a villain. He can hide from chosen ones and somehow grow stronger without noticing. Huang pours himself another glass of red wine and takes a satisfied sip. Yet luxury without company soon feels hollow. What kind of rich second-generation heir has no women beside him? Worse, Xiao Zhan is probably outside surrounded by admirers, showing off while destiny arranges victories for him. Huang nearly crushes the glass as resentment boils over. He blames Yun Yun and her troublesome disciple for driving him into hiding. But beneath the insults is calculation. Yun's background was mysterious even in the original story. He knows she came from another world. If he could uncover more, perhaps he could use that knowledge. Before Huang can take the idea further, a rapid alarm erupts inside his mind. The system issues an urgent warning. A new protector of destiny has entered Tianhai City. Survival difficulty has increased. Huang's prison plan was built around avoiding one favored hero. Now destiny has placed another unknown threat in the same city. Elsewhere, an injured Xiao Zhan looks at his furious master and reaches the wrong conclusion. Yun Yun must be angry because someone hurt him. Delighted by what he takes for devotion, his crooked smile widens. He nearly calls her Yuner before catching himself and correcting the address to master. Xiao assures Yun that the wounds are minor. Her disciple cannot be defeated so easily, he declares, and he will protect her forever. He rises, straightens his back, tilts his mouth into its proud, crooked pose, and tries to display upright masculinity. To Yun, the performance is unbearable. Yun's real grievance is the opposite of what Xiao imagines. Because of this crooked-mouthed disciple, Huang Yu curses her inside his head every day, and she hears every word. At last, she raises a hand and snaps for Xiao to shut up. He should fix that crooked mouth, she says, and stay away from Huang from now on. Xiao cannot understand the order. Huang has offended Dragon King Palace and the Dragon King himself. By Xiao's logic, everyone in the palace should condemn him. Yun reigns in her temper and turns the exchange toward Nalan Yanren's return. Xiao's confusion immediately gives way to anticipation, and then to a shameless comparison between Yanren's figure and his master's. Yun's cold voice asks whether he can leave now. Xiao still lingers, so she simply waves a hand. The force sends him flying through the doorway and down onto the ground. Then she imposes a new rule: if something happens, he may call. He is not to approach her on his own. Xiao stares after Yun's disappearing figure, frozen. Why has his master become so cold after only 2 days apart? He does not examine the question for long. The thought of Nalan Yanren returning to the country overwhelms everything else, and irrepressible excitement rises in him as the chapter closes. Back in the police station detention room, Huang Yu reaches a grim conclusion. One destiny-protected Dragon King is already too much. If Tianhai produces a reborn expert, an immortal emperor, or an immortal venerable next, walking outside could become a death sentence. He is staying in prison for 7 or 8 years. When practicality intrudes, he cannot stay in an ordinary cell forever. Huang's answer is to build a private VIP cell right here, surround himself with luxury, and have 7 or 8 beautiful women rotate through. The fantasy instantly cheers him up. If prison becomes paradise, Destiny's protagonists can fight without him. Stern shout rolls down the empty corridor. All this brat ever does is cause trouble. Huang recognizes old master Huang immediately. His smile vanishes. If his family believes he killed someone, a prison sentence may be the least painful consequence. Footsteps and the hard rhythm of a cane draw closer. Cell is a single room with nowhere to escape, so Huang forces himself to sit and face the consequences. 3 familiar figures arrive outside. His father, Huang Tian, his furious grandfather, old master Huang, and Yun. The bars are still between them, but they no longer feel protective. Old master Huang looks at his grandson with exasperation, then turns his anger on Tian. If the father had not neglected discipline, the son would never have become this troublesome. The cane slams down, and the patriarch orders the door opened. Tian can only lower his head and obey. Using a key supplied by an officer, Tian slowly unlocks the cell. Then he sees Huang lounging beside a bottle of 1982 Lafite. While the father is being scolded outside, the son has been enjoying himself. Tian's embarrassment hardens into anger. Huang backs away and protests that even a detention cell must follow the law. Old master Huang answers with his cane. Huang jerks aside just before it lands. The blow does not merely crack the bed, it smashes a crater into the concrete sleeping area. Huang stares at the damage in disbelief. What kind of overprotective grandfather attacks his own grandson with enough force to kill him? Dodging only makes matters worse. Old master Huang demands to know how the brat dares hide from him, and the family chase tightens inside the cramped room. Huang cannot overpower the 2 men from his own household, and every escape route closes until they drive him against a corner. With another beating unavoidable, Huang blurts out that he is in jail because of them. Tian's face darkens. He knows he neglected the son who was raised amid privilege, but neglect is not the same as teaching him to get arrested. The accusation almost starts the fight again, forcing Huang to explain quickly. Huang points the blame at Tian's judgment. His father was the one who brought the ungrateful Li Hua into Huang Corporation. Li Hua then framed Huang and put him in this cell. The name changes everything. Old master Huang stops in his tracks, the cane no longer descending, and hesitation enters his eyes at the mention of his comrade's son. The name Li Hua stops the beating, but it does not end the interrogation. Old master Huang plants his cane against the floor and demands the whole truth. If his grandson is invoking the son of a dead comrade, then Huang Yu had better explain exactly what happened. The accusation cuts deep because Li Hua is not merely an employee. His father died as Tian's comrade on the battlefield, and the Huang family supported the orphan from childhood. That duty reflects the patriarch's own life. Even before retirement, he quietly spent his allowance helping fallen comrades' families. With both elders finally listening, Huang Yu seizes his chance. Li Hua is dangerous, he says, and is trying to kill him. His aggrieved conclusion is simple. The schemes that brought him here were not optional. He acted because he had no other choice. Tian hesitates. One side is his biological son, the other is the child of a comrade who never returned from war. Yet Huang Yu, spoiled and idle as he may be, has never crossed this far before. Li Hua's recent projects, meanwhile, have developed problems. Tian chooses to believe his son. Flustered woman's voice suddenly calls for both Huang elders to wait. Hurried footsteps hammer down the corridor, and Police Captain Han Yuyao appears. One look at the battered cell and the crater in its concrete sleeping area sends her anxiety surging. Old Master Huang looks from his grandson to the Han family girl. If they meet a problem they cannot solve, he tells them they should speak to their elders. His bones may be old, but they can still move. Han glances discreetly at Huang Yu and nods. Yun does not follow them. Huang Yu forces a smile and asks whether Secretary Yun intends to leave. Inside, he panics at being alone with Xiao Zhan's master and thinks she should save her black butterfly for her precious apprentice. Yun hears every word. Puzzled by the phrase but certain it is insulting, she decides to look it up later and suppresses her fury. Yun reports that everything is arranged. Their security operative is already inside, and it is white hair. Huang Yu first relaxes, then immediately develops a headache. Bai Mao is loyal but spectacularly unreliable. Confined here, Huang can only order Yun to watch him closely and stop him from improvising. She agrees. However much she resents taking orders from this little bastard, their side cannot expose itself yet. Huang Yu expects Han Yuyo to press him further or take some new action. Instead, she asks only one question. Relieved by how little she demands, he immediately pats his chest and gives her an emphatic assurance. The iron gate grinds open. An officer announces that the incoming detainee will be known as 9527 and will stay in this cell. A middle-aged man enters carrying a blanket, his face bruised and swollen. Huang Yu studies the strangely familiar figure, then ventures, "Uncle Mo?" Mo Yang answers with a flat sound and a gaze full of resentment. Still inside the detention cell, Huang Yu stares at Mo Yang's bruised and swollen face. The once powerful head of the Mo family now stands before him as detainee 9527. Huang only needs one look to understand that Uncle Mo's secrets have finally caught up with him. Mo Yang smiles through his injuries and tells the kid he is remarkably good at stirring up trouble. If Huang had not told Linglong about Ziahe, Mo complains, he might have escaped this particular beating. The flash of white teeth beneath that hostile gaze makes Huang distinctly uneasy. Huang cheekily thanks Uncle Mo for his hospitality and insists that Linglong saw the truth herself. Mo's resentment only deepens. His daughter may like this spoiled brat, but right now he wants to teach Huang a lesson, especially when the boy's meddling may have prolonged Mo's stay here. Huang promptly appeals to Han Yuyo. Take him away, quickly, he is completely innocent. Mo himself is not the true concern. Provoking the man's terrifying daughter could end badly. Han catches his urgency, gives him a smug sideways glance, and asks whether helping him would be too much strain. Huang instantly assures her it would not. Outside the station, Huang finally breathes freely. Han asks where he plans to go and warns him not to charge straight at Li Hua. The murder accusation and public uproar have convinced everyone that young Master Huang is still locked away. Huang therefore keeps his identity concealed as they head for the waiting car. Xiao Feng approaches with flowers and a triumphant certainty. Huang Yu, the scoundrel who has blocked him for years, is finally in jail. He knows Han Yuyao's feelings have long centered on Huang, but tells himself that today changes everything. From now on, Yuyao can only be his. Sight outside stops Xiao Feng cold. Han Yuyo is clasping a strange man's arm, her face radiant as the two climb into a supercar and speed away. The angle hides the masked man's face. Xiao only sees a limited edition released last month, something available to scarcely anyone but Tianhai's wealthy and powerful. Xiao Feng hurls the flowers down, veins bulging as heartbreak becomes hatred. He condemns Han Yuyo rather than question his assumptions. Then his obsession hardens into a vow. He will drag her back, make the Han family kneel beneath the Xiao family, and kill every man around her, even Huang Yu, whom he still believes is in prison. Elsewhere, high inside Huang Corporation, Li Hua stands before a floor-to-ceiling window with coffee in hand. The surrounding skyscrapers look small below him. In this commanding calm, a Xiao family counterpart confirms that their side is ready to begin at any time. Li Hua acknowledges the message without hesitation. Li Hua gives the Xiao family broad freedom once their shared work is complete. After the operation, he says, he will not interfere with whatever grudges they pursue against the Huang family. The concession sounds absolute, until he adds one condition. There is a single person they are forbidden to take. Asked who must remain untouched, Li Hua slowly answers, Huang Yuhen. For one rare instant, the cold conspirator's eyes soften with warmth and tenderness. Huang Yu's younger sister is the lone member of the Huang family whom Li Hua refuses to sacrifice, and that personal exception closes the chapter. Meanwhile, Huang Yu and Han Yuyao finally reach a villa in the suburbs of Tianhai City. Still wearing the hospital clothes from his escape, Huang removes his concealing mask and breathes easier. At last, he has reached a refuge that no one should know about. And frowns over the huge teddy bear in her arms. She knows Huang's usual hideouts, so how could he own a villa she has never seen? Huang refuses to explain, but the truth is remarkable. While still in high school, the original Huang Yu invested his money, made millions, and secretly bought this place. And snorts, yet she does not quarrel. Instead, she tells Huang to contact her at once if danger appears, then turns and leaves with an anxious air. Huang watches her go, baffled. Since when has this violent childhood sweetheart been so easy to deal with? Huang decides her hurry probably concerns the serial murders and dismisses it as none of his business. The villa's light luxury interior, covered with posters of sports stars and games, feels safely personal. With Gu Ming now involved, Huang resolves to avoid dangerous cases before they drag him toward another crooked-mouthed Dragon King and his own ruin. While Huang settles into hiding, the murder accusation reaches the heart of the Huang family. Huang Tian cautiously suggests there may be a misunderstanding, but old Master Huang erupts. There is no misunderstanding, he declares, and no member of the family is permitted to save Huang Yu. Yuhan refuses to accept it. Tears streaking her face, she insists her brother could never be a murderer, drops to her knees, and begs her grandfather to save him. Li Hua feels a sharp pang at the sight. In his mind, Huang Yu is a scoundrel who has deceived the girl Li Hua loves. Old Master Huang nearly brings his cane down on Yuhan. Li Hua lunges forward, kneels beside her, and blocks the strike with his own arm. If someone must be hit, he says, let it be him. Failing to keep watch over the young master was his fault. The patriarch finally sighs and turns away. Wang Tian gently tells Li Hua to leave so the family can discuss other matters. Li Hua obeys, casting one last pitying look at Yuhan. Yet the promise beneath that look is poisonous. He will expose Huang Yu's true nature, allow no injustice toward Yuhan, and one day make this place the Li family. The instant Li Hua is gone, the room changes. Old Master Huang turns back with a calm, composed face, utterly unlike the furious patriarch of moments before. The refusal, the raised cane, and the outrage were a performance staged for the traitor's benefit, not proof that the family has truly abandoned Huang Yu. Old Master Huang asks why they do not confront the matter directly. Huang Tian hesitates. He watched these young people grow up and will not rush to judgment. They should investigate again and see what Xiao Yu is planning. If Huang Yu truly committed the crime, there will still be time to act afterward. Back at the villa, Huang's hope for peace lasts only until Han contacts him. Her report is alarming. He has escaped from prison, and there are things Huang needs to see. Huang immediately agrees, stunned that he could possibly have the ability to escape custody. As Huang crosses the villa, his shock turns into suspicion. By the logic of the original story, he should not be capable of such an escape. Has this world's version somehow invested her skill points differently? The possibility of another deviation makes Han's apparent panic impossible to ignore. Through the peephole, Huang sees Han clutching her phone with panic all over her face, so he opens the door. Then his gaze drops. Large and small bags are piled beside her. When he looks up again, the panic has become a smug little smile. He has fallen for Duck Xingmei's trap. Cursing, Huang immediately tries to slam the door shut. And Yu Yao snaps, "You dare!" A slender, fair hand catches the villa door before Huang can slam it. He leans his full weight into the wood, but it will not move another inch toward closing. Instead of closing, the door slowly opens. Han's cold, beautiful face appears through the widening gap. Huang nearly chokes. His system and super divine rank fighting technique have improved him, yet Duck Xingmei is still crushing him in raw strength. And asks why he looks so unhappy when his own captain has come personally to protect him. With force already settled in her favor, Huang can only deny objecting. His weak answer sounds unconvincing even to him. In tight jeans and a white t-shirt, the petite captain looks disarmingly sweet. Huang admits that most men would celebrate such a beautiful woman moving in. He remembers her methods, however, and imagines being tormented every day. And walks straight in and orders Huang to bring her luggage. She is exhausted, she says, and will shower first. Then she adds a pointed warning, no peeking. Huang answers with a helpless sound rather than challenge her again. Huang inwardly scoffs that he has no desire to spy on her. The number of bags tells a different story about her intentions. She plans to stay. Upstairs, Han hears his disdain, bristles at the insult, and remains entirely committed to moving in. Still protesting in his head, Huang obeys. His system-enhanced physique should make ordinary luggage trivial, but Han's suitcase is brutally heavy. Wondering how many skincare products she packed, he drags it upstairs and reaches her room panting. Huang eases open the bedroom door and pushes the suitcase inside. The room is silent. On the pristine white bed, Han lies beneath the covers with her bare shoulders visible. She appears to have fallen asleep with impossible speed. As Huang approaches, his heartbeat accelerates. At this distance, Han's beauty has exactly the overwhelming charm the original book promised its heroine. His suspicion fades for one dangerous moment, and without consciously deciding to, he leans closer to her face. And Han's eyelashes tremble. Huang's senses return at once. She is not asleep, she is nervous and pretending. Realizing how close he came to losing control, he jerks back several steps while Han keeps the performance intact. Inside, Huang curses the trap. If Xiao Zhan were not still alive and dangerous, he would never hesitate over Han. That is precisely why he must hesitate now. Before temptation defeats strategy, he turns and rushes into the bathroom. Only after the shower begins does Han slowly open her eyes. Her eyelashes are still trembling. She had been smug when Huang protested, but now, listening to the water beyond the door, she feels a sudden rush of genuine first-time nerves. Elsewhere, a cargo ship reaches its dock. The instant it settles alongside the pier, several figures launch from the vessel so quickly that they register only as shadows. Someone important is waiting for them on shore. All four land and kneel before Xiao Zhan. They are not ordinary passengers. They are the four great generals of the Dragon King Palace: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Xiao Zhan's reinforcements have arrived. The dockside reunion continues. Among Xiao Zhan's 4 kneeling generals, the woman in red is Nalan Yanran, the warrior known as Vermilion Bird. All 4 stare at their dragon king with fierce, expectant devotion. Nalan makes no attempt to conceal her excitement. She tells Xiao Zhan that he has finally allowed them to come, and the words carry all the frustration of a woman who has waited far too long for this summons. Now that Xiao Zhan rules the Dragon King Palace, he no longer feels compelled to keep the same distance. He assures Nalan that they will not be separated again. Her icy composure nearly dissolves into tears. And Xiao Zhan changes the subject. Tianhai City has given him more trouble than expected, he says, and the generals will have work to do. The tender reunion instantly becomes a mission briefing. Response is immediate. They will serve their Dragon King even if the task leads through fire and water. Hearing such absolute loyalty, Xiao Zhan's familiar crooked smile returns. Nalan surges upright, the warmth in her eyes turning cold and dangerous. Who dares oppose the Dragon King? She offers to handle the enemy herself. Xiao Zhan answers through clenched teeth, the Huang family and Huang Yu. Xiao Zhan, Huang Yu has taken more than strategic ground. Ruyan has grown indifferent, and Xiao's own master now wears business attire while serving as Huang's secretary. One glance at her makes his resentment burn hotter. Back at Huang Yu's villa, Huang suppresses a furious thought about the provocation in Han Yuyao's room. Xiao Zhan is still alive, and another favored protagonist has appeared. Until those threats are settled, reckless indulgence would be suicidal. Huang does not linger. Still dripping, he reaches for the door, then freezes as a piece of the original plot returns to him. This is precisely when the 4 great generals of the Dragon King Palace arrive in Tianhai. 4 are highly skilled, but Vermilion Bird is the nightmare Huang remembers most clearly. Nalan Yanran's assassinations helped destroy the Huang family in the original story. If he lets the palace expand unchecked, that ending may return. Huang turns back to Han with a precise warning. Illegal foreign operatives are entering through Tianhai Dongmao port, bringing a large quantity of weapons. More importantly, he tells her, the shipment is closely connected to Xiao Zhan. Warning jolts Han fully upright. For one startled moment, she forgets that the covers are the only thing concealing her. Huang's vision blurs. He turns his head, coughs, and deliberately forces his gaze away. Huang admits only that he learned the information by accident and does not know every detail. That concealment is necessary. He cannot explain the original novel. Instead, he urges Han to send people to investigate immediately. Privately, Huang calculates that Han is the right counterweight. The 4 generals are dangerous, but she should be capable of handling one of them. With that move set in motion, he can prepare his own attack on the shipment. Next day, Xiao Zhan's assignments take effect. Vermilion Bird is sent elsewhere, while Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise remain at Dongmao port. Disguised as security guards, the 3 sit near the vital weapons container. Huang Yu arrives under a face that is not his own. Disguised as the Zhu family's young master, Zhu Yi, he approaches the port manager with a faint smile and asks whether everything is in order. Sweat beads across the manager's brow. As far as he knows, this is a young master of the Zhu family, the underground emperors of Tianhai. He promises absolute obedience, even through fire and water. Huang's borrowed authority has worked perfectly. The arrogant young master Zhu standing over the port is not Zhu Yi at all. It is Huang Yu. His system's divine rank imitation technique has copied Zhu Yi's face and speech almost perfectly, while Huang sustains the same domineering manner. The manager's groveling gives Huang exactly the leverage he needs. If the supposed Zhu heir humiliates Xiao Zhan's men here, their retaliation will fall on the Zhu family. Huang can make 2 enemies tear at each other without exposing his own hand. Huang points toward the relaxed security guards. Are Zhu family employees paid to sit around? If their inspection is finished, he says, they can unload cargo. Terrified of offending the family that controls the port, the manager wipes his brow and obeys at once. Huang remains above, smiling as the manager storms across the yard with a supervisor and several men in black suits. The generals' cover identities seem secure, so they show no concern, until the manager demands to know who allowed them to sit there and orders them up. Azure Dragon coolly insists that they have already done their assigned work. The answer only enrages the manager further. His precious new position could disappear if young Master Zhu blames him for these slackers, and men serving the Zhu family are not accustomed to swallowing disrespect. White Tiger sneers and vanishes from where he stood. In almost the same instant, the battle-hardened general appears directly before the manager, ready to act. The manager barely has time to react to a speed that seems superhuman. White Tiger stops dead. A dark gun barrel is pressed toward his forehead. He has faced battles before, yet his pupils contract and sweat rolls down his face. The manager roars for him to continue, but beneath that bravado, his own back is drenched in cold sweat. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise stand with darkened expressions. They warn that if their true identities were revealed, even the Zhu young master would kneel and beg. The manager hears only a threat from lowly subordinates. He curses, pulls the trigger, and White Tiger falls in disbelief. Manager swings his weapon toward the two remaining men as more dark muzzles close around them. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise might have risked fighting moments earlier. With White Tiger down and the port personnel armed, however, they are forced beneath the scorching sun to unload cargo. These are not ordinary men. Xiao Zhan deliberately taught them cultivation. But the method is rudimentary, only enough to push them near the peak of normal human ability. It gives them terrifying bursts of strength and speed, not endless stamina beneath the sun. Labor continues for 6 hours. Again and again, the two men carry cargo weighing several hundred pounds. Sweat soaks their security uniforms. Their muscles feel as though they are melting, yet every pause meets the dark mouths of the guns watching them. Now, murder is the last thing they can attempt. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise can barely lift their legs, and their unloading pace slows to a crawl. Whatever chance they once had to fight back has been ground away load by load. Only then does Huang descend into the yard. Still wearing Zhu's face, he walks past the exhausted guards beneath everyone's gaze and stops before the container filled with Dragon King Palace's weapons. His provocation has cleared the path. Now he can claim the real prize. Huang Yu stands exactly where the last chapter left him, wearing Zhu's face, sharp suit, and gold-rimmed glasses. The weapons container is locked tight and wrapped in several thick iron chains. He frowns. Smuggling weapons, he decides, is far too troublesome. Huang orders the port manager to bring tools and open the container. The manager freezes. These are someone else's goods, he warns carefully. Even the Zhu family's violent grip on the port does not normally grant its heir permission to do absolutely anything. Huang's voice turns cold. Do his orders no longer carry weight? If the manager refuses, he can join those two human pack animals. One glance at Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise, sweat-soaked and barely standing, is enough. The manager shudders and rushes away to obey. Clang, then another and another. Tools bite through the heavy chains while the two generals continue hauling freight. Azure Dragon barely glances over, expecting ordinary unloading. Then he recognizes the container and his exhausted eyes fly wide. Their goods are being opened. Azure Dragon shouts that it is their cargo, pulling Black Tortoise's gaze toward the container. There stands the suited, gold-spectacled man everyone believes is Zhu, calmly overseeing the opened cache. The generals have finally understood Huang's target, but far too late. Whatever the weapons once meant to Dragon King Palace, Huang now regards every piece as his. The elaborate locks, the guards, and the 6-hour provocation have all served their purpose. He has reached the cache without exposing his own identity or fighting for it. Huang dismisses the manager and his men, then casually adds one final order. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise are to keep working until night. The manager answers at once and leads his people away, leaving Huang alone with the open container and his enemies still occupied. Once he confirms no one is watching, Huang acts with a thought. Every weapon vanishes from the container in the same instant. No crates remain, no loose pieces left behind. Dragon King Palace's entire guarded shipment is now in Huang's possession. Not long after Huang leaves, Han Yuyao reaches the port at the head of dozens of officers. They find the remaining Dragon King Palace men armed at the scene. The outcome is immediate. Everyone is arrested, including the two once glorious generals. The great warriors of Dragon King Palace can only stare through tears as they are taken away. After a day of impossible labor, they have lost their weapons and gained handcuffs. Their miserable thought is almost comic. Has justice itself abandoned them? Meanwhile, inside Huang Corporation, Li Hu arises from a table covered with cooperation agreements. He offers Captain Xiao Feng a pleasant partnership, and both men laugh in triumph. Yet behind Li's satisfaction lies a colder expectation. Soon, he believes, he can take control of the corporation legitimately. After Xiao Feng leaves, Li calls a mysterious number and sets the date for tomorrow. His real estate projects are the trigger. Once something goes wrong, the false accounts will surface. The Huang family will be implicated, and even temporary control will give him time to do enormous damage. He never realizes he has an audience. Just outside the door, Huang's white-haired operative records the entire conversation. The moment the call ends, the recording is sent to his young master. Li believes the trap is closing on the Huang family. In reality, Huang already has the warning. At the police station, Dragon King Xiao Zhan faces the two generals just brought in from the port. Their first report lands like an explosion. The weapons have been taken. Xiao Zhan erupts, demanding to know what they are good for after he specifically ordered them to guard the shipment. Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise exchange a bitter glance. The truth is unbearable. While their weapons disappeared, two great generals spent the day as dock porters. Saying it aloud would destroy what remains of their dignity, so neither gives Xiao Zhan the explanation he demands. And Xiao Zhan notices a worse absence. Where is White Tiger? Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise falter over the name, forcing the words out one fragment at a time. White Tiger was shot dead. The stolen shipment is no longer Xiao Zhan's only loss. News lands like a blow. Xiao Zhan's pupils contract, his fist locks shut, and his entire body trembles with rage. White Tiger is dead. The Dragon King demands to know who dared attack one of his own, while the terrifying pressure rolling from him makes even Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise shake. Azure Dragon gives him the name, the Zhu family. Xiao Zhan's fury cools into contempt. To him, they are hardly worthy opponents. He tells the two generals they will be freed soon, then makes a colder promise. He will recover what was taken and personally collect White Tiger's revenge. Soft, sweet, but icy voice answers his vow. He really did come. At the far end of the detention room stands Han Yuya, flanked by Xiao Feng and a large police contingent. Almost every officer is fully armed. The disguise fools no one important. Han recognizes Xiao Zhan's familiar back immediately. Huang Yu had predicted this exact arrival and even suggested letting Xiao Feng lead the capture. Han Yuya knows better than to entrust the future's most dangerous enemy to him. Still, Huang Yu's fear of Xiao Zhan has made her curious. Before committing herself, she decides to watch and measure the man's true strength. Xiao Feng eagerly tells Yao to stand back and let him handle it. Her tone has been less cold than usual, and he takes that tiny courtesy as proof that Huang Yu's detention has improved his chances. In seconds, he imagines the Xiao family rising, his reputation restored, and his goddess finally won. Xiao Zhan watches the officer approach, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He nevertheless restrains himself. Xiao Feng raises his baton, loudly advises him to surrender, and advances with all the authority he can imitate. Against a man whom ordinary firearms cannot stop, the weapon in his hand is almost absurd. Xiao Zhan moves first. One brutal kick lands directly in Xiao Feng's groin. The would-be hero folds at once, drops to his knees, and clutches the wound as tears pour down his face. Blood seeps between his hands. His grand future vanishes in a single, agonizing instant. Before the officers can recover, Xiao Zhan vanishes. He streaks past the entire armed group and leaves the station. This is not retreat. He has no fear of ordinary police weapons. He simply has a more urgent target. Believing the Zhu family took Dragon King Palace's shipment, he races to reclaim it. Elsewhere, Huang Yu reaches the end of a tense call with his father. The older man's answer is cautious but decisive. Leave the matter to Huang Yu. Only after the call disconnects does the tension finally leave Huang Yu's brow. The counterattack he prepared now has the authority to move. Li Hua has not yet joined Xiao Zhan directly. For now, his collaboration reaches only the Xiao family. Huang Yu refuses to take comfort in that distinction. In the future, he remembers, Li Hua's connection to the crooked-mouthed Dragon King is only a matter of time. Better to cut that path now. Huang Yu calls Yun Yun and gives the entire order in 5 words. It is time to stop. She answers with a simple agreement and no surprise at all. This was never an improvised rescue. The pieces were prepared in advance. Huang Yu has merely chosen the exact moment for them to close. Message reaches White Hair immediately. Huang Yu's chief lackey is ready, and the machinery surrounding Li Hua begins to move. Li Hua still believes he is advancing his own scheme, unaware that every step carries him deeper into Huang Yu's carefully woven trap. The counterstrike has officially begun. Huang Yu's order has already set the counterstrike in motion. On the other side, Li Hua confidently advances dozens of collaborations between Huang Corporation and the Xiao family. The contracts carry staggering breach penalties and performance clauses, even though the 4th-tier Xiao family cannot possibly handle Huang's real estate volume. Xiao family is not a genuine partner. Li has built his endgame around the assets and market exposed by those punitive agreements. If Huang Corporation's real estate business collapses, he plans to leave the Xiao family carrying the blame while he walks away from the wreckage. Li Hua also trusts a more personal shield. Old President Huang still carries guilt toward Li's father, so Li is certain the patriarch will never punish him. Better yet, he believes his work has been perfectly clean. In his mind, there is no evidence for anyone to find. The other executives are not convinced. These are seasoned businessmen, and they immediately question whether the Xiao family can carry so many projects. A breach might look like free money for Huang Corporation, but a counterparty with any sense would never accept ruinous terms without another motive. And White Hair confronts him with the flaw Li never imagined. The evidence is not confined to one vulnerable copy. More copies exist, and they can be authenticated. He asks Li directly whether he truly expects anyone to believe he had no part in Huang's troubled real estate projects. White Hair gives a small wave. Several henchmen in black suits enter first, but they are only the escort. Directly behind them comes a joint team from multiple local departments, accompanied by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Li's corporate meeting has become an official operation. The officials identify Li Hua and order him to come with them. Their warrants cite job-related crimes, embezzlement, bribery, and other violations. Sweat pours down his forehead. His fists clench as one question screams through him. What happened, and where did everything go wrong? Li Hua demands to see old President Huang. If he can perform as the victim and awaken the old man's guilt, perhaps he can still survive. White Hair steps close and cuts off that fantasy. Take the blow, stand straight, and admit the loss. Young Master Huang is not someone Li can offend. Huang Yu, the name makes the entire defeat clear. Before Li Hua can recover, the order is given. He is handcuffed and taken away in front of the senior executives he once expected to control. One stone has stirred 1,000 waves, and his corporate conspiracy has collapsed in public. While Li Hua is hauled away, the architect of his defeat is already attending to another problem. Girls move toward Huang Yu, hoping to ask for his contact information, but he gives them no chance. He passes them and heads straight into the VIP ward at Mo's hospital. Inside, police station personnel crowd around Xiao Feng's bed. The deputy captain is in a miserable state. His lower body is buried beneath thick gauze, his eyes are dull, and his face carries utter despair. Huang Yu arrives just as this very public bedside gathering reaches him. Huang Yu addresses the room like a master of ceremonies. Xiao Feng's unbearable price, he declares, is also glorious. Service to the people is etched into the officer's very being, so everyone should cheer and applaud. The grandiose praise turns a catastrophic injury into a public performance. The police chief beams and pushes a tribute banner into Xiao Feng's hands. Several female officers laugh as well, but their smiles carry more ridicule than admiration. Trapped in bed, thickly bandaged and unable to escape the ceremony, Xiao Feng can only stare ahead in despair as Huang Yu watches. Policewomen's muffled laughter still fills the VIP ward when Huang Yu makes his presence impossible to ignore. He had meant to continue to the station, but worry for Han Yuyao brought him here instead. Seeing her safe gives him a private rush of relief. Out loud, he only asks whether Xiao Feng will ever manage a debauched life again. Xiao Feng's eyes fly wide. Huang Yu should be in prison, he roars, not standing here enjoying this. The effort is a mistake. His whole body jerks, the movement tears at his wounded lower body, and a cry of pain cuts off his fury. He collapses against the bed again while Huang Yu calmly claims he came out of concern. Yuyao glares at Huang Yu's shameless performance, yet she cannot summon much sympathy for an officer who has harassed her for years. What moves her is Huang Yu himself. Xiao Zhan had entered disguised as a policeman, moving with ghost-like speed and skill. Han Yuyao knows she could not have stopped him. Without Huang Yu's protection, she might have been badly hurt. Huang Yu sighs as though delivering a grave diagnosis. What a pity that Officer Xiao may never function again. The surrounding women join the consolation with merciless enthusiasm. Even without his manhood, he still has his colleagues. At worst, he can marry a woman who already has children. Each supposedly comforting suggestion lands harder than the last. Someone adds that the doctor has not declared recovery completely impossible. The chance is merely very small. That sliver of hope, spoken before the entire room, humiliates Xiao Feng more than certainty would have. His blood pressure surges. His eyes roll back, his body goes limp, and the monitor beside him begins to fluctuate wildly. Mood snaps from ridicule to alarm. Blood begins seeping from Xiao Feng's injured lower body as voices shout for a doctor. Nurses and physicians rush in, crowding the bed and blocking the spectators' view. Amid the commotion, Huang Yu's lips lift in the faintest smile. The provocation achieved exactly what he intended. Huang Yu's first objective is still survival. That does not mean he must accept every attack from a man like Xiao Feng without answering. More importantly, Xiao Feng has not yet formed a connection with Xiao Zhan, the so-called protector of destiny. Retaliating against this particular scum does not threaten the larger plot in the same way. With her heart still pounding, Han Yuyao finally understands the full joke. Xiao Feng's interest in her made him an easy target, and Huang Yu exploited it deliberately. She calls him a bastard and asks if he planned the whole provocation. Huang Yu does not bother denying it. He only congratulates her for noticing and says there is no reward. As the ward grows even more crowded, a soft hand closes around Huang Yu's and pulls him through the bodies, down the corridor and out of the hospital. Han Yuyao does not release him until they are away from the emergency. Then her teasing anger vanishes. She asks directly what happened with those weapons. Huang Yu answers with perfect bewilderment. Weapons? What weapons? The innocent face only infuriates Han Yuyao further. She knows he is playing dumb, and the deception hurts more because she has already risked herself for him. This is not merely police questioning. She wants him to trust her with the danger he is facing. Yuyao cannot believe Huang Yu has failed to understand her feelings. She has done everything she can for him, so why will he not tell her the truth? Xiao Zhan may be terrifyingly capable, but that changes nothing about her choice to stand beside Huang Yu. As her emotion finally breaks through, the endlessly cynical Huang Yu looks genuinely lost. He can manage only one halting plea: please do not cry. Outside Mo's hospital, Huang Yu can only promise that Han Yuyao will understand later. Her pain cuts through his usual cynicism. Privately, he rails against the story that would place his childhood sweetheart in Xiao Zhan's harem and vows that, while he lives, Xiao Zhan will never have her. And Yuya looks straight into him and asks the question he cannot deflect. When he finally tells her everything, will he marry her? Huang Yu starts to reach out. For one suspended moment, the sincerity in her clear eyes almost makes him say yes. And Huang Yu remembers what he is supposed to be, a minor villain trying to overturn the protagonist's destiny. Han Yuya would be his choice if that impossible day came, but he will not buy hope with her life. He answers only, "If that day comes, we'll talk then." And Yuya has known this arrogant man too long to mistake that expression for cowardice. If even the heir of Tianhai's dominant Huang family looks cornered, the enemy must be extraordinary. She wipes away the tears, says she understands, and leaves with a plan. Trace the two overseas suspects Xiao Zhan rescued. Romantic crisis gives way to another kind of danger. Xiao Tianxi, head of the Xiao family, kneels before Huang Yu and begs mercy. Huang Yu remembers the original plot. This family was among the first to embrace Xiao Zhan. Submission now could just as easily be espionage. Eun hears every reference to Xiao Zhan, the original plot, and events yet to come. Her Xuanhuan instincts supply an explanation. Huang Yu must own a book-like magic treasure that predicts the future. Her face stays calm, but inwardly she decides a treasure of that rank must become hers. Eun also knows a treasure this powerful may refuse any owner but the one who willingly offers it, so brute theft may fail. Huang Yu feels her cold gaze, shivers, and looks back. Convinced she may eventually attack him, he starts searching for a reason to lure her away. Huang Yu looks back to the kneeling family head and names his price. The Xiao family can survive, but only on his terms. Xiao Ruoxu belongs with him, and Xiao Tianxi will no longer lead the family. Mercy has become a deliberate attempt to dismantle Xiao Zhan's future support. Xiao Tianxi's hesitation exposes his priorities. The thought of his daughter becoming Huang Yu's lover hardly troubles him. Losing command of the Xiao family does. He remains kneeling, caught between preserving the family and surrendering the authority he values more personally. Call interrupts the standoff with worse news. Li Hua has escaped. Huang Yu frowns and makes sure the report is serious. The Wang-raised executive who betrayed the corporation is no longer safely contained. He is loose, carrying his knowledge and unfinished conspiracy with him. Huang Yu decides to hunt Li Hua himself. He even teases the caller that the police will be embarrassed if he finds the fugitive first, earning an irritated hang-up. Huang Yu chuckles. Because his own father raised Li Hua, direct retaliation needed justification. The escape has just supplied it. While Huang Yu prepares to hunt him, Li Hua is already crossing the entrance of Mo's hospital. He has hidden his face behind a mask, kept his gold-rimmed glasses, and reduced himself to an ordinary visitor carrying fruit. Every quick glance betrays how badly he needs the disguise to work. At the ward, Li Hua softens his voice and calls himself Captain Xiao's friend. A nurse gives the basket one brief look and moves on. No officer guards the door. Police attention has shifted to the serial murders and the investigation of Xiao Zhan. Inside, Xiao Feng lies trapped in bed, replaying Huang Yu's provocative embrace with Han Yuyo and her shy lack of resistance. He vows that both will pay. Yet even his rage has punished him. Another surge of blood pressure ruptured damaged vessels, leaving his lower body injury permanent. Xiao Feng recognizes Li Hua and immediately asks whether the Huang Corporation operation succeeded. Li Hua's expression darkens. Not only did it fail, he says, but their entire plan was discovered before he had any chance to move. Xiao Feng jerks in shock and instantly aggravates his pain. Li Hua does not leave his fate to Xiao Feng's goodwill. He plays back Xiao Feng's own proposal. Let the Xiao family absorb projects carrying hidden problems, then cooperate in secret. Murder fills Xiao Feng's eyes. The failed subordinate has recorded the bargain that could destroy them both. Li Hua calmly explains that releasing the recording would ruin him too. It is insurance, not mercy. If the Xiao family abandons him, he has nowhere else to go. After a long silence, Xiao Feng laughs and welcomes his old partner. Privately, he resolves to placate Li Hua and dispose of him later. The instant their agreement is reached, Xiao Feng's father calls. His voice is helpless and sorrowful, but the order is absolute. Xiao Feng is no longer welcome in the family. He may go anywhere he likes, so long as he never returns. The call ends before Xiao Feng can demand an explanation. Second call comes from the chief of the Tianhai police. The charges arrive one after another: repeated excessive force, irregular execution of duty, and abuse of power. The bureau has suspended Xiao Feng indefinitely. Then the line goes dead, leaving him stripped of both family standing and official authority. Elsewhere, Huang Yu turns over a different problem. Xiao Zhan is too strong to confront directly, but Huang Yu does not need to defeat him personally. If he can maneuver the favored hero into the Zhu family's path, that collision may protect Huang Yu and the two troublesome women caught in the danger around him. Huang Yu notices Yunyun smiling behind him. His confidence immediately shrinks. Xiao Zhan is her apprentice. If this terrifying woman discovered that Huang Yu meant to trick him into a Zhu family confrontation, she might come after Huang Yu with a kitchen knife. Unfortunately, his private warning is not truly private. Risk is real, but so is Huang Yu's logic. The Zhu family came out of the underground world of money laundering with brutally practical methods. Wherever they operate, finding several guns should be easy. Xiao Zhan may possess overwhelming strength, but Huang Yu is betting that enough firepower can still create fear. Name Zhu family catches Yun Yun's attention, and her brows draw together. Even without learning everything she could teach him, Xiao Zhan should overwhelm an ordinary small family. She sees little reason for concern. What she has not accounted for is the family's confidence in firepower. Across Tianhai City, the danger is already gathering inside the Emperor Grand Clubhouse. Zhu Yi has planted himself in the office's principal seat as though the room belongs to him. General Manager Zhu Jingsu stands nearby, outwardly cautious and inwardly furious. Fresh report immediately spoils Zhu Yi's composure. Huang Yu has shown himself again. Zhu Yi slams the desk and curses the news. The two young men have never needed much personal contact to dislike one another, and that old resentment is ready to flare. Zhu Yi crosses his legs and taps one finger against the desk. The investigation has identified his attacker as a security guard from Liu Corporation, but the man has been missing for several days. No one in the clubhouse has managed to find him. Zhu Yi erupts. What use are these people if they cannot locate one stinking security guard? The management team goes cold. Everyone there understands that offending the Zhu family's young master can end miserably, so they stammer apologies and promise faster results. Zhu Yi finally withdraws his glare from the staff and turns it on Jingsu. Her fitted cheongsam emphasizes her curving figure, but she gives him only the caution his position demands. Beneath that controlled presentation, the anger he has already provoked remains alive. Missing man resolves the search himself. Xiao Zhan reaches the guarded top-floor office and walks straight into Zhu Yi's domain. Zhu Yi springs up at the familiar face, furious that his attacker has dared to come to him voluntarily. Xiao Zhan wastes no time on explanations. The Zhu family must return the things it took. If it refuses, he declares that the entire family will be dead within 2 days. The deadline is absolute, and he delivers it as though no one in the room can challenge him. Xiao Zhan strolls to the sofa, pours himself tea, and takes an unhurried sip. He assumes Jingsu must be wondering who can cross her security so easily. She does recognize his terrifying strength, but the admiration and reverence he imagines are completely absent. Jingsu has never believed a woman must marry into wealth. Her answer is to become a wealthy family herself. Now, with 2 enemies standing before her, she sees a way to advance that ambition. Let Xiao Zhan's power fall on the man whose authority she resents. Jingsu suddenly claims Zhu Yi may have mistaken Xiao Zhan for someone else. She urges the intruder to leave before the danger closes in, then takes his arm with a frightened, pitiful look. The fear is a performance, precisely aimed at Xiao Zhan's pride. Calculated touch works. Tenderness flashes through Xiao Zhan, followed by the Dragon King's instinct to dominate anyone challenging him. Zhu Yi answers with his grandest deterrent. The Zhu family can issue a Dragon King kill order. Xiao Zhan can only give him a mocking, crooked laugh. The man being threatened is the current Dragon King himself. Xiao Zhan's crooked laugh leaves Zhu Yi with a frightening possibility. Dragon King Palace is infamous abroad for assassinations and mercenary work. Great nations want it destroyed. Smaller ones dare not offend it. If this intruder truly rules that force, one wrong move could erase the Zhu family. Zhu Yi cautiously asks who he is facing. Xiao Zhan mocks him for forgetting the identity he just named. When Zhu Yi breathes, Dragon King, his eyes widen in rehearsed amazement. Satisfied, Xiao Zhan releases his head and accepts the submission at face value. Zhu Yi gushes that he has long dreamed of meeting the Dragon King. Then he offers a test disguised as business, assassinate an enemy and name any price. Xiao Zhan asks for the target. Zhu Yi gives him exactly one name, Huang Yu. Name works too well. Xiao Zhan erupts, remembering Liu Ruyan lowering herself before Huang Yu. He calls their hatred irreconcilable, the hatred of a stolen wife, and identifies that wife as Liu Corporation President Liu Ruyan. Zhu Yi listens until the pieces align. The instant Xiao Zhan turns away, Zhu Yi rises. Admiration drains from his face, leaving annoyance and contempt. Just as I thought. His hand comes up with a pistol. To Zhu Yi, this is merely a stinking security guard hiding behind the Dragon King's name. Xiao Zhan evades the opening attack, but the pistol was only the beginning. The Zhu family's prepared firepower turns the confrontation into a kill zone. Even while escaping the first strike, Xiao Zhan feels no relief. No ordinary family should command this many weapons. As Xiao Zhan falls, a round object drops beside him at almost the same speed. It is already close when he recognizes the threat. His eyes widen. There is nowhere to push off, nowhere to dodge. The grenade detonates in midair and hurls him toward the street. Xiao Zhan slams onto a supercar with enough force to cave in its roof. Bystanders scream that someone has jumped and call for an ambulance. Within minutes, paramedics lift the unresponsive stranger away and rush him to the nearest hospital. At most people's hospital, the expected corpse becomes an impossible patient. Xiao Zhan has only several broken bones, and his body is repairing itself at a speed the chief physicians compare to an earthworm. Around the operating table, disbelief turns into talk of a discovery that could change human history. The medical miracle starts waking. Instead of welcoming that recovery, the physicians panic. If Xiao Zhan opens his eyes, their discovery may walk away. They demand 2 more injections of anesthetic, and the bewildered anesthesiologist obeys under the entire group's stare. Elsewhere in the hospital, Mo Linglong hears that orthopedics has found a remarkable patient. The case may be important enough to win a Nobel Prize. Her mouth falls open. Groundbreaking discoveries define medical history, and she immediately declares that she has to see this one herself. O Linglong can barely contain herself. To her, this could be the kind of discovery that rewrites medicine. Huang Yu only sighs. He still does not know who lies under anesthesia, but he knows his obsessive ex-girlfriend. In his mind, the verdict is immediate. That patient is in deep trouble. O Linglong's excitement over the hospital's miraculous patient is not ordinary professional interest. Her devotion to pathology borders on the absurd. Countless laboratory mice have met increasingly gruesome ends in her hands, and Huang Yu knows that a living medical mystery may inspire something even worse. Huang Yu feels sorry for the unknown victim, then bitterly wishes the patient were Xiao Zhan instead. In the future, he remembers, Xiao Zhan takes Mo Linglong into his harem, neglects her, and lets her obsession grow darker. Huang decides he must hide his ex-girlfriend before that fate can find her. O Linglong hears every word. Anger comes first at Huang Yu's shameless claim of doing a good deed, but confusion quickly replaces it. Who is Xiao Zhan? Why is Huang so certain that this stranger will claim her and kill him? The warning sounds less like jealousy than prophecy. Despite his unease, Huang Yu still believes the extraordinary patient may be worth meeting and perhaps winning over. He enters the ICU with Mo Linglong and Mo Yang. One look at the anesthetized figure stops both men cold. They exclaim together, "The miraculous patient is Xiao Zhan." Huang Yu can hardly believe the pervert he pitied is the very man he fears. Xiao Zhan is badly injured, unconscious, and finally within reach. For one reckless instant, Huang wonders whether they should finish him now, before the protector of destiny can rise again. Huang Yu suddenly trembles beneath a murderous gaze he cannot locate. Far away, Yun turns from her yoga mat toward the window. Troublesome or not, Xiao Zhan is still her apprentice. Her warning crosses the distance, and Huang immediately abandons the idea of touching the story's protected hero. Ouyang studies the patient's build and recognizes the man who kicked him in the detention room. Xiao Zhan may look different now, but years of medical experience make his figure and physique unmistakable. With his enemy still anesthetized, Mo Yang decides that the lesson should begin immediately. Department heads and doctors pull on gloves and collect their tools, waiting for final direction. Mo Linglong is decisive. No one grants the unconscious Xiao Zhan a chance to object, and the procedure begins while the additional anesthesia from his emergency treatment still keeps him helpless. Result is irreversible. Xiao Zhan has been castrated. Huang Yu does not object to what happened to his enemy, but Mo Linglong's decisiveness leaves him swallowing hard. If she can do this to the Dragon King, what might happen if she ever turns the same judgment on him? Huang Yu privately consoles himself that Xiao Zhan can no longer sleep with anyone, so perhaps this predicted heroine is finally safe. Mo Linglong hears him, snorts, and refuses to answer. Whatever Huang's mysterious knowledge says, she will prove him wrong. She will never become part of Xiao Zhan's harem. The procedure is over, but Xiao Zhan's cultivation refuses to let him remain helpless. Beneath the anesthetic, his subconscious begins fighting back. Feeling returns as an icy current crawls through his meridians, and the first clear sensation is a vicious pain in his lower body. He cannot open his eyes. His limbs ignore every command, outside voices dissolve into nothing, and only pain and awareness remain. Xiao Zhan struggles against that prison until the power inside him begins surging wildly in answer to his will. And control returns all at once. Xiao Zhan roars and surges upright in the middle of the procedure. His sudden movement meets an upright scalpel and sends another flash of agony through him. He doubles over, clutching his altered lower body as the room erupts in panic. Outside, Huang Yu hears the roar and instantly understands what happened. Xiao Zhan is stronger than he is, and being the first face the Dragon King sees could be fatal. Huang Yu abandons dignity, seizes Mo Linglong's hand, and sprints with her around the nearest corner. Xiao Zhan bursts into the hospital corridor naked, covering himself as he flees. The mighty crooked-mouthed Dragon King does not look mighty now. Hidden beyond the corner, Huang Yu watches the man he normally avoids at all costs stagger away in pain and humiliation. Safety awakens Huang Yu's playful side. Grinning, he raises his phone, snaps several photographs, and records the escape. A naked Dragon King fleeing in disgrace is too extraordinary to waste. Huang Yu can hardly believe the favored protagonist is receiving treatment this humiliating. Huang Yu is delighted but not reckless. He still needs confirmation that the castration succeeded. If Xiao Zhan is truly unable to harm the future heroines, Huang Yu's preferred victory is simple. Disappear somewhere safe and let the crippled plot protagonist rage without finding him. Savage twisting pinch bites into Huang Yu's waist. He jolts and stares at Mo Linglong, but her glare kills any protest. He rubs the sore spot in baffled silence. She cannot explain that she heard him preparing to abandon her, yet her answer could hardly be clearer. Mo Linglong cannot understand why Huang Yu fears that crooked-mouthed security guards so much. Xiao Zhan was stabbed repeatedly at this very hospital and still fled in disgrace. Next time, she decides, they must be even more ruthless and leave him completely unable to resist. Ouyang catches up with several bodyguards and fixes Huang Yu with an accusing glare. The brat recognized danger before anyone else, yet his first move was to run off with Mo Yang's daughter. More troubling is the question beneath the accusation. How did Huang Yu know Xiao Zhan would wake? Huang Yu hesitates until the best excuse he can produce is, he looked like a terrorist. The real answer stays inside his head. How can he tell them they are characters in a novel and that the crooked-mouthed security guard is its protagonist? Beside him, Mo Linglong hears every word. Ouyang coldly declares that if Xiao Zhan returns, he will never leave again. Huang Yu can only stare at that confidence in speechless disbelief. The old man should worry less about boasting and think carefully about how anyone here can deal with a story protagonist first. In the hospital corridor, Huang Yu's unspoken phrase keeps echoing through Mo Linglong's mind. They are inside a book, and Xiao Zhan is its protagonist. One unbelievable possibility follows. What if Huang Yu is not merely aware of the story? What if he came into it from somewhere else? That suspicion rearranges her memories. Abroad, Mo Linglong meant to devote herself to medicine, yet Huang Yu drew her attention instead. He startled her by confessing. They began dating, and she ended the relationship almost as quickly as it began. Until now, she had accepted that ending at face value. Now she sees a purpose. Huang Yu knew emotional turmoil was ruining her appetite and her medical studies. If he deliberately pushed their relationship toward an ending, perhaps it was to force her to study, grow stronger, and avoid the future he feared, being claimed by that crooked-mouthed security guard's harem. The conclusion strikes her with painful force. He had been protecting her. Looking at the face she knows so well, Mo Linglong feels her throat tighten. She can no longer hide the answer from herself. Whatever happened between them before, and however dangerous his secret may be, she still loves Huang Yu. Mo Linglong turns and suddenly wraps her arms around him, pressing into the long-missed warmth of his chest. Huang Yu stiffens in complete confusion. "What happened?" he asks. She answers only, "Nothing," then releases him, wipes at her eyes so subtly she hopes he will miss it, and walks away. Hug says little, but her decision is absolute. She will not expose what she heard and condemn Huang Yu to keep hiding or running. Nor will she accept the future reserved for Xiao Zhan, even at the cost of her life. If she stands beside Huang Yu, she intends to do it openly. Elsewhere, the humiliating escape refuses to vanish. Platforms ban the explicit footage of the naked runner, yet copies continue racing through the internet's hidden corners. Viewers attempt to identify him, but Xiao Zhan's overseas background offers them little, and the distant, faint image reveals almost nothing useful. Huang Yu returns to Huang Corporation and finds his #1 lackey waiting before the desk with an eager smile. Bai Mao asks whether his young master needs anything else. The sight gives Huang Yu a headache. This man is loyal, but loyalty has never made him safe or particularly sensible. Bai Mao is not especially capable, yet somehow he helped deal with the Xiao family and Li Hua. The trouble is that every success encourages him to court a larger disaster. Huang Yu considers himself only a minor villain. He cannot let this fool test himself against Xiao Zhan, the story's far more dangerous favorite. Instead of giving another task, Huang Yu thanks Bai Mao for his hard work. The lackey is instantly moved and insists that serving him is only what he should do. Huang Yu refuses to leave the matter there. He opens his checkbook, writes a figure, and slides the check across the desk. Number empties Bai Mao's mind. Tears rise and he drops to his knees, stammering that it is far too much. Huang Yu only raises an eyebrow. 10 million is pocket change to him, but the money serves a purpose. Bai Mao is to go enjoy himself, take a vacation, and stay away for several months. Huang Yu sees distance as safety. Bai Mao sees proof that his young master treasures him. Surely such generosity means every effort to please Huang Yu has been noticed. He dares not argue further, but privately draws the opposite lesson from the one Huang Yu intended. Loyal service must become even more attentive and proactive. Bai Mao passes his revelation to the others. Working for young Master Huang, he explains, is not about following rules blindly. A proper subordinate must stay flexible, anticipate what the young master needs, and act where his status prevents him from acting personally. Xiao Zhan is his example. Huang Yu need not lower himself to strike first. Lackeys understand at once and regret their restraint. One wishes he had humiliated the stinky security guard even more. Others praise Bai Mao and wonder when they can teach Xiao Zhan another lesson in front of Huang Yu. Watching the replies multiply, Bai Mao nods in satisfaction. These people, he decides, are teachable. Huang Yu does not trust Bai Mao to take a hint, or even to stay on vacation. So he closes the loophole himself and books the white-haired lackey a flight abroad. Distance, Huang Yu hopes, will finally stop this human disaster from returning to Tianhai and creating fresh trouble. Bai Mao reads the precaution as proof of extraordinary favor. What other master would personally arrange travel for a mere errand boy? In tears, he vows to become worthy of such kindness, photographs the ticket, and announces to the group that young Master Huang booked it himself. Replies celebrate Bai Mao's promotion in all but name. One lackey declares that it is time to strike. Others privately resolve that the next time anyone disturbs Huang Yu, they will intervene faster. Huang Yu has exported the loudest problem, while leaving Bai Mao's doctrine alive in every phone in the building. With Bai Mao safely leaving, Huang Yu counts the enemy pieces. The Xiao family is gone. Li Hua has been eliminated. Of Dragon King Palace's 4 generals, 1 is dead and 2 are imprisoned as terrorists, likely for 20 or 30 years. That leaves only the blood-handed butcher, Nai Xiao. Huang Yu tells Yun Yun to prepare to get out. They are heading to Tianhai City People's Hospital. She watches him think and knows he is plotting something. Yet even Yun Yun does not know that, while she rides beside Huang Yu, her apprentice Xiao Zhan has already suffered a mutilating hospital disaster. Another of Huang Yu's plans is already moving. A paid arrangement has put a woman in Xiao Zhan's path, testing whether even the Dragon King's monstrous fortune can protect him from a sexually transmitted infection. Huang Yu refuses to believe Xiao Zhan is untouchable, but the result has not reached him yet. Inside a hospital department, Nai Xiao slams the desk. The doctors once said Nai Meng could be treated, now they say they cannot cure her. Beside him, his younger sister looks pale, delicate, and frail. She takes his hand and forces a smile, telling him the doctor has already done his best. Hospital had already carried Nai Meng's unpaid bills as long as it could. By the time the arrears reached their limit, her illness had progressed beyond treatment. Nai Meng understands the cruelty of it. After years apart, she has finally found her brother, only for death to threaten another separation. Eerily tangible killing intent rolls off Nai Xiao, frightening a doctor seasoned by decades of medical disputes. Still, the physician offers one last possibility. Mo's hospital may be able to help. Nai Xiao clenches his fist, remembers he is no longer abroad, and lets the doctor live rather than create more trouble for his sister. Nai Xiao takes his sister toward the door without hesitation. They will go to Mo's hospital. Nai Meng warns that it is extremely expensive. His answer is gentle and absolute. Money is the last thing he lacks now. She nods, accepting both the plan and the affection beneath it. The moment the brother and sister enter the lobby, Huang Yu moves into their path with studied casualness. He greets Nai Xiao as the man from the detention cell and calls their meeting a coincidence. It is anything but. Huang Yu came here because Nai Xiao is the last general he cannot leave to Xiao Zhan. Nai Xiao explodes. He calls Huang Yu scum and moves to attack, but Nai Meng catches his arm and orders him to stop. Then she releases her brother and looks directly at Huang Yu. Trepidation and a trace of joy cross her pale face. Hesitantly, she says his name. Huang Yu, it has been a long time. Nai Meng's hesitant greeting carries them back to high school. Campus should have been a season of friendship, first love, and carefree growth. For her, it was survival. Her brother had disappeared, leaving her alone and destitute. Welfare provided only a few hundred yuan each month. To cover the rest, Nai Meng collected garbage outside school. Her uniform had nearly faded from endless washing, her other clothes were just as old, and she had almost no friends. She ignored the boys who pursued her. Nai Meng wanted only to study, earn enough money, and find her missing brother. But the attention surrounding her bred jealousy. Girls stole her homework, drenched her clothes in the washroom, and mocked her openly. With almost no spare clothing, Nai Meng had to endure the bone-chilling cold until she reached her dormitory. As the harassment pushed her toward collapse, someone finally stepped between her and the girls. Huang Yu, unmistakable in a hoodie and army green pants. Huang Yu loudly warned the girls not to bully her again. To him, it may have been one intervention among many. To the frightened girl behind him, it was the instant light entered her life, and the reason she never forgot his face. Back in the hospital, Nai Meng's hard-won confidence vanishes. She feels like that timid girl all over again. Huang Yu studies her with faint familiarity, then asks who she is. Softly, she answers, "We were high school classmates." His blank response leaves her visibly disappointed. Nai Xiao sees his sister shrinking before Huang Yu and reaches the darkest possible conclusion. Perhaps this notorious young master bullied her while he was gone. Murderous intent flashes in his eyes as he demands to know what Huang Yu wants. Before Huang Yu can answer, his system speaks. His strike against Dragon King Palace has succeeded. Xiao Zhan has contracted the disease Huang Yu arranged for him. The ugly little scheme has finally landed, and the reward follows immediately. Second announcement is far more useful. Huang Yu acquires divine rank medical skills. A minute earlier, promising to cure cancer would have been madness. Now knowledge and confidence settle into place, and Naimeng's crisis becomes his opening. Huang Yu straightens and declares that he came to treat Naimeng. He is confident he can cure her. Naizio stares, certain he misheard. When Huang Yu dismisses the problem as just cancer, Naizio grabs him by the collar. Naizio insists that even the world's best medicine can only ease cancer, not cure it. Naimeng answers with the memory he does not share. She tells her brother to let go because she believes Huang Yu. Her choice forces Naizio to allow the attempt, but not to trust the man making it. The confrontation moves to Huang Yu's suburban villa. Huang Yu expresses complete confidence in his medical art, but Naizio has no use for confidence. He warns Huang Yu that any improper move will mean death, then steps outside and stands guard. Naimeng slowly removes the clothing necessary for treatment, her slender hands trembling with the awkwardness of the moment. Pale skin emerges beneath the fabric. Huang Yu goes speechless. Inwardly, he protests that he did not ask to watch, yet the situation has left him nowhere else to look. Inside Huang Yu's suburban villa, the awkwardness has not vanished. Naimeng is prepared for treatment, and her lethal brother is still guarding the other side of the door. Huang Yu forces every distracting thought from his mind, steadies his breathing, and finally begins. Elsewhere near Tianhai City People's Hospital, the result of Huang Yu's earlier scheme is playing out in a shabby third-floor guest house. Xiao Zhan lies back covered in sweat, thoroughly satisfied. To him, the encounter feels like his first real triumph since returning to China. Woman curls against him, traces a finger over his chest, and sweetly asks for more chances to be together. Her reason is brutally practical. Someone paid her 500,000 yuan for this one meeting. Already ill and aware that she cannot remain in the trade forever, she sees a few more payments as a possible escape. Behind the sweet voice, her eyes contain undisguised contempt. Years in the business have left her privately astonished by how unimpressive the encounter was, but none of that reaches her face. Xiao Zhan promises many future opportunities and proposes exchanging contact information, proudly deciding that the Dragon King can seduce women anywhere. Back in the villa, Huang Yu's hands move with startling speed. Silver needles spread across Naimeng's back. A faint current of qi stirs at their tips, linking one acupoint to the next until warmth travels through the entire pattern. His divine rank medical art is no longer merely a system promise. It works. The growing heat draws a soft groan from Naimeng. The sound embarrasses her at once, and color floods her pale face. 5 minutes later, Huang Yu ends the procedure as cleanly as he began it, withdrawing every needle before telling her that she can put her clothes back on. And Naimeng hears something Huang Yu never says aloud. If Xiao Zhan were not in the way, he would already have pursued a beauty like her. Startled, she asks what he said. Huang Yu only repeats his instruction to dress. Another teasing thought follows, and this time she watches closely. His lips never move. What Naimeng hears next is even more revealing. Huang Yu is not treating her only out of kindness. Keeping her close gives him a chance to win over Naizio before Xiao Zhan can recruit the blood-handed butcher and turn him against Huang Yu. In a few silent sentences, she learns the strategy he has hidden from both siblings. Hearing that the procedure is over, Naizio pushes inside. His sister's flushed face and hurriedly buttoned clothes make his thoughts veer somewhere dangerous, but he forces himself to focus. He demands to know how long recovery will take. Huang Yu adopts a thoughtful air and answers, probably another year and a half. Naizio cannot simply accept that answer and relax. Huang Yu is notorious as one of Tianhai's 4 great troublemakers. Naizio himself has only just left prison and has not fully re-established his life in China, so leaving his sick younger sister here already feels dangerous. If Huang Yu is to remain her doctor, Naizio decides that trust cannot be their only protection. Naizio moves close to Naimeng as if sharing a private farewell. Under that cover, he slips a small paper packet into her bag. His whisper is merciless. Find a way to make Huang Yu take the medicine. Without the antidote, he will die. The doctor who has just given Naimeng hope is now the target of her brother's hidden poison. Naizio is not foolish enough to trust a notorious scoundrel with his sister's life. He considered forcing the poison down Huang Yu's throat himself, but an open attack could bring the Huang family's retaliation, or hidden experts he cannot anticipate. A quiet dose delivered by Naimeng is safer. Naizio gives Huang Yu one last warning look, tells his sister to speak, and leaves. Naimeng stands dazed in the sudden quiet. She understands that her brother wants to guarantee her treatment, yet she cannot stop wondering whether his hatred of Huang Yu will someday turn into murder. Siblings have concealed less than they think. Huang Yu noticed Naizio's little maneuver, but it earns only a wry smile. With divine rank medical skill, what poison could truly threaten him? To Huang Yu, that supposedly lethal packet is so harmless he could practically eat it with a meal. Huang Yu finds Naimeng a room, and she withdraws without emerging again. At last, he stretches out on the downstairs sofa and breathes in a rare moment of peace. Yet one danger remains. If Nai Meng exposes that he caused Xiao Zhan's condition, the crooked-mouthed rival will bring another storm to his door. Knock, knock, knock. Huang Yu's peace lasts only seconds. He assumes Han Yuyao has returned and rises with a helpless sigh. But Yun Yun is at the entrance, and behind the formidable secretary stands another young woman, tearful, frightened, and reluctant to cross the threshold. Xiao Ruoxu has arrived. Recognition brings Huang Yu's bargain with the Xiao family back into focus. Xiao Ruoxu is the woman he demanded when that family submitted, and Xiao Zhan's older sister. In the original plot, only that sibling bond kept her from joining Xiao Zhan's harem. More importantly, her cultivation talent is even stronger than his. When over carefully, she could become Huang Yu's counterweight to the crooked-mouthed hero. Huang Yu orders Xiao Ruoxu inside, but his reputation as Tianhai's leading young scoundrel stops her cold. If the rumors are true, crossing this threshold could cost her innocence. Huang Yu closes the distance, lifts her chin, and asks whether she wants the Xiao family erased from Tianhai. The threat strips away any illusion that she can refuse. Remembering the Xiao elder's instructions, Xiao Ruoxu accepts the cruel reality and enters. Several large bags still wait outside. Huang Yu orders her to carry them upstairs. She has lived as a pampered young lady and never performed hard labor, but she does not dare object. Bag by bag, she struggles across the villa like a servant. Xiao Ruoxu finally carries the luggage into Yun Yun's room, completing the secretary's move into the villa. Yun Yun has not settled here merely for convenience. Recent discoveries in Tianhai appear to contain traces of the world she lost tens of thousands of years ago. Her new room is also a foothold for that investigation. Huang Yu looks around and swallows. 3 women have suddenly been added to his home: Yun Yun, Xiao Zhan's terrifying master; Nai Meng, the blood-handed butcher's sister; and Xiao Ruoxu, Xiao Zhan's own sister. Han Yuyao will return soon as the 4th. Huang Yu may appreciate beautiful women, but each one carries enough danger to become a disaster. One was already troublesome. 4 at once, who could bear it? Meanwhile, the chance to recruit the bloodthirsty butcher Nai Xiao has slipped away. Xiao Zhan enters the hospital at an almost leisurely pace. The aphrodisiac is finally out of his system, leaving him with one urgent objective: find medicine capable of restoring what the hospital procedure removed. At the pharmacy, Xiao Zhan surveys patients waiting cheerfully for expensive medicine and sneers that the hospital is ripping them off. Several people immediately turn on him. They call his words nonsense, but he only shakes his head as though everyone around him is too foolish to understand. Xiao Zhan places his own prescription before the pharmacy staff and orders them to fill it. They refuse. Without a doctor's signature and a prescription entered into the hospital system, they cannot dispense anything. He slowly taps the marble counter, demanding compliance as if bureaucracy itself should yield to him. The elderly woman tells him to stop shouting and go to the back. Xiao Zhan answers with an unnerving observation. She has a liver problem and relies on traditional medicine for gradual recovery. Her anger turns to alarm. How could this outsider know? Had he somehow seen her medical records? That single diagnosis changes the balance. Patients begin seeking Xiao Zhan's opinion instead of using the hospital's ordinary departments. Soon his line runs from the Chinese medicine pharmacy all the way outside, while corridors and consultation rooms that should be bustling are left eerily deserted. From the 2nd floor, the hospital director studies the young man who has emptied his departments. Could such skill belong to the Mo family? He dismisses the idea. They would not oppose the government so foolishly. Yet Xiao Zhan's ability is real, and one thought takes hold. Perhaps he should meet that important figure. Huang Yu, still at his suburban villa, knows nothing about the fresh opportunity forming around his rival. His own danger arrives in a Porsche. Han Yuyao pulls into the garage, immediately spots an unfamiliar car already parked there, and approaches the villa door with a deepening frown. And pushes open the door, and her temper ignites. Xiao Ruoxu, yellow-eyed and tearful, is mopping in an apron like a humiliated maid. Yun Yun sits on the sofa in professional attire and black stockings, calmly watching television. Beside Huang Yu, a shy Nai Meng peels an apple for him. The scene is outrageous. She has been gone only a short time, yet Huang Yu's home has filled with women. Huang Yu stammers that he can explain. Nai Meng becomes even more nervous at the familiar voice, while Huang Yu begins assembling the least disastrous version of the truth. Huang Yu cannot tell Han that Xiao Ruoxu was brought here as leverage against that crooked-mouthed rival. So when he reaches her part of the explanation, he embellishes shamelessly. Still mopping, Xiao Ruoxu listens to him turn black into white and can only wipe away fresh tears of humiliation. And turns on Yun Yun. As Huang Yu's secretary, why is she sitting here instead of working, and why has she brought people into her employer's home? Han's verdict is immediate: get out. She speaks as an angry childhood friend defending her place, unaware that she has just ordered Xiao Zhan's terrifying master from the villa. Huang Yu's face cannot reveal what his mind is shouting. Han must not act impulsively. Yun Yun is the master of that crooked-mouthed chosen one, and Han cannot defeat her. Worse, if Han insists on courting disaster, Huang Yu desperately does not want to be dragged down with her. And Yu Yao and Yun Yun glance from Huang Yu to each other. Their eyes widen at the same impossible realization. Each woman believed she alone could hear the scumbag's unspoken thoughts. Now one startled look tells them that the secret belongs to both of them. And has weathered too many investigations to remain stunned for long. She quietly tells Yun Yun that they should talk sometime, and Yun agrees. Huang Yu, braced for a catastrophic fight, can only stare. Why did the clash he feared disappear before it even began? Huang Yu's amazement, Han simply sits beside him and turns to the television. Then she glares and orders him to cook. Yun Yun teasingly agrees that she wants his food and suggests Xiao Ruoxu help. Under their combined stare, Huang Yu obeys and leads Ruoxu into the kitchen. The instant Huang Yu enters the kitchen, Han and Yun turn together toward Nai Meng. Han challenges the nervous young woman directly. She can hear him too, can't she? Yun adds a faintly mocking stare. Nai Meng pretends not to understand, but inwardly she reels at being discovered. In the kitchen, Xiao Ruoxu tries to wash the vegetables as carefully as she can. Instead, she rubs so hard that the leaves come away. A wealthy daughter who has never done housework, she can only imitate what she once saw a housekeeper do while mopping a floor. Huang Yu tells her not to be nervous, yet approaches from behind until his breath brushes her ear. Xiao Ruoxu shudders and apologizes. He touches her without permission, reminds her what the Xiao family did, and asks how she should be punished. Trembling, she says she does not know. Huang Yu turns Xiao Ruoxu's face toward him and kisses her without warning. She freezes in shock. The unwanted kiss continues for several minutes before he finally withdraws, leaving her breathless, flushed, and struggling to recover while he treats her distress as his triumph. Inside, Huang Yu exults that he has finally taken revenge for enduring Xiao Zhan's crooked-mouthed arrogance. He remembers that Ruoxu has extraordinary cultivation talent, but is weak for now, then uses a future tendency he labels Stockholm Syndrome to excuse his plan. Only the two dangerous women outside restrain him from going further. The cooking attempt ends no better than the washing. Faced with the food and the disorder Xiao Ruoxu has created, Huang Yu can only wonder whether anyone could safely eat it. Her first effort at domestic work has become a complete mess. Huang Yu sighs that Xiao Ruoxu will need proper training. Wearing a look of false comfort, he assures her that she can eventually learn to cook. Then his tone turns pointed. She has made such a mess this time that punishment is unavoidable. The word punishment has barely left Huang Yu's mouth when Han Yuyao, Yun Yun, and Nai Meng all turn on him. Han demands to know what the scumbag is planning. Huang puts on his most innocent face, but his inner voice supplies the answer. He wants to tame Xiao Ruoxu and make her fall for him. And Yuyao grits her teeth. Huang has willing attention around him, yet he is forever reaching for something else. Nai Meng only blushes. To her, a handsome, wealthy, almost protagonist-like man attracting many women feels perfectly natural. Huang notices none of this private division. Yun has already recognized Xiao Ruoxu's resemblance to her disciple, Xiao Zhan. She understands exactly why Huang is interested, yet she chooses not to stop the situation herself. Xiao Zhan has already ceased targeting the royal family at her command. Now she wants to know whether intervention can truly derail the future Huang foresees, or whether fate will force the same betrayal anyway. Xiao Ruoxu heard the thought as clearly as the others. Panic flashes through her, but she forces it down. With the Xiao family helpless in Huang Yu's hands, resistance feels like a fish struggling on a chopping board. The confrontation nevertheless closes before Huang can act, and Ruoxu is taken back toward the bedrooms, still in the maid clothes from her failed kitchen work. At most people's hospital, Li Hua and Xiao Feng spot Xiao Zhan being seen off. One glance between the fugitives is enough. This young man could be their way out. But the dean stays beside Xiao Zhan all the way to his departure car. Under so many eyes, the wanted pair cannot get close enough even to ask for help. Their position is collapsing. The Xiao family has placed Xiao Feng on a nationwide wanted list, while Li Hua is already wanted for his own crimes. They have only 200 or 300 yuan between them. Their watches and other luxuries could raise money, but trying to pawn them inside Tianhai might expose them before they ever reach the city limits. Pair settle on a sequence. Escape Tianhai first, then act when the risk is lower. Xiao Feng also knows that a local underground leader is seriously ill. If Xiao Zhan can treat him, that knowledge may buy the help they need. Before they can solve the contact problem, an old woman approaches in a narrow alley and offers lodging at a negotiable price. Accustomed to luxury rather than cheap rooms, they follow her. Inside the hotel room, Li Hua and Xiao Feng eat hot, spicy maokai. At first, the heat seems easy to blame on the meal. Then it keeps climbing. Sweat soaks them, their bodies burn more fiercely with every bite, and even removing layers brings no relief. The two men finally understand that something about this room, or its food, is wrong. At the front desk, the old woman watches their distress on a monitor and smiles with cloudy-eyed satisfaction. She calls into a small downstairs room. It is time to work. A good-looking woman emerges with a phone in hand, softly tells brother Xiao Zhan they can talk next time, and hangs up. After a quick touch-up of her makeup, she climbs the stairs and knocks on the fugitive's door. Knock waits outside, but inside the room the unnatural heat has already broken through Li Hua and Xiao Feng's restraint. Li Hua loosens his tie and shakes his head, trying to scatter the images crowding his mind. Their conversation falters. When their eyes meet again, both men realize the atmosphere has become dangerously wrong. Downstairs, the old woman watches the pair deteriorate on her monitor and laughs smugly. Her little punks have taken the full force of the trap this time. Satisfied that the worker upstairs can finish the job, she leaves the small hotel and goes hunting for another client. Upstairs, a delicate voice calls through the door, asking the handsome guests to let her in. Some fragment of Li Hua's reason warns him that her sweetness is calculated, but the heat drowns it out. He opens the door with bloodshot eyes, finds the scantily clad woman waiting, and bluntly asks her price for the night. Woman immediately denies that she meant anything of the kind, but Li Hua has no patience left. He tells her to stop pretending and pulls her into the room. His old executive arrogance does the rest. To him, an ordinary woman is merely someone his social class can command, regardless of what she says. About 10 minutes later, the room goes quiet. The woman's eyes flash with disdain at how quickly Li Hua's swagger collapsed. Xiao Feng fares no better. Xiao Zhan's earlier attack and the hospital aftermath have left him physically incapable of joining in. The trap has reduced both fugitives to different kinds of humiliation. In comes the bill, and Li Hua discovers that status means nothing when every account is locked. His job-related crimes have put police after him everywhere. His bank cards and credit cards are frozen. The balance on his phone is low, and the few hundred yuan in his pocket cannot cover what the woman demands. The woman accuses Li Hua of trying to take the service for free and reaches for the one threat he cannot ignore: the police. He panics at once, begging her not to call. That is the signal for two burly men to enter, dragon and tiger tattoos exposed as they threaten to kill anyone who refuses to pay. Cornered, Li Hua warns them that he belongs to the Huang family. For 1 second, the name seems to work. Then an enforcer exchanges a look with his partner. Their boss also serves the Huang family now. Rather than release Li Hua, they decide to call Brother Qiang and ask whether this is an embarrassing clash between allies. Across the city, Huang Yu lies in his villa bedroom in utter despair. Han Yuyao may not understand why he suddenly left Xiao Ruoxu alone, but she returned Ruoxu safely to her own room, destroying his opportunity. Huang Yu can do nothing but sigh until his phone begins to ring. Caller asks whether young Master Huang remembers him, then supplies the missing name, Xiao King, from the detention cell. Huang Yu searches his memory and finds the image, the small gang leader who commanded a row of thugs, all of whom had knelt before Xiao. More impressive still, the man somehow obtained Huang Yu's private contact information. Brother Qiang reports the men his crew has caught, and Huang Yu understands that Li Hua and Xiao Feng have fallen into his reach without any effort from him. The call ends quickly. Huang promises no payment and offers no formal position, yet he leaves the matter in Qiang's hands. That silence is permission enough. Brother Qiang, the meaning is obvious. He has just completed work for young Master Huang. The thought makes the small-time gang leader's mouth water. Rumor says Huang's former chief henchman is abroad on vacation with checks worth tens of millions and will not return for 2 years. Qiang sees the vacancy and the chance to build Huang Yu a new force. Brother Qiang already understands the opportunity Huang Yu has given him. Li Hua and Xiao Feng bear a grudge against the young master, so a mild punishment will not prove Qiang's value. He must be ruthless. He must also make certain that nothing can be traced back to Huang. And Qiang grins and asks whether the traffickers across the border are still looking for people. His order is brutally simple: send both men over. Li Hua and Xiao Feng will disappear, and young Master Huang's name never needs to enter the transaction. Night falls at Huang Yu's suburban villa. Huang lies alone in his bedroom, listening to women laugh over cosmetics and bags outside. Inwardly, he complains that Han Yuyao and Yun Yun were already enough trouble. With everyone gathered under one roof, he feels surrounded, and every woman outside hears the complaint. Yun Yun studies Nai Meng and Han Yuyao and asks how Huang can know so much. Han gives away as little as possible. She claims he may simply be an anomaly, then offers one hard warning. The crooked-mouthed guard Xiao Zhan is dangerous, and Huang's foreknowledge says he will become a disaster for all Tianhai City. And has no intention of explaining everything. Instead, she turns the evidence over in her own mind. Every person known to hear Huang Yu's thoughts is a woman, and every one of them has an extraordinary connection to him. The pattern is too precise to ignore, but she is not ready to share it. What Ruoxu hears from Huang's mind leaves her face bloodless, yet open resistance still terrifies her. When the conversation ends and she is supposed to share Han's room, she hesitates at the doorway for a long time. Finally, she asks in a small voice whether she may sleep alone. And turns and studies Ruoxu's panic. Years of criminal investigation make the situation obvious. She does not expose the plan or embarrass Ryuxu. Instead, she raises her voice and announces that Ryuxu may take the room beside hers, the exact arrangement she wants Huang to overhear. Huang hears Han's announcement and clenches his fists in excitement. Now he believes the special sign-in can be completed, and perhaps something more. He waits over an hour. Only after the lights dim and the nearby showers fall silent does he ease open his door and move toward Ryuxu's assigned room. Inside, the bed is only a dark silhouette beneath blankets. Huang's system-enhanced body can see without a light, and the trembling outline convinces him his assumption is correct. He sits on the edge of the bed and softly tells the concealed woman to blame the Xiao family, not him. Figure beneath the blankets is not the frightened Ryuxu Huang expected. Huang Yu has taken her place and intercepts him at point-blank range. His planned conquest becomes a reversal. Ryuxu is kept out of his reach, while the charged encounter between Huang and his childhood sweetheart turns intimate and increasingly slips from his control. Elsewhere, Li Hua and Xiao Feng face one of Qiang's burly enforcers, his dragon and tiger tattoos making the threat plain. Their cards are useless, they have dined and dashed, and argument offers no escape. Frustrated but cornered, they surrender an expensive watch and a cell phone, the last valuables available to them. Back at the hotel, Xiao Feng turns on Li Hua. They surrendered their last valuables, the authorities may already be hunting them, and neither man has a route out of the country. Li Hua has no answer. For the first time, the once confident executive truly has nothing within reach. An underling steps in at exactly the right moment and asks whether they want to go abroad. Li Hua's eyes brighten. When he asks about connections, the man answers with a greedy chuckle. Connections are easy. The real question is what the fugitives are willing to pay. Li Hua offers $50,000 from his overseas account, nearly 400,000 RMB, but only after both men are delivered safely abroad. He thinks the condition will stop the gang from using and discarding them. The underling promises safety without hesitation. Behind him, 3 greedy faces exchange delighted looks. Meanwhile, the night continues inside Huang Yu's villa. He begins the encounter embracing Han Yuyao and believing he is in control. That confidence does not last. Han takes the initiative, turning his planned conquest into another contest he is rapidly losing to his formidable childhood sweetheart. And does not leave the meaning of this encounter ambiguous. From now on, she says, Huang may have only her as his woman. She catches his ear and twists hard enough to erase any argument. Huang, suddenly far less majestic than Tianhai's feared young master, hurriedly agrees through the pain. Yuxu cannot suppress a laugh at the sight of mighty young master Huang surrendering so meekly. The sound dies the instant she realizes she has been heard. Huang openly lets his gaze travel over her, deepening her fear, but Han cuts him off with a glare and orders him out. With Huang gone, Han finally admits how exhausted she is. She asks Ryuxu to wipe her down because she lacks the strength for a shower. Ryuxu blushes furiously but obeys, hurrying to fetch hot water and a towel before carefully helping the woman who just defended her. Outside the bedroom, Huang's silent check-in receives an immediate answer. The system confirms that he has completed the special location task. His reward is not money, cultivation, or a technique. It is an entire subsystem, one that can be transferred to somebody else. Rules make Huang's eyes widen. He can bind the subsystem to another person and assign that person tasks, rewards, and punishments. The system itself enforces every punishment. Only the rewards must come from Huang. He immediately calls it a divine artifact and decides rewards are optional but punishments are useful. Huang's first impulse is perfect. Bind Xiao Zhan himself and punish the protagonist directly. The attempt cannot bind its intended protagonist, so Huang changes targets without abandoning the plan. He chooses the person whose power and loyalty protect Xiao Zhan, Yun Yun, and the subsystem successfully attaches to her instead. In her own room, Yun Yun hears an inexplicable voice ordering her to make breakfast for that scumbag Huang Yu. Then come the terms. Success grants 5 years of cultivation. Failure forces her to wear a maid outfit for 1 week. To a cultivator of Yun's stature, the command sounds less like temptation than an unforgivable mockery, and she erupts in fury. The unseen mission does not cow Yun Yun. Spiritual power erupts through her bedroom with terrifying force, though nobody outside notices anything unusual. She refuses to make Huang Yu breakfast and warns that if the one behind the voice appears, she will make them regret it. Yun slowly lies back down, but the surrender is a feint. She secretly seals the area with a formation designed to let an intruder enter and never leave. A cold glint crosses her eyes as she considers whether Huang Yu, that little bastard, somehow caused the voice. Elsewhere in the villa, Huang Yu listens until Yun's room finally falls quiet. Relieved that she did not detect him, he keeps his distance. Midnight arrives, and his main system announces another successfully survived day, then places an antique waist badge-like token in his hand. Description makes Huang frown. The Jianghu J kill order can target anyone and arrange a lethal coincidence around them. Worse for its victim, failure is not the end. If the required kill does not occur, dangerous opportunities will keep returning. Even Huang finds the rule insane. Huang asks the obvious question, can he finally use it on Xiao Zhan, the dead crooked mouth? The system confirms it. Huang names Xiao without a moment's hesitation. The badge vanishes from his hand, but nothing else happens. He decides to check tomorrow and turns in for the night. The next morning, the story reaches Xiao Zhan's tiny rented room. He offers to help Huang Yu with the burst water pipe as an apology. Hua answers that property management will handle it. Her cold look and 2 deliberate steps backward make her disdain unmistakable.